Active. Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
For references on time, be sure to protect it. Capture it, Federation. Defend your future. Defend liberty. Enlist in the Federal Defense Union.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. zone requires you to have an active target. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. requires you to have an active target. To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target. To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target. give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target. To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Electoral dates upcoming for water authorities and biomass distribution oversight. Remember, participation is freedom's guardian.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Who killed masculinity in video games? I'll tell you who killed it. Blizzard. Oh my god.
Does anybody else feel like masculinity has slowly been drained from modern video games?
Yeah,
I was
I do.
looking
I
at
think
recent
so.
staff photos of Ubisoft and Halo Infinite developers, and it's all starting to make sense. It's a bunch of fat white liberal women. And white liberal women have no interest in masculine, manly, male characters. They wouldn't even know how to write
What
one
is
if
this
they tried.
video?
This is why Rockstar,
Oh,
a
God.
company founded by men that at least in 2018 was still mostly run by men.
I have a good counterpoint to this, is that Shadowbringers was written by a woman. So I actually don't think that it's entirely because of, it's not entirely because of women. I think it's like a cultural thing. Yeah, From Software as well. Yeah, it's an exception. It is an exception. I think so. And it makes sense, right? That men would be able to write better stories for other men. Yeah, wow. What? Who could have thought?
And created the magnum opus Red Dead Redemption
Mhm.
2, a game with a manly, well-written main
Yeah.
protagonist, Arthur Morgan. If you want to see the seismic shift away from masculine characters, honestly, all you need to do is play a few games from 2006, and
Yep.
you'll see exactly what I'm talking
Gears
about.
of War.
Consider how many masculine military games came out in the 2000s.
Absolutely.
Medal of Honor, Call of Duty, Brothers in Arms, Gears of War, Operation Flashpoint, Rainbow
This
Six.
is what it was all about, bro. Like, we had, like, I feel like a lot of y'all probably played at least 2 or 3 of these, right? Yeah. It's an amazing experience. Absolutely.
Ghost Recon, Splinter Cell. All of these games were starring men and had themes like brotherhood,
Yep.
duty, sacrifice, honor.
So the reason why Tyrion Fordring left the Silver Hand and was in exile is because whenever he was in captivity, he made a pact with an orc named Etrig. And whenever Etrig was captured during the burning of Strathlome, Tyrion helped him escape, and they escaped together because his bond and his loyalty to a man who had helped him escape and be, be free, I guess, was more important than any sort of organization at all. The honor of it was more important than the organization, and Tyrion chose that over it. Brothers in Arms, yeah, exactly. So it's propaganda for war. Yeah, that's the way Blizzard used to be.
Almost all of these franchises have either been
Yep.
killed off, turned into multiplayer games, or went woke. I often wonder why so few modern games appeal to me, and I think another big reason is this. Everything is just so gay now. Compare the games just mentioned to the modern trash we have to deal with in Overwatch and Apex. Almost every character in these new games is either gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, or something else.
I think this is an issue, but it's not probably as big of an issue. What is an issue is the fact that they try to like ride off of it. Like, for example, like with Concord or like with Overwatch, I think that's the issue, is that in a lot of times they had characters that were gay or they had some sort of other type of orientation, but they didn't use those characters as a mascot to virtue signal that they care about these types of issues. I think the problem that people really have is actually not with any character's orientation. I don't think anybody really cares about this character because he's gonna be talking about this, and I guarantee you're not gonna be seeing a slide of Dion from Final Fantasy 16. You're not gonna see that. No, you know why? It's because the character wasn't created in a cynical, performative way. And also, like, this is another big issue, and I think you can see this with Suicide Squad, is that they completely caricature people that are LGBT. It's not like this character is LGBT and this is like an after the fact. Like Soldier 76 I thought was good. It's like, yeah, by the way, he's gay. Okay, yeah, fine. Doesn't really have anything to do with it, but yeah, sure. But like, the issue is that they try to use these characters as mascots to promote their own virtue. And I think that a lot of people can perceive that. I know that I perceive that. And I find it to be incredibly obnoxious. So obnoxious. I didn't even know that. Yeah, because nobody cares. Nobody actually cares.
Like, what happened to a masculine dude with a hot
True.
chick on his arm?
True.
I love the idea of
True.
Xbox Game Pass, but I swear
Absolutely.
every time I open it up and look for new games, there's just so many games that look gay now. I refuse to play another cutesy 2D platformer or a game with a cutesy art style by some indie developer anymore.
Oh, God.
I'm just done with these games.
Bro, this guy is fucking cooking. Oh man, he's right. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, to me, it's like, I do think that there's probably there is not enough games that are like Doom that are out there. Like, games that are just like by guys for guys about blowing shit up and like killing things. That's absolutely true. And it's like, you can have the cozy games too. Those are nice, they're fine. But where's Doom and, you know, like Duke Nukem and Helldivers, right? Like, Helldivers was the closest thing we got to that. And look at how much that popped off. People loved it.
If you want
Gears
my
of War?
100%
Yeah.
real thoughts on this, I just think the entire video game industry has gone woke and gay, and almost nothing they are making appeals to me in any way anymore. So this is why I mostly play 20...
The best part about this is he clearly cut the audio because he was clearly going on a rant about this, and it's like, okay, cut, let's just keep going. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily about it being gay. I think it's about the performative nature of it. Because if you go back, you'll probably see a lot of instances where, like, diversity or, you know, a strong female character, like Cortana is a great example. Like, Cortana, nobody ever thought about Cortana as like, oh yeah, we have to have a woman in like the story for Halo. People just liked Cortana because she was part of the story. So the Tomb Raider, stuff like that, right? And so it's the issue that, and I think this is a big problem with Western developers, because you can see this. Like, Eastern developers never have this criticism. It's always Western developers. And I think that also, like, the reason why it happens is because people perceive the way that they behave as inauthentic. And I'll give you an example of a difference in, like, a Western development game. Baldur's Gate 3. You can have a dick, you cannot have a dick. You can have whatever you want and look however you want. You can have sex with any character and nobody ever cares about it because the game is seen as an authentic work of art. Whereas when you look at the Assassin's Creed game, it does not seem like it's authentic. It seems like it's performative. It seems like it's made with the intention of, like, look at us. We are this, like, you know, forward-thinking group of people. That's what the issue is, right? And you pick the experience. Yeah, you pick the experience. Like Cyberpunk too. Yeah, Cyberpunk, and it totally makes sense. You're arguing semantics. It's 100% right. Well, what I'm saying, it's not semantics. Because I don't think that people have a problem with the actual characters. I think they have a problem with the way these studios portray the characters, because they do it in a caricatured way that's disrespectful and it's self-aggrandizing. That's the reason why people don't like it. Nobody said Sergeant Johnson in Halo was DEI, okay? Nobody fucking said that. And by the way, this isn't current cultural brain rot. If you go look at the Space Marine 2 trailer, you see a black guy, an Asian guy, and a white guy. They're all Space Marines. And they're like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna kill him? Yeah, let's kill him. If you read the comments down below, there's nobody saying, oh yeah, great, more DEI. Nobody actually thinks this. It's about the way that it's presented. That's the problem. The problem is they're stereotyping. Yeah, like adding in Mrs. Freeze, and she just looks like your traditional, like, butch lesbian. How disrespectful. It's insane to me. It's awful.
Me in any way anymore. So this is why I mostly play 20-year-old games on my channel, because they were just better. I was recently reading an insider interview about what went down at Volition Studios with the disastrous Saints Row reboot from an inside source. This source said that the LGBTQ community...
It's like, here's the truth. Nobody wants to look like this in real life, hardly ever. This dude, you know who this dude goes? He goes, and you know what game he plays? Doom. He's gonna go and play fucking Halo. Nobody wants to look like this. Like with the bow tie and everything, like Bill Nye the Science Guy. This is not like, a guy is not gonna see this and be like, oh, that's me. Absolutely not. Now, are there some people that do? Yeah, for sure, but not really. Get the shit out of here. Yeah, bro. Like it's like a. It feels like it's so safe, right?
Within the company was actually pretty small, but they are the loudest and the most annoying, and the company leadership chose to promote these people into key roles. And that's how you get the absolute dumpster fire of a game that was Saints Row 2022.
Yeah.
I think what you have at a lot of these game studios is about 80% of the staff is probably just hetero dudes trying to do their job, but they're afraid of speaking up or saying what they actually think. And then you have the LGBTQ folks making decisions.
I think this is changing a lot on social media. So like for a while this was true. And I think that like when Elon bought social media, the ability to create a narrative like this definitely went away. Or it didn't necessarily go away, but it was like dramatically nerfed. Because what would, exactly. What ended up happening is that being accused of being the wrong thing, like, oh, you're sexist, oh, you just hate, you know, whatever, like the effectiveness of that has gone down because there have been so many false accusations for this, or like just basically like if you're one of them, you're all of them. Exactly. That's what it is. It's still bad at work though, and I think that this definitely probably is true, is that people don't want to, like, nobody wants to be the guy that's pushing against having a character in a game that's like gay or like LGBT, or like changing a character to female or something like that. Nobody wants to be the person that's against that because that's probably going to make them look bad. Absolutely. That's thin ice. Yeah, of course. And like, you just think about it logically. You think about how many eggshells people need to step on, need to avoid stepping on, or whatever it is, whenever they're talking about like any sort of like social issue at all. That's an HR complaint? Yeah, exactly, right? So like at work, it's probably 1,000 times worse.
About what kind of game to make. And everything just ends up being safe and soft and sensitive because, oh, we can't hurt anybody's feelings.
Yeah.
So of course you get these shitty dumpster fire video games that nobody wants to play. After reading a lot of insider interviews with these developers, this is my sense of what has been happening. I also feel like there's this kind of unholy alliance right now between games journalists, white liberal women at game studios, and the LGBTQ community at game studios. And they all
God. I do think that there definitely is like a certain sense of like what's the word is for it? Like shared goals that the games journalists sometimes feel like they're running PR for game studios. And I think this is a huge issue, and it's one of the reasons why people don't trust games journalists anymore.
all seem to be united around
This
one
guy gives
thing.
0 fucks. Yeah, he does. Bro, he just says it.
They actually hate gamers.
By the way, I think for a lot of Western studios, this is true. I am actually a believer of this. I think that game developers do have genuine resentment for the average run-of-the-mill gamer guy. It actually is true. It's obvious? Yep. In the West? Yeah, I think so.
And who are gamers overwhelmingly? Well, heterosexual dudes like us, of course.
Yes. This, you know what this is right here? This is a Call of Duty squad. Meeting up for the first time, probably. That's what it is, right there.
This recent Reddit thread was written by an actual game developer and made me realize this. It reads, headline,
Am I allowed to say this? I kind of hate gamers. I'm a professional game designer, and I'm worried that I'm starting to hate gamers. Watching the gaming events on YouTube last month with the chat on was extremely disheartening experience. Every time a
Yep.
character that wasn't a cishet white man appeared on screen, the chats would fill with messages calling the game woke or complaining about DEI.
And the problem is that he's kind of right, but he doesn't understand why it's like this. He views it as in like the people that are responding this way they're wrong, but you never think to yourself, why are they wrong? Why did they think this? Because like that's the real truth, is that you don't really hear opinions like this. Like this guy is obviously, bro, this guy doesn't give a fuck. But like you're not going to hear a lot of other people, and this is the reason why I get a lot of hate, is because I'll watch a video like this, I'll see what it says, right? For sure. But other people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to challenge this kind of stuff because they don't want to get in trouble. It's a lot now. People are suspicious now, absolutely. But if you look at the actual opinions of people in comment sections and the amount of people that are able to have free conversations about this, it's very obvious that this is an extremely prevalent opinion. My customers are wrong, what a moron. I know. And that's the thing, is that these people try to... You will never have a successful product if it exists in opposition of your audience. Do we actually know this post was written by a game designer? No, it's probably a random person. It has nothing to do with it. This probably it's probably some 14-year-old. But I think it's pretty obvious that people think this way. Because gamers are just immature edgelords? Well, then stop making games. Stop trying to insert yourself into a place that people don't want you. If all gamers are just immature edgelords, then why are you trying to make content for them? Just stop doing it.
Every game that wasn't
out,
a
yeah.
shooter or a hyper-casual competitive online game garnered zzz and boring comments. I've seen
You want to know why they garnered zzz and boring comments? Because they were boring. So here, let me give you guys, this is something people might not know. There is a word that's used, it's cozy. When you hear cozy, I want you to switch that in your mind, boring. Cozy game, boring game.
people implying that the MC in Fable trailers is ugly
Yeah.
because it's a self
She is.
insert of some random level designer working at Playground whom they deemed not fuckable enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people don't want to look like look at an ugly chick. Yeah, they want to have a hot character. You stupid? Duh. Where do these people come from? Where do these people come from? What the fuck? This so I know it's so dumb, bro. Like, God.
I don't know, it's just the internet magnifying negative voices, I guess, doing what it does best. But it's making me real tired of gamers.
So at this point,
Yep.
it seems that games journalists and all of the liberal LGBT mafia that work at game studios actually hate their audience. And this is a comment I keep reading from you guys again and again. I swear they literally hate us. They seem to be dead set on giving their audience exactly what we don't want. How long is your business going to be open if you're dead set on not giving the customer what they want?
Well, in the past year or so, I think that we know exactly the date of what that is. Yeah, great question. I think that we know exactly how long it's going to last. They want to change the customer. And this is the thing, right, is that these are people, like, in a lot of cases, like a lot of these game developers, I mean, these are just random people, right? I mean, some of them are weirdos, some of them are not. But these are people, in a lot of cases, like, you don't want to be, like, talked down to by a person like this. Absolutely not. You're like a 28-year-old software engineer. I don't want you to be telling me what my politics should be. Stop it. Get the fuck out of here. Yes.
This is why when skanks like Alyssa Mercante are crying about Kotaku shutting down and losing their jobs, and game studios are going under because they were associated with Sweet Baby Inc., I just...
Look where it was from. Look. Oh, yep. r/Asmongold. There we go. Oh, man. There it is. Yep. The main base of operations. Oh, God.
I just laugh. Let them burn. Let all these companies burn who don't know how to give the audience. The wonderful irony in all this is that it's the very games that the woke cancel mob has tried to cancel that seem to do the best. Remember Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, men who dress in women's clothes tried to get it canceled. Instead, the game sold 25 million copies. Oops. Remember
It was
Elden Ring?
extremely fucking popular.
Remember how the woke mob tried to accuse
Problematic female
FromSoft games of having,
what?
quote, problematic depictions of women? Oops, sold 25 million copies.
Here's another thing about Elden Ring, is that I understand that Queen Marika is not necessarily trans, but for a fantasy story, it's pretty goddamn fucking close, isn't it? It's really fucking close to that. And so, this is like the main character that the entire story is built around. Everybody loves the lore. Nobody's complaining about this. Nobody actually cares. Kind of, yes, exactly. Mikola is a female alter ego. Yes, this is it. This isn't something that people really give a shit about. Elden Ring is a great example. Consort, yes. So, promised consort Radahn. What does that mean? Oh, jeez. Oh, fuck. What the? Oh, my God. Think about it.
At this point, making an offensive game seems to guarantee that game's success. We could
Stellar
talk about
Blade.
Stellar
Yeah.
Blade, pissing off all of the liberal progressives, and yet everybody went out and bought it. Okay, so in the rest of this video, I want to give you 4 examples of a game or game series going from masculine to feminine or gay, and
Let's
it
see it.
basically either killed or ruined the franchise. Number 1, Ubisoft and Red Storm Entertainment. So Red Storm Entertainment was a video game company founded by the
I don't know this at
legendary
all.
Tom Clancy to make Tom Clancy video games. He sold the company to Ubisoft in the year 2000, and Ubisoft in the 2000s actually had some balls and made some of the manliest games you've ever seen. There were the
I wouldn't
Splinter Cell
know.
games, the Ghost Recon games, the Rainbow Six games, and the Far Cry games.
Yeah.
All of these games pretty much feature exclusively men, and these IPs in the 2000s had so much testosterone, just a single glance from a woman in their direction would get her pregnant. I mean, motherfucking Sam Fisher.
The games were way more masculine back then. This is absolutely true. Yeah. They were guy games made for guys. Absolutely. It's not even a question.
Come on. The dude is
Yeah.
the ultimate Giga Chad. Scott Mitchell in Ghost Recon. Now, you pick your own character in Far Cry 2, but it's definitely a manly game that will put hair on your chest. So what is Red Storm
I
Entertainment
don't know
up
what
to
that game
today?
is at all.
Well, I recently saw that Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland is being led by a man who dresses in women's clothes in his free time. Now look, I don't give a shit
What
if
the
you want to identify as a dragon and go around laying magic eggs, but can we agree that the least masculine thing on earth you can do is dress in women's clothes? Tom Clancy would be
I really don't give a fuck about that, to be honest with you. I don't care. Like, what you want to do with your personal life is up to you. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Just don't put your worldview into a game in a way that's not representative. That's the way I see it. Yeah, he does. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Like, there's plenty of people that are probably weird that make plenty of great games. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Absolutely. The issue is they do. Well, then that's the problem.
rolling over in his grave right now if he knew the absolute disaster that Red Storm Entertainment had become. Number 2, Wolfenstein. So I was recently playing Wolfenstein The New Order for the first time, which came out in 2014, and I have to say, of all the games I was sure were going to avoid woke Western progressivism, this game was pretty high up there. The first 3 entries of the reboot were all fantastic. They had the badass BJ Blazkowicz, an absolute unit, as the main character, ripping apart entire armies of Nazis with the sexy and smart Anya as his arm candy and wife.
I only
Machine
played like
Games'
one of
first
these.
three
It was like the first or
Wolfenstein
second
entries,
one.
which came out in 2014,
PC.
2015, and 2017,
Mhm.
are all great. They have normal men and women doing normal shit in them. Awesome.
Okay.
But of course, the woke mob had to get involved somehow.
How's
so you
that?
have a beloved series with a beloved, tough, male, manly main character. Do you suppose it's a good idea to kill off that guy and replace him with cringy girl boss characters?
Oh god.
Wolfenstein Youngblood came out in 2019,
Oh,
and it's
God.
an absolute tone-deaf disaster. So many modern video games, I find myself asking, who wanted this?
Oh
who
my
asked
god,
for that?
bro. This shit drives me crazy. I'm sorry, but like I've really got to say, like that was so bad. Yeah. This game was so shit. Yeah, I think this does matter a lot. By the way, it does. Like not even the girls wanted this. Yeah, this is the thing. Is like guys don't want to play like they don't want to play as a girl in like a fucking war game, really. Like unless it's something like Stellar Blade. Like if you're making a game for an audience of guys, you've got to make it appeal to that audience. Like you can't make a game that like you go and kill zombies and like Nazis and shit and then just change everything and make it appeal to women. That's not the way it works. Like I'm sorry, it does not work. Dude, it's cute. Yeah. Well, man, absolutely.
This. I often ask the same thing of the new Star Wars shows by Kathleen Kennedy as well. The Wolfenstein reboot had the perfect synergy of story and gameplay. You are BJ Blazkowicz, unleashing his rage on the Nazis for killing everyone he loved. You see this come across in his brutal assassinations, like sticking a rusty pipe through the eye socket of an SS Waffen commander. But the setup to Wolfenstein Youngblood is incredibly cringe. In it, you play as BJ's daughters, and they're honestly nothing like him.
Jesus, man. Jesus, are you kidding me? Oh my god. Wow.
The first time you kill somebody, they don't really want to do it.
Who asked for this, man? It's crazy. Who the fuck wants this? I think I slightly disagree. I think you should still make it appeal to men, but I think having a female lead could still work. But why would you do it? But why? Like, it does matter. Like, I'm sorry, guys, it matters.
And when they finally
Absolutely
kill the guy,
does.
they have to have lattes and talk about it afterwards. Youngblood is a perfect example of how a cutscene can go so wrong in a game. BJ's setup is perfect and explains to you why you're doing the actions you're doing. BJ's daughters, however, are acting like they're in an episode of Big Bang Theory the whole time, but oh yeah, they just happen to be killing Nazis and haha, isn't this so funny?
I also think that there's a very big problem, and I have a shared responsibility in this problem, is that people that are millennials, that are my age, my people, are some of the most unserious, inauthentic, painfully lame and boring groups of people that I have ever seen. It's so fucking surface level cringe. I can't even fucking believe it. Everything is sarcastic, nothing is authentic, nothing is genuine. There are always these like moments of brevity, like, oh, ha ha ha. It's not, there's nothing serious at all. It's just cringe. It's cringe and it's embarrassing. Zoomers don't even like them. They don't even like themselves. Yeah, that's why they're on fucking antidepressants. They're fucking crazy. They've got 6 different mental disorders in their profile picture. Yeah, they don't even like themselves. Nobody else likes them either. Of course not. I'll tell you one thing, one person that definitely didn't like them. Watch these fucking games and you'll know too. It's probably their fucking dad. Holy shit. These people are awful.
Tonally all over the place.
It's not the worst generation, it's the cringe generation.
And just so full of cringy and awful cinematics.
Yep.
Which is ironic because
Absolutely.
the cinematics in the first 3 games were like so good and short, and they got to the point and they were really emotional and impactful. Example number 3, Gears of War. For a full
It's
explanation.
like, what do you think was playing? You want to know what? All my friends that I knew that were playing Gears of War, the coolest thing to them was like the Marines. You know, like, yeah, bro, like you go into Marines and you learn how to shoot a rifle, right? It's like, yeah, that's what it is. It's all guys. Like, I remember back growing up, like, I didn't know a single girl that liked fucking Gears of War. Not a single one.
Of how the woke mob girl bossed Gears of War, see my video on that game, but I'll keep this short. The first 3 Gears games are an incredible trilogy focusing on the bonds and brotherhood between men. They're incredibly masculine games, focusing on duty and sacrifice and military orders. And I know some of you hate this, but for 10,000 years, it's only been men fighting wars. Sorry.
It pretty much still is. Let's be honest.
The first 3 games focus on Marcus, Dom, Cole, and Baird and tell a masculine story of brotherhood. Well, the progressive woke mob somehow got to Gears of War, and Gears 4 and 5 are about sisterhood, motherhood, being a traitor, and what it feels like to be a woman.
Yeah, so like that's a story that like I don't really give a shit that much about that, because like I can't really relate to that, and I don't really care. Like I want to play as like Marcus or Dom or Coltrane and kill these dudes, right? Like that's what I want to do. That's it. Yeah, like that's the whole thing. Like that's, yeah, and it does matter, by the way. It absolutely does matter. Let the market decide. They did. The player base is 99% males. To be fair, the brother thing was tiring. Really? Oh wow, it's so tiring. No, it's not. How many fucking what do you call it? What's the game or the movie? Fast and Furious. How many of them have they made? 100. They'll say that's misogynistic. Oh, to a certain degree, I'm sure it is. But at the end of the day, if you're a guy, it's going to be easier for you to relate to a guy. You're going to understand a guy's struggles more. You're going to be able to, you know, like just identify with them much more. That's just the way it is. Family. Yeah, exactly. The topic of brotherhood, of men fighting together, goes back a millennia. Yeah, bro, like these people, they think like, yeah, we made 3 video games. So like, you know that story of like the Odyssey and like all those, yeah, bro, it was played out. No, it wasn't. It's never gonna be played out. Keep doing it. Only a millennia. Yeah, it's been like this forever.
Introduced the character of Kate Diaz, who I don't think anybody gives a single fuck about. What they should have done is put Kate in a spin-off game, not a mainline Gears entry. But here's the problem, of course, nobody would have bought it.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Gears 4 and 5 are basically girl boss, feminist Gears of War.
The last one I played was 3.
Any masculine story about men is put on the back.
I barely even played 3. I played.
Of course, the games include Baird and Marcus in them, but they're really on the back burner. And Gears is now about Kate Diaz, who I've never talked to a Gears fan even cares about. Yeah. Moving on, example number 4,
World
the
of Warcraft,
Saints Row
please.
reboot.
Oh no.
Saints Row spent 10 years building up characters.
It's like, I'm sorry, but if you have a guy right here that's looking like Constantine, or like this guy who he's sitting in a fucking like a king chair, like he's Scarface with sunglasses on, you know, saluting in a fucking suit. You want to know who looks at a cover of a game like this and buys it? I'll tell you who. A 15-year-old guy. They see this right here. They see that right there. A 15-year-old guy. And by the way, 35-year-old guys, in a lot of cases, are still 15-year-old guys. They see, oh, it's badass. Yeah, for sure. It's not like it's that much different.
Building up a very distinctive and edgy and male sense of humor.
Absolutely.
It's the kind of stuff you and the guys would laugh at. Yeah. Some of the recurring characters in Saints Row are Johnny Gat, Julius, Aisha, Shondi, and several others. In these games, the men are men and the women are women. Johnny is edgy and hilarious and always has a hot chick on his arm. The humor is crude and hilarious, and the Saints are always getting into trouble. So what went wrong with the reboot? Well, the woke 2022 reboot thought it was a good idea to kill off every single character from the old Saints Row games.
See, this is the problem that I think a lot of these people have, is that they write stories to They write stories like they have something to prove. They write stories like they have to like put it out there that they're not the same as something else. Like it's like an ego thing for them. Like The Witcher, right? Like any of these other series where like they try to.
Hey, Ressi, how's it going?
It's like. I'm trying to think of a good way to put this that works.
Active.
Like what they did with Lord of the Rings? Yeah. So like anti-art? that's a good way to say anti-art, yeah. It's like they're written by people who wish that everything that their parents told them growing up wasn't true. It's like it's written by a person who hasn't mentally progressed past 14 years old. This isn't your grandpa's. Yeah, exactly, right? Like they're writing it and they're telling the story in a way to, it's not about telling a good story, it's about validating themselves. I think that's probably a good way to say it, is that it feels like they're telling the stories for themselves and rather than for the audience. Whereas I think in a lot of cases, the stories are told for themselves as well, right? Whether it's Lord of the Rings or anything else, it was for the author, but that wasn't the only thing it was for. The problem is they can't make something new. Well, they did. They tried to make Concord, remember? That did really well. Or Flintlock. How about that?
And I guess they thought we would be cool with that?
Yeah.
But don't worry, all of the beloved characters you've come to know and love have been replaced with tokenistic characters from a literal seminar on diversity.
And that's the problem right there. It's that it's all caricatures. And that's what I find to be so disrespectful about it, is that the characters have to exist in some sort of oppositional existence of existing type of like gender or like racial stereotypes. It's insulting. Yeah, it is. It's very obnoxious. And again, like I think a lot of the people that do this are the people that, you know, if like they're you know, like driving in like a middle class area of town, they lock their doors, right? It's just it's so performative that it's just, I think it's gross. Honestly, it's very gross. Such a weird time. It really is. It's a very weird time.
You've got the gay Asian man, the girl boss lesbian, another girl boss lesbian, and the gay black guy. The LGBTQ mafia didn't just kill
And this is like the thing, right? Is that not all gay guys dress and act like this. There's plenty of gay guys that do and plenty that don't.
Warp drive.
It's not like you can look and inspect somebody and look at them and be like, gay, I know he's gay. That's not how it works. It's a stereotype. Jesus, a gaydar. Yeah, there you go. Yes, I can. For sure, man.
Intro, they crucified it on a rainbow flag. And this is what you get, guys.
Yeah,
this
then
is
shut
what you
down.
fuckers
It's
get
done.
for supporting these people. They turn out shitty games that aren't funny, that aren't cool, that aren't masculine.
That's another big thing. They're not cool and they're not funny. Minus the masculinity. That's something different. They're not cool. That's actually, you know what? The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking that's the biggest problem. They're not cool. These are people that were losers in high school. They didn't have any fucking friends. And now they go and they write stories about people that are friends, but they don't have any frame of reference for what being friends with somebody is like. So you get shit like this. They're not cool. They're fucking losers. Boring, antisocial, obnoxious stereotypes. Yeah. Case solved? Yeah, bro, they're not cool.
So stop hiring these people. Game developers
Oh,
need
they
to
will.
stop putting gay stuff in games, and they need to fire every liberal white woman if they want us to ever buy a game again. Because I'm serious, we are done with this shit. We're not buying these games. Like Phil Spencer is
Oh
out here
my
complaining
God.
about how people aren't spending as much money on games anymore.
Yeah.
I guarantee if you give us hetero dudes hot chicks in games again and manly men, you will see
Yeah.
sales go through the roof. Bring back the glory days of video games. I have this theory that in a few years we're going to see a turn back to the golden era of video games. And
We
people-
absolutely will, by the way. If you actually think that any of the executives that work at these companies genuinely care about any sort of group of people other than money, you are very sorely mistaken. It's already starting to happen. Yeah, it's already starting to happen.
people are going to start buying
Absolutely.
games again. I recently saw this crazy chart from 2023 that basically showed that people are only playing old games these days. Nobody wants to play anything that's new out right now because it's all woke and it all sucks so bad. So anyway, guys, let's all hope there's a return of masculine characters in games again at some point that we can relate to. All right, I'm out.
Yeah, he's right about that. And I've gotten in a lot of trouble over the years of saying that gender is like a huge barrier of relatability that is not overcomable by any sort of real like storytelling. Like, you're not really going to be able to relate to a girl in the same way that you can relate to a guy, because your gender and the way that you grew up as a man or a woman completely shades your entire experience of life. And I think that if you try to ignore that, and that's why, for example, like a lot of streamers on Twitch, very few popular streamers are female. But like on YouTube, there are a lot of popular streamers that are female and content creators. And do you know why? It's because YouTube has a actual like large female audience and Twitch doesn't. You want to know who's most people at Twitch are? Guys. They're mostly guys. And who do guys relate to? They relate to other guys. And you know who the kind of guys they relate to are? The kind of guys that look and act like they do. That's right. And so guess what? Yeah, exactly. It's literally that simple. Society is overestimating how many people are going with the woke stuff. Well, I don't know. I think Arcane's the best example of how woke is not an end-all and be-all. No, it's not. And I think that it also goes back to what I said about Dion and other characters like that, right? Is that there's the video right there. You can see, like, it's actually crazy. This guy, bro, this guy just said it. Like, every single thing that you're not supposed to say, he used that as a checklist. Like, he just said it exactly. Yeah, bro, he came out swinging. Yeah, this guy's got 1.6 million views. He only has 55,000 subscribers. So that means this video went absolutely fucking crazy in the algorithm. Yeah, bro just called the industry gay. Oh my God. You know, in Asia, gamers get what they want. Cool dudes and hot chicks. Yeah, exactly. Dion was an actual good gay character. Well, that's because it's not about being a good gay character. It's about being a good character. And then being gay is like secondary to that. Because like, that's not the point, right? It's not the point. Oh yeah, but it's gay. Yeah, okay, nobody gives a shit. That's not the reason why people care about it. You know, I'd say that's all soy now. Yeah, exactly. And so same as straight. Yeah, it's not the reason why people have an opinion or care about it at all. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand. True, nobody cares. People only care when it's done inauthentically by loser millennials that are boring, insincere, have no sense of creativity, and they can't write a good story for shit, and their parents were right, and you can't write a story about how your parents were wrong and have anybody else care about it except you. I'll be right back.
You're relating to me right now? What do you mean by that? It's fine. I'm not getting fired. I'm not a fat white woke woman. Man, that video is wild. The fuck? turn my booster on. Shoot. He said, guys, watch other guys' music and relate. It's flattering.
Skill training completed. To give the commands to a drone requires you to have
Alright.
an active target.
Oh, there's more. Okay. Let's kill these guys as well. Relium Chief Spy.
To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Okay, everything's dead now. Let's see what they have. What am I doing in Eve? I'm taking a break from Elden Ring. I'm tired of not having ultra wide. Also, Eve's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool chill game. I'm not paying for the premium, I'm just like messing around. It's just nice, like look at all the pretty colors. Ooh, got some loot here. Loot this guy. Recall our drones. I heard this is more of a PvP game, but yeah, I'm just taking my time having fun. Ooh. Taking my time and having fun, not really playing the game super seriously. Alright, we got a lot of ammo from these guys. We'll head back. Well, do one more job and then I'll get back to sculpting. I have to go to Harrogate, look at the data core and bring it back. Okay, we'll go there, the data core. Oops.
Drive active.
I tried Eve once, but I wasn't autistic enough to get into it. It's actually... Well... So, I come from like a 3D modeling background. I have to work a lot with complex software. So it's okay for me. So we got some bad guys we gotta kill. Oh, let's go try on Booster. Keep forgetting about that. Booster is very important to this build. This is a very fast, high shield build with drones. So not only do I have a lot of tankiness, I'm also really fast when I evade missiles and other kinetic projectiles. Those little white dots orbiting
To give the command
the
to
enemy,
drone requires you to have an active target.
those are my drones, just like swooping in there and shredding them up. Oh, firing at me. It's fine, I have shit tons of shield. Oh, there's more, okay. Someone has like a lead on me, what is that? Target something. Never seen that before. Take care of the guy shooting at me. Oh, I forgot there's combat music. Let's go turn that on. Oh, I do have combat music on. Weird. But there's no music. What's up with that? Okay, there's another wave. Sure, a lot of them. They really don't want me to get the data core.
commands to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Okay, I think that's everything. Looks like it. We call drones. Just scrap metal. Oh, we got the data core, I think. Maybe? Yes, we got it. Okay. Or if I should turn off my booster for looting, might be a little bit easier. Just because it, like, I overshoot the wrecks. Actually, you know what, let's go turn it on. It takes forever to get there. You see right there, I just like overshot the wreck. I don't know why that is. Got everything, I think. Looks like this guy still has loot. Okay, that's everything.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Heart beating, bass drum pounds. Adrenaline pumps as cymbals crack. Victory, breathe deep and let the synth flow. Econics, your life, your sound.
We'll do the next mission later. Let's see what. Let's reprocess a lot of this stuff. It's just. Don't need any of this. Not sure what these are, so I'm not gonna sell them. Pitfall Compact, what? Absorption Field Generator.
Are you ready for a brighter future through Metabots? Brought to you by President Agard and the Automated Industry for Democracy Act of YC 125.
Ooh, I am close to being overweight here. the sculpting.
Guys, let's read this article here from Mr. Paul Tassi. Further clarity on Destiny 2 Frontiers, Destiny 3, and the state of Bungie. In the wake of Bungie's mass layoffs and transfer of roles to Sony, the future of Destiny 2 and other project remains unclear. Official Lionborn.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the long wait. I had to go make some coffee. Not feeling too well. I have like a stomach flu or something. I think I got some like mild food poisoning yesterday. I was like, I was like recovering from that the entire day today.
From Bungie, it's just that nothing about announced plans have changed, which means 2 Destiny episode Frontiers, after that in Marathon in 2025. Further reporting has dug into what precisely is happening next, and I'll try to add to that with additional context, content, and clarifications from conversations with sources familiar with the situation. It is certainly possible things don't come to pass as plans change. This spans a number of topics, and I may alter bits and pieces of this if further information continues to come in. Now, future Destiny plans. The larger content packs, though not true expansions, will contain familiar elements like new destinations, raids, and campaigns. Just much smaller scale on the whole. So Shadowkeeper's size, maybe, though not that same format. Our goal is developing more replayable, unique activities like the Coil. If we are leaving the system, my speculation, this is where we'd see those new worlds to visit. I'm not sure if this is free. So Shadowkeeper's size, that's interesting. But it would be twice a year. But a focus on activities like the Coil. Now, that would be the main release of a given year, I believe starting with Frontiers launch, and then 6 months later, there will be another pack of smaller content that's more something along the lines of what we got with Into the Light. This should be free. All right. Oh, okay. So, this is worse then. So, Shadowkeeper's size is like a mid-sized mid-sized annual expansion that will launch the same time a normal annual expansion would launch. And then 6 months later, we would get an Into the Light style update, but that one would be free. Now, between these, there may be something akin to current episodes, though the scale and schedule is not clear. Generally speaking, the idea is less sprawling, one-off campaigns and a greater focus on replayable activities, the hobby aspect. With new Frontier format, there aren't widespread updates that will hit every facet of the game at once, like most expansions used to. It will be less than players are used to, not to say there will not be things worth playing. Now, cancel Project Destiny 3. Some elements of Payback seem to be shaping up well. The third-person adventure spin-off shooter Luke and Mark were doing. I've not heard anyone say it was flat-out bad idea or terrible in practice, even if the concept sounded like a significant departure of the series. I mean, we said it yesterday, like, part of me wishes we could have, like, play-tested it just once, just to see what Payback was like. I mean, a third-person, open-world Destiny, you know, I still think that it shouldn't veer away from first-person, but I would be willing to give it a go, give it a try. It would have been hero-based. I don't know which heroes we would have played as. It does interest me, the thought of, hey, I load into a world, I've got I've got Shaxx, and I'm about to go hunt down an Ahamkar. That sounds dope. I don't know if that's what they were gonna do, but it would have been nice to have just seen it, just to see what if. I've heard multiple people say that all of the projects, Gummy Bears seems the most promising. The game that is going over to Sony under the new team, it has MOBA and Smash Bros-ish fighting game elements, and it's supposed to be very fun. That's so random though, man. That's so random. A Smash Bros-ish fighting game, or fighting game elements, but as a MOBA. Question, is it fair to assume we have a bit more people working on Destiny now that the only focus is Destiny and Marathon, so maybe these content packs may not be so terrible, but obviously not story focused? I would have thought that if it wasn't for the ton of people on Twitter who all had Destiny 2 in their bios on Twitter, who are no longer working at Bungie. You know what I mean? We could go through a list of them, but so many people from folks that designed Fireteam Finder to many of the updates you saw in Into the Light, to testers, and also the people that did the narrative, music. It seems like everyone got acts that wouldn't be necessary for essentially maintenance, but we'll see. We'll see. Now, Destiny 3 was and is considered too big of a risk in the current market. The idea was instead to split up Destiny as an IP into more manageable components. The PvE portion we have now continuing in D2. Payback for an adventure genre expansion. A mobile Destiny game from NetEase. And spinning out separate 3v3 Crucible game channeling trials. What? It appears none of this is happening now alongside Destiny 3 never being in production in the first place. There are no plans to just shutter Destiny, however, and long-term rebranding remains unclear. But it's Destiny 2 Frontiers content only for the indefinite future, and Marathon remains the big thing right now going into 2025. Holy hell. Okay, so continuing the PvE bulk inside of D2, Payback for that adventure genre expansion, okay? A mobile Destiny game from NetEase. So the mobile game for NetEase there, guys, is that just not just Destiny? Or are we talking like a completely different Destiny game, but present on mobile? What are we talking, like a Destiny card game? This is Gwent. Probably similar to COD Mobile. I mean, look, I would be down for that. You know, someone brought up here recently that Warframe is on mobile. Is that true? Is Warframe on mobile, guys? How does Warframe run on mobile? You're saying mobile is crazy for Destiny or just out of touch? No. If it's a mobile version of Destiny and it actually ran pretty good, I think that would be fantastic for the numbers. I really do. I think that would be fantastic. I don't see how it could run, but since some of you have already brought up that Warframe is on mobile, all right, I think a mobile version of Destiny, I would be down. You know, I mean, that would, you know, even if I would just get on to go pick up a weapon from server or something, like if If I was out with the fam and I was like, oh God, Zer's leaving, and I was like, I need to hop on and grab something from this vendor or whatever, I could do that on Destiny Mobile. I mean, that's the whole reason why I even had Stadia. That's probably why a lot of you had Stadia. It's like if you were traveling or something like that, at least you just brought the controller with you and you can go and you know, do whatever you needed to do. But here's the thing, no one's going to be jumping on mobile and going, yeah, let's go do the raid now. You know, I highly doubt that would ever happen. No one's going to be doing mobile day one raiding. At the end of the day, the best place to play video games, in my opinion, is on PC. Consoles are also good too, for the most part. Mobile is definitely not the place I want to do it on, but it is a good place if you're just running and grabbing a couple of, you know, checklist items, right? I played RuneScape. I played on mobile, so it's not a terrible idea. But this right here, spinning out a separate 3v3 Crucible game channeling Trials. So, oh my God, who would play that though? I don't know if that would work. It is something like, I know Trials is pretty unique, but an entire game just focused on Trials, I would play it. Okay, this is what I love about Destiny, and this is why Destiny has had its hook in me for so long. My favorite thing in Destiny is going into different places in the game, whether it's raids, dungeons, activities, whatever, or even PvP, obtaining weapons, and then taking those weapons, upgrading them, and bringing them into PvP, essentially. Like that. That's one of the best feelings in the world, is getting a weapon that's earnable in PvE, and it turns out to be a monster in PvP. That's one of the coolest aspects about Destiny. And if you had a game that was just about, you know, just PvP and just about Trials, there's not that overlap that would be as intriguing to me. All right, now one of Destiny's biggest ongoing issues is that its player base is skewing much older than everyone wants to see, which is worrisome to higher-ups. You want to attract a younger crowd, and that was no longer happening. Hence the desire for new projects like Marathon and Gummy Bears. And another reason as to why no Destiny 3. Are they calling us old? Aren't we better? Hold on, I thought we were better than that. Like, they just called us boomers. Well, hold on. Yeah, you can attract a bunch of 12, 13-year-olds, but who's more likely to swipe the credit card? When I was 12 and 13, you never asked mom for the credit card. I remember for my birthday when I was 14 years old, it took me forever, but I finally approached my mom and I was like, Mom, I only want one thing for my birthday. She was like, what? I would like a membership in RuneScape. She was like, how much? It's like $5 a month. And I was like, I don't want anything else. I promise. That's all I want. A membership in RuneScape. And she actually did it. I couldn't believe it, man. But like back then, like you never asked for shit. Like you never got the credit card. You never got access to any of that shit. But I don't know how kids are today. Who is more likely to spend money on microtransactions? 16 to 26 or 26 to 46? I assumed it was 26 to 46 because your wells are your adults. Really? Kids for sure? No shit. Ask a Roblox parents. My kid plays Roblox, the free version. Play the free shit. You're not buying skins. Nothing is free in Roblox. I have never paid for a single thing in Roblox, and my kid has played Roblox. He has a PC upstairs. He plays Roblox, and I have never spent a dime, as far as I know. Now you're making me question. Now I'm getting worried. I don't know. I gotta go check now. You can't tie any of your finances to your kid's account or they'll max you out. Look, there's some truth to that, man. My brother, when we were younger, he was about 13 years old and he somehow got a hold of my mom's credit card and he went to spending, dude. And $3,000 later, he had a dope ass village. I mean, that village was jacked. I mean, he went home, we were working together at the same shop, and one day he had like the most basic village, and the next day he came back and everything was amped, dude. One of his champions was like level 60 something. I was like, dude, how'd you do this? And he was like, I've been grinding. Like, I just saw you yesterday. How the hell did you do this? He tried to tell me he was grinding, but then mom checked the credit cards, I don't know, probably end of the month, and turns out he went to swipe it. Now he claims when he swiped, it wasn't going through. And so he kept pressing it over and over so that it would go through. I call bullshit. I mean, it's a swipe. Well, okay, maybe you accidentally spend 50 bucks. You know where I'm coming from? But $3,000, come on. But yeah, all right. So maybe that's the kind of player base Bungie wants. Now, Bungie internally, everyone does not trust leadership at all, but leadership does not really seem to understand that. And some actually believe this weekend the situation went well, considering. How out of touch can you be? How? Who walked away from this week going, wow, that went really good? The sheer amount of stuff that was done for the final shape was massive. The story was rewritten multiple times. Missions redesigned multiple times. During the delay, they built a colossal amount of new content. Dread. Oh my God, I told you guys that was not part of the scope. Dual Destiny, the Verity encounter. Oh my God, that's why it looks different. It's a whole new encounter that was thrown in there. Exotic class items, Ergosum, GM Excision. Holy hell. Imagine if this stuff did not exist. That's what 3 extra months gives you right there, guys. 3 extra months and a very motivated Bungie, right? That's wild. That's damn near everything. I mean, outside, of course, you know, like Prismatic. But talk about crunching. The reason being is that the studio was told the expansion was make or break. And now they all feel lied to for obvious reasons. And the new mantra is that Marathon is make or break for the studio. God dog it, dude. Deuce, I thought the story was fantastic, brother. I loved it. Yeah, I thought it was great. I loved the incorporations of Zavala and the woes he was going through. I loved the situation and the tension between Ikora, Cade, and Zavala. You know, I love that Cade had to suddenly become the parent, you know, and in some ways, like, you know, he had to be the grown-up in the room. I loved it. I was a huge fan. For the first time ever, I felt like the story was actually like, was punching up. Was actually like, you know, fit for us, the boomer generation. My question, so if you were told, hey, this expansion is make or break, and then you went in there and you just killed, you did you put it all out there, and somehow that wasn't I mean, dude, it can be because of the final shape. I mean, at least from what we've seen, a lot of these layoffs seem like they were in place even before the final shape shipped out. It seemed like it didn't really matter. There were going to be cuts no matter what. We've seen this conversation multiple times. Can we get over it? No. See, I like context, and so I like content. I do like content, but I also like context. And right here, this is some big context right here. The colossal amount of new content. This stuff is new. We didn't know what all Bungie made in the 3 months. And you know, it's so crazy. There were so many people who are like, no, Dread was always a part of it. You just didn't look close enough in the BIDOC last year. Yeah, to those folks, lick it thy ass. Because right here, Dread was never part of the scope. Now, the new player onboarding experience remains bad because the team who did the Cosmodrome Shaw Han stuff got one crack at it, and then essentially no one ever tried anything of significance again. That may change with future plans. Yeah. Bungie is essentially tied to games as a service, games forever. Nothing single player. Matter was not a live service, first person shooter, so that was part of the reason it was axed. Wow. That would have been interesting. Matter was not a live service FPS. Now, many departments have been gutted after layoffs. Much of QA is outsourced to people who are unfamiliar with even the basics of the game. Joy. Everything has been divided up into strike teams now, even individual missions and activity modifiers. They form or dissolved, reform. Speculation is that higher-ups saw that players liked when they called things strike teams. So now there are a million strike teams. No one gives a f what the teams are called. We don't care. You could call it Team Dildo. We don't give a shit. We just care about if it's effective. That's so random. Who walks out of last year's, because they put that in the, you know, after everything happened with Joe and the state of the game, you know, Joe came out and said, we've got a Crucible strike team. Yeah, I mean, we were just happy. It wasn't the term strike team. It was the fact that you said we have a Crucible team, that we were like, oh my God, it finally happened. We don't care about the strike part. I like strikes. That's not the same thing. It's a different thing. It's just nomenclature right here that I don't understand. But also don't redesign your business model based around that. Even with the updates, many tools are exhausting to use and everything takes forever. And if Destiny 2 content is still being added, there will indeed be more vaulting for technical reasons alone. Though whether the no more expansion content vaulting rule applies is unclear. Like when things were bad during the pre-final shape layoffs, those that remain are confident in the actual work they're doing and believe they can make great things. They're hoping for community support as they continue to work, which is different than approving of leadership. I, for one, am happy to keep cheering them on. I don't know, Paul. I don't know, brother. Like, yeah, of course I'm cheering on Bungie, but right here, when things were bad during the pre-final shape layoffs, yeah, those that remain are confident in the actual work they're doing. They were confident. They were also confident that if the final shape popped, and because in that it was a make or break expansion, that they would be able to save their jobs. Look, I'm not the type to take stances on these type of things because I kind of just like to see things play out and also don't want to rock the boat. But I mean, like, I'm not working at Bungie. So before I take like a definitive stance on something, like I have to feel really, really sure about it. But right now, this has been under Pete's or both of these waves of layoffs have happened under Pete's tenure, and I feel like if Bungie remains under him, is going to continue going down this path. This one right here, Bungie internally. Everyone does not trust leadership at all, but leadership does not really seem to understand that. And some actually believe this week in this situation went well. I can't. I have a hard time believing that. I have a hard time believing that. Now, the only way you can believe that is if you literally live in a box. You refuse to look at the internet. Twitter is an echo chamber. Twitter isn't real life. Okay. All right. The 220 people that were let go, the 155 people that got moved to another studio, they feel really, really good about this. It literally said, yeah, great point, Sneaky. Everyone does not trust leadership at all, but leadership does not seem to really understand that. Everyone, not Twitter, Bungie internal. I think the main thing is this. We're looking at it from the perspective as, again, I kind of, you know, it's like we're fans of this game. We're fans of Destiny. We want to know, hey, what's going to happen? Are we going to get more Destiny? And, you know, the reason why we're really paying attention to all this is obviously we feel for the people at Bungie that got let go and for the people that are continuing to work under those unfortunately, it seems like terrible leadership and terrible leaders. But we're paying attention because it's also the game that we play every day. I don't think Destiny is dead either. You know, that's not what I'm saying. It's just, you know, this is not going to be like a quick death. If it's going to be a death, it's going to be a slow trickle, you know, just a little bit of hope here and there, and then get snuffed out if it goes that route. But I think we just have to see, man. We have to see whatever it is these content packs are. What's the plan forward? I think Bungie's focus is on Marathon, guys. I just think that's the focus right now. I think and look, all I'm just very grateful for right now is that Bungie did give us, or the people that were at Bungie and the people that are still there working on Destiny, like big shout out to them for giving us a banging last expansion. Like, if that's really it, and we said it months ago that I told you guys that I felt like Bungie was taking us fishing. You know, what I meant by that is that was a labor of love. Some of them probably knew. I think Joe knew this was it, especially it from him, but this could probably just be it. You know, it's just like the last big hoorah, and I'm just glad they went all out. You know what I mean? I think whatever Marathon must possess, man, I mean, it's got to possess something special. Marathon has got to possess something amazing for Bungie to essentially be canning everything Destiny related, including a D3, to just focus on Marathon and Destiny. And really what they mean by that is it seems like they're focused on just maintenance for Destiny, but all hands on deck are going to be to get Marathon out the door.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
The city of Neverwinter suffers under the Wailing Death, an oppressive plague spread by the mysterious Cult of the Eye. But have no fear, 4 magical water Davian creatures hold the key to a cure. All we have to do is hope they don't get stolen before the cure is made. But wouldn't you know it, the water Davian creatures have been stolen before the cure is made. So it's up to Brother Hammerbane, cleric of Saint Cavil, and his trusty sidekick, the summoned direwolf, Sir Fluffles, to get them back and save the city. Neverwinter Nights is a Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game released back in 1991 and could be considered one of the precursors to modern MMORPGs, not to be confused with the identically titled but totally different Neverwinter Nights, which is a Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game released in 2002. That one is a 3D BioWare game, following on from their success with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. It's the one that everyone thinks of when you say Neverwinter Nights, and it's the one we're playing today. It released to extremely favorable reviews and sits at 91% today on Metacritic, one of the highest rated RPGs. It would go on to see 2 expansion packs, Shadows of Udrentide and Hordes of the Underdark, both releasing in 2003, and then 5 premium modules, which were slightly smaller expansions using the same game engine, releasing all the way up until 2006. It would then see a sequel in Neverwinter Nights 2, and that getting 3 expansion packs. But the true brilliance of Neverwinter Nights isn't in the single-player experience, but its Dungeon Master creation toolkit and the online hosting of these adventures, allowing players to create their own campaigns and then let their friends run through them online, with the Dungeon Master controlling the enemies live. And it's a testament to the quality of this system that games are still being made and hosted and played. Indeed, Neverwinter Nights still has multiple persistent online role-playing worlds with consistent player bases run by and for the players of the game. Now, I'm a massive video game, RPG, and Dungeons & Dragons fan, so you'd assume I have a lot of opinions about Neverwinter Nights. Well, I need to be honest with you, and the biggest shock of this video might be a simple truth. Hi, I'm Josh Stripe Hayes, and I have never played Neverwinter Nights. Please put your pitchforks down and let me explain. Okay, I played it once when I was a kid, many years ago, and I remember nothing about this game except getting to some goblin-filled caves about 7 or 8 hours in and being so bored that I quit. Now, I know how important people say this game is, in both the video game and Dungeons & Dragons landscape. I've been told all about the amazing multiplayer adventures people have made, but I have no knowledge of this myself. So I figured it's time to change that. This means I'm going into Neverwinter Nights with no nostalgia, no childhood love for the game, if anything the opposite, childhood boredom, no previous game knowledge or skill clouding my vision. I'm going to complete the entire base campaign, The Wailing Death, and do every quest I find along the way, look into all the mechanics and see if it still holds up today, and then I'll finally know, for myself, Neverwinter Nights, was it actually any good? Two quick warnings. This game does feature giant spiders, and I am going to spoil the entire plot of Neverwinter Nights 1, so only watch if you're okay with both those things. This is a long video, so grab a cup of tea, settle in, and thank these lovely people for supporting me on Patreon and allowing me to keep making long-form stuff like this. More information on how you can join them at the end, but for now, let's begin. But which version do we begin with? Because you've got the base CD game, but then also the Diamond Edition, which came bundled with both expansions and 3 of the premium modules. And then we got the Enhanced Edition, in the same vein as the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 Enhanced Edition made by Beamdog, the same people. And this version contains the complete Diamond Edition, plus a few graphical updates and general stability patches for more modern systems. For this video, I'll be playing the Enhanced Edition. There was some drama back when this released, as it didn't have complete compatibility with some of the already created player-made modules using Diamond Edition, but I'll touch on that later. And while this video isn't sponsored, I do want to give a big thank you to Good Old Games for supplying me with this game. Thank you, GOG. So I'll start by playing the base game campaign, The Wailing Death, which is a short tutorial and then 4 chapters of gameplay. If I enjoy it, I'll play the expansions and maybe try some of the multiplayer stuff. The game uses the D&D 3rd edition rule set, so we'll be seeing some quirks of that along the way. Character creation, oh man, I love late 90s, early noughties fantasy art. Now, I'm likely going to be soloing the game, so I'll need a class which can deal decent damage but also have self-healing, so we're going to go with Cleric. You assign your ability points to your 6 main attributes, just like Baldur's Gate, but unlike that, you don't have the endless re-rolling, you just get told how many points you have to assign. Now, I'm not going to use a meta build guide, so seasoned veteran Neverwinter Nights players are probably screaming at all the mistakes I'm about to make, but I'm having fun. And the game doesn't skimp on the customization. It's even got some pre-made spell and ability selections for new players to use as a crutch, but I want to go full control. Clerics get 2 domain specializations. I'm going to go War and Healing to be a melee beast battle tank, and hey look, there's even physics when you spin the model. The shirt swooshes around. Now, these 3D models were actually a major selling point at the time. BioWare had made Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2 both exceptionally highly praised isometric games, and the jump to 3D is always a big risk. Sometimes it's a make or break moment in franchise design. I guess we'll see how it did. We give our character a voice. Options include Dumb Hero,
Don't just stand there. Crack some heads.
or Pious Scholar.
By my will, attack.
I like the personality touches these have.
To your weapon.
I think I'll go with boisterous and good-natured, and we are done. Meet Brother Hammerbane, Warhammer-wielding battle cleric, here to dispense justice in the name of his deity, Saint Cavil. So with sturdy hammer in our hand and faith in our heart, cue the opening cinematic. So the city isn't doing too great. A plague known as the Wailing Death is spreading, not to be confused with the Beckoning Death seen in the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves film. You can tell them apart because that one beckons while this one wails. But luckily, Neverwinter has recently received delivery of 4 magical water Davian creatures, which contain all the bits needed to make a cure for the plague. They are under the protection of Arabeth de Tilmarand, a legendary paladin, so everything should be fine. We start in the Academy, and this is essentially a long playable tutorial which you can choose to skip. It covers all the major playstyles of all the major classes, and in a really cool touch, you only need to play the tutorial for your class. But you can play the tutorial bits for the other classes. The trainers will even say to you, this isn't for you, but you can still try it just to get a feel for how it works. You can click to move with left click or use WASD. I'll be using click to move. And spinning the camera makes any foreground scenery fade out in a circle so you can always see your character. That's a nice touch. Talk to NPCs by clicking, open chests, open doors, pretty standard stuff. The inventory is grid-based with items having both size and weight, so we're limited in both how much we can carry and how much we can carry. The UI is fine design, optional minimap which you can add your own pins and text to for notes, a compass. We seem to start with some gear already, so I put it on, and the character equip screen is nice and cleanly labeled. Now, most interactions, from NPCs to enemies to items to even your own character model, is done by right-clicking and bringing up the radial menu. And this is important. The radial menu has every possible option that you could do with that thing. Examine, interact, use, attack, steal, cast spell, command your summons or party members. It's all context sensitive based on where you're clicking and when you're clicking, but it's all here. Now, clicking an option can sometimes open further menus. It's deep, but you get used to it pretty quickly. It does have issues, as we'll see later, but in general, it's really nice, smooth design. Your journal has 3 main tabs: the quest you're on, complete with detailed recaps of what you're meant to be doing, quest you've already done, and then notes that you can make yourself. There are no quest markers on the map, either to collect new quests or to hand in current quests, so reading and remembering is really important. Thankfully, because of how the game is designed, even if you do miss a side quest, it will not affect the main story. The character sheet has all the basic info you made at the start and will also show all of the passive buff or spell effects that you are under. And the settings menu is great, allowing easy rescaling of both the game and the UI. So far, structurally, this is really well made. Leave our room at the academy and we are greeted by Pavel, and hang on, I know that voice.
I was afraid you were going to sleep all day. I guess the instructors work you pretty hard here at the academy.
That is Cam Clark. Cam has voiced roughly 4 trillion video game characters. He's Liquid Snake. He's the singing voice of Simba in The Lion King 2. He's He-Man. He's Darby in JoJo, Dritz in Baldur's Gate, Hercules in God of War 2, and the voice of Dr. Mobius in Fallout New Vegas, Old World Blues. The man is everywhere, and once you notice him voicing a character, you'll see him pop up in this game repeatedly. Pavel tells us that both he and his brother Bim were invited to the academy by Lady Arabeth personally, so they're quite important. We chat to Bim and he explains radial menus and basic combat, asking us to attack him. Combat, just like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, is real time with pause. The game is counting the time between the game rounds and giving you actions when your speed in that thing would allow you to have an action. For example, the amount of attacks you get uses your base attack bonus. The higher, the more attacks you get per round of combat. We'll look at ways of raising this later because it can get absurd, like 10 attacks per round absurd. Now, super important note, for the original campaign only, that's the one we're playing here, combat encounters are scaled to the player, meaning if you enter an area at level 3, you'll face level 3 enemies. Go in at level 10 and you'll face either more or more difficult enemies. This means the higher level you are, the more you need to understand the strengths of your build and patch the weaknesses that you may have or play around them. The expansions did not have level scaling. Spacebar, just like Baldur's Gate, pauses the game and lets you issue orders in combat. Advanced players can use the action queue feature to set up a load of things that will happen in order when they are able to happen. Dungeon masters can use this for monsters too, but the early parts of the game don't need you to use this at all. Pausing and using a potion or changing your attack target, that's pretty much all you'll need to do. You've also got the hotbar at the bottom of the screen with a second accessed by holding shift and the third accessed by holding control. You can add potions, spells or abilities here using the radial menu. And once you've been in a fight, used a few spells or lost some health, you'll want to rest to recover all of that. Unlike Baldur's Gate camping needing you to take a whole night, resting in Neverwinter just means sitting down for 10 seconds plus an extra half second per level of your character. A little progress bar pops up and you'll recover all your health and spells, with certain effects, both negative and positive, wearing off. So you'll no longer be poisoned, but you'll also lose any summoned creatures. Bim sends us onwards to learn about shops, which are nice and simple. Merchant inventory, your inventory. My main issue so far is there's no way to directly compare an item you're wearing with an item you're considering buying. Now thankfully the numbers we're dealing with are pretty small, double digits at most, so it's very easy to understand, but it also means an increase of 1 or 2 defense can really matter in fights. One issue shops do highlight is how you cannot move the windows in the game around. If multiple windows are open at once, there is a preset order for which ones go where, and they can force others out of the way. A quick Google and yeah, you can't move the UI much beyond what the game wants you to have. Sell some of my starting stuff, buy a large shield and a warhammer, and I mean, we're basically done. This weapon combo cannot be beaten. I mean, technically you should be using a scimitar because then you get critical hits on both 19 and 20, but warhammer, big chunk of metal on the end of a stick. That's like the pinnacle of weapon design right there. Talk to more instructors, including one who gives you a quest to read the journal, and the journal says, well done, you've passed, which I quite like. The combat instructor teaches us how to activate our special attack, parry. And, I mean, that is completely pointless because time spent parrying is time spent not hitting things. And then I learned the greatest of all the combat abilities. You can attack chests and doors. So it doesn't matter if you can't pick locks or find keys. You don't need to. You can smash most things open to get at the sweet treasury goodness within. Now, as we'll see later, some things cannot be broken easily, but they can still be broken. Everyone loved Baldur's Gate 3 letting you attack doors. Neverwinter Nights was doing it 23 years ago. Being a war domain cleric also means I have a special power, calling upon the blessing of Saint Cavil himself, which gives me a decent boost to my melee stats, accuracy, strength, and defense for about 5 turns. Use this in tougher fights. I'm not a ranger, but the game does let me do the ranger tutorial, equip a crossbow, grab some bolts, and shoot. Now, range is remarkably weak in Neverwinter Nights 1, especially for a solo character, but I love that the game still lets you try. This is the freedom that I admire in RPGs. They explain that you shouldn't, but they don't actually stop you. Ferdinand then lets us into the Menagerie, a collection of extremely tough monsters just here to scare new players. Thankfully, they're locked away. At least, I assume they're locked. I try the gate and yeah, they're locked. Now, if you right-click an enemy and choose Examine, you won't be given their exact level or health values. Instead, you'll see a challenge rating, and this is a Dungeons & Dragons description thing and relates to that creature's level compared to yours, ranging from effortless, meaning 6 levels lower, to impossible, meaning 5 levels higher. Bear in mind, we will need to fight and beat impossible rated enemies even with level scaling in this playthrough, and we'll need to do it solo. Well, sort of solo. Onto spells. Ah, yes, spell slots and resting. Okay, for non-D&D players, I'll try to simplify this. In Neverwinter Nights, you learn spells in different ways. Clerics gain a load of new spells on leveling up. Wizards can choose a few to learn as they level up, but then use single-use spell scrolls to scribe into their spellbook and use them again. Now, Brother Hammerbane has no time for reading in battle, relying on the blunt force of hammer and memorized words of faith, but it's not enough to just know a spell. You must have it memorized and assigned to a spell slot, and then have rested so the spell slot is available. Let's say you've got some cantrips, that's essentially a level 0 spell, and you have cantrip spell slots, then some level 1 spell slots, level 2, level 3, and so on. You open your spellbook and choose which spell you know is going to fill that spell slot for today. If you want to be able to cast Cure Minor Wounds multiple times, you'll need to take up multiple spell slots of that level. When you use a spell in the game, that slot is used up. To refill your slots, just rest. You can change around what's assigned freely whenever you're out of combat. So assigning spells to a spell slot and then resting is essentially guessing what you're most likely to need for the next bit. The Sorcerer class, however, doesn't have spell slots and has no need to prepare spells ahead of time. The trade-off is they can't cast as many throughout the day. The main issue here is needing to rest to recover the spell slots, because you cannot rest near enemies and the game counts the combat training dummy as an enemy, so I'm running all the way back to the start just to have a little sit down. This will be happening a lot. The rogue training sounds cool, so I try to open a door and get stabbed by some hidden spikes, so I swear a lifelong grudge against doors and will be smashing down as many as I can. Brother Hammerbane cannot abide the sneaky cowardice of rogues or people with keys. Cleric training is more like it. Use our healing magic to heal an injured dude by the wall. Remember, you can't heal your own teammates or summoned pets, and then test our AoE Turn Undead spell, which releases a burst of holy energy and causes nearby undead to flee in fear, or if we have twice as many levels as they have hit dice, they will instantly die. Hit dice are a D&D thing we'll discuss when we level up. Mandatory training done, leave the academy and meet Lady Arabeth de Tilmarand.
Congratulations. Your training here at the academy is now complete.
Arabeth is a half-elf paladin of Tyr, the god of justice. She's an all-round shining light of hope and personal friend of Nasha Alagondar, the current ruler of Neverwinter. Okay, it's time to use the Waterdavian creatures to cure the Wailing Death and save the city. Everything seems great, but then halfway through the ceremony, oh no, enemy mages teleport in and attack everyone. Everything is not great. We join the guards and repel the invasion, but Arabeth believes this was not random. It was a targeted attack to steal the creatures. With Arabeth believing the unknown enemy is likely using her magical signature as a location marker and teleporting to her, she stays behind as a distraction, and we are sent to check on the rest of the academy. to see if it is safe, which it absolutely is not. And I hope you spoke to all the trainers because they are now all dead. Running back, we're attacked by goblins and some unknown assailants. But I'm a cleric, so I can magically empower my own weapon. But doing this in combat is dangerous because casting spells in combat or disengaging from melee combat will give the enemy a guaranteed attack of opportunity. And this needs to be understood for the game and all those calculations you're seeing in the chat box to make sense. So refill your cup of tea because it's time for a quick D&D combat lesson for anyone unfamiliar. Strap in, it's about to get nerdy. Neverwinter Nights is not just a game but a construction toolkit to make Dungeons & Dragons experiences, so we need to understand the fundamentals of constructing a Dungeons & Dragons adventure. Dungeons & Dragons uses this nifty thing, a 20-sided dice, shortened to D20. If anything in the game has a chance of happening, such as successfully disarming a trap or hitting an enemy or not getting poisoned, that thing will have a difficulty check or DC. This is where you as a player roll a d20, and if your roll is equal to or higher than the DC of the thing, you win, and the thing you want to have happen happens. For example, if a door is barred and you try to break it down, that may have a DC of 10. So you roll a d20, and if you roll 10 or more, you succeed. The door is broken down, the adventure continues. But let's talk combat. Each creature, including the player, has an armor class, or AC. Higher is better. This is how difficult you are to hit in combat. Now, from a roleplay perspective, it could be argued that a failed attack against you could still hit you, but your armor did its job and protected you. However, for the sake of simplicity and mechanics, we will refer to all failed attack rolls as misses. When you attempt to hit an enemy, first you will make an attack roll. If the enemy has an armor class of, say, 11, you must roll an 11 or higher on the d20 to hit them. Remember, with 20 sides, that means you'll be hitting about 50% of the time. But we can improve your roll in 3 specific ways: your weapon skill, your currently active passive buffs, and using inherently better weapons. Let's have a look how. Let's say you're really good with a specific weapon, like a hammer, and you take a skill which gives you +2 to hit with hammers. Your attack roll is now a d20 plus your weapon skill bonus, in this case +2, because you are good with that weapon. But what if you cast a spell on yourself, like you gain +1 to hit for the next 5 turns on any attack? Well, now your attack roll is a d20 plus your weapon skill plus the passive buffs that apply to every attack. But what if the weapon itself is also magically blessed or enchanted to be super accurate? Like, this weapon gives the bearer +1 to hit. Well, that can add bonuses too. But enemies can have things which give you negative attack modifiers, like the enemy being magically shielded or blurred or just really fast. So when you see something like this in the text box, that is an attack roll, and it is the result of rolling a 20-sided dice, plus all the other stuff like your weapon specialty skill, passive accuracy buffs or bonuses, minus whatever the enemy has making them harder to hit, and then if that total roll is equal to or greater than the target's armor class, the attack will land, and you will then move on to the damage roll. Just be aware, if that d20 roll was a 1, we call it a natural 1, or critical fail, and it will always fail regardless of modifiers. Even if the actual total is above the enemy's armor class, a 1 is always a failure. The opposite is true for the d20 rolling a natural 20. That's a critical hit and will always hit, even if the enemy's armor class is higher than your total roll. A natural 20 is a critical success. Now, rolling 20 on the d20 is not only a critical hit, but also does bonus damage based on the weapon you're using. And one of the reasons that scimitars are so damn good in this game is because they count a roll of 18, 19, or 20 all as critical hits with bonus damage. How much damage you do when you successfully hit something depends on the weapon. Examining a weapon will show you which dice it will roll for its damage roll. Small weapons like daggers use smaller dice like d4. Larger ones like heavy flails use a d10. Great swords use 2 d6, so larger weapons attack slower but have greater maximum hits. And if the enemy has a damage absorption spell, where smaller amounts of damage are ignored entirely, large amounts of damage are needed to overpower that. Now, there are more modifiers based on your 6 primary stats, those things we put points into in character creation, but we only have several hours of video left and we can't get distracted just explaining all the D&D rules. Just be aware that weapon size matters here, because a creature can wield a weapon the same size as it in one hand, but a larger weapon will require 2 hands. So a medium-sized human can hold a medium sword in one hand and a shield in the other. but if they want to use a large sword, they'll need 2 hands. A small-sized halfling would need 2 hands to wield a medium sword, and they can't use large weapons at all. So when you're engaged in melee combat with something, you'll keep making attack rolls back and forth and hit each other as often as your attack speed allows, with each successful hit making a damage roll. But if you attempt to cast a spell while you're in combat, you'll give the enemy an attack of opportunity, basically an immediate instant attack roll, and if they hit you, you'll then need to make a concentration check. The difficulty of this concentration check is 10 plus whatever level the spell is you're trying to cast, plus the damage you've taken. If you fail that check, the spell will fail as well. Attempting to disengage from combat and run away will also give any nearby enemy an attack of opportunity, and you'll sometimes get it against enemies when they run past you. So melee combat's kind of risky. Committing to a big group fight means you're going to be there for a while, because if you try and leave, you'll immediately take lots of attacks against you. Now you might think that sounds quite in-depth, or dare I say accurate, to D&D 3rd edition. Well, that's because it is. Remember, Neverwinter Nights was always meant to be a framework that players created their own games within, and the fact it's still being used 23 years later to do that shows they clearly made something players and dungeon masters really like. So now you know what you're seeing when combat happens. Back to the academy. I've got a spell which increases my hit chance by 1 and my armor class by 1, but I need to remember to cast them before going into combat. Just be aware that until you've gained a few more spells or powerful items, early game combat, especially on melee characters, feels very slow. Dungeons & Dragons has always had an issue where early game combat is a tad too simple and too slow with too few choices, and ultra late game combat is far too fast and overpowered with a few objectively correct choices. Gary Gygax, one of the creators of Dungeons & Dragons, said when him and his friends played, once they were killing gods and nothing was a challenge, they would retire the characters and start fresh, as the early game struggle and simplicity had a unique joy to it. Smaller stakes, overcome with fewer abilities, can sometimes feel more rewarding than giant world-ending stakes. It keeps the personal touch. I've always found the same. Mid-level characters and campaigns offer the most flexibility in builds and choice, while also being balanced enough to stay challenging. And we'll start to see Neverwinter Nights hit that around levels 7 to 10. Dead enemies or broken treasure chests can drop loot bags, but these bags don't appear straight away. They instead slowly fade in, and they can be quite hard to spot against the also brown floor. Unfortunately, Pavel's brother Bim is dead, so with this floor clear, we push into the dungeons, finding an Amulet of Will, a magical passive buff. I won't mention every item I find, but I will mention any major upgrades to the build. So let's talk about loot, because this is one of the major differences between the Neverwinter Nights games and the Baldur's Gate games. In Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, loot is preset. You always know what an enemy will drop or what a chest will contain. You always know where to find the rare magical items. You can effectively root the game. However, in Neverwinter Nights 1, loot is randomly rolled from a table of all possible loot, and this table updates along with your level. So if you want a chance of finding that level 19 Hammer of Thunderbolts, you need to be level 19. But it could be found anywhere once you are level 19. The higher level you are, the more gold you'll find and the better quality potions. The problem with this system is the massive table of potential loot that you could get covers every class and every item, even if you can't use them. Now, there is a slight weighting advantage toward weapon or armor types that you have put points into. So if you've pushed into being better at the longsword, you are slightly more likely to find a longsword weapon if a weapon would be rolled, but it's not guaranteed. And dungeons aren't repeatable. You can't grind the boss and open the chest again. Once you've looted something, that's it. That's the item you're playing the game with. So if you spend an hour crawling through a dungeon, taking down a big boss and opening a treasure chest to get something you can't use, that's effectively an hour wasted. The issue with this system, though, is how easy it is to exploit, because big treasure chests after bosses or at the end of long dungeons are always going to contain something good, but the loot isn't generated until you open the chest. So you can quick save before opening a chest, then open it, and if you don't like what you got, just keep reloading your save and reopening until you get the thing you want. So while what they were trying to do was remove the stale and predictable loot of Baldur's Gate, what they did was create a situation in single-player mode where you essentially reload until you get the thing you need anyway. Obviously, this doesn't work as well in multiplayer mode or persistent online worlds, because you can't reload to before you open something unless every player agrees to do that. Now, in my playthrough, I used this system once or twice just to see how effective it is, but ultimately, it really kills the flow of gameplay, so I try to use it as little as possible. Eventually we find Pavel. He's alive, and he asks to join your team to avenge his brother. And that's a really nice narrative justification for introducing a mechanical system, partying. So party members, in Neverwinter Nights you can only have one humanoid companion, or henchman, with you. Now with the right build you can have up to 6 additional things involving exploiting summoned creatures or familiars, but for most normal players it will be you and a helper. Now you don't need to micromanage them. Indeed, you actually can't tell them to do super specific things. Unlike Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, where you're effectively in charge of ordering them to do anything, in Neverwinter Nights they've got their own basic AI and will fight a bit differently. They'll also take the initiative, and if you fail to open a door or chest, they'll start attacking it with you, which I like. The game is really designed to be played with other human players, up to a group of 4, but the NPC companions do a fine job of filling in the gaps. Having a henchman with you sometimes offers a unique quest, such as finding items related to their backstory, but unlike the character-focused storylines of Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3, Neverwinter Nights was much more focused on combat, mechanical freedom, and player choice. So taking a companion is more about covering a mechanical weakness, less about unlocking a brand new narrative. The main storyline won't change, and all the companion quests are optional. But the important question, can you romance the NPCs? In a word, no. In more words, there are additional dialogues which can open up with Arabeth if you're male and Aringend if you're female, and the Arabeth plotline does have a small effect on the plot, but nothing game-changing. So sorry guys, no Astarion Halcyon /fix here. Just be aware that having henchmen with you, or summoned animals, does lower the experience you receive from combat. You'll receive 20% less for each companion you have, and that stacks, but it's multiplicative and not additive. So if you have 5 companions, you will actually receive about 51% of the experience that you would have gained if you were playing solo. Now, Brother Hammerbane is not one for sharing, but Pavel has lost his brother, and Hammerbane is absolutely one for vengeance, so Pavel can stay. Before we leave the academy, we meet Gelder, who teaches us the final lesson, how to level up. I throw another level onto Cleric, gain a few new spells, and some more hit points. Every time you level up, you will roll the hit dice and gain that many more hit points. You'll always gain a minimum of 1 hit point, but potentially you could gain a lot more. Now in the future I might multi-class, putting my level into another thing, but for now, pure godly cleric-y goodness. We explore around before leaving and find an unidentified glove. Some items in Dungeons & Dragons are magical but unidentified. It used to be that you could equip stuff even if you didn't know what it did, risking maybe equipping something cursed and detrimental. If your lore skill is high enough, just examining an item will reveal what it is. If it's not, you'll need to pay a shopkeeper a small amount of gold to identify stuff. We find a big badass shield, drop my starter armor, and now we are talking. Also throw the shortbow away, ranges for cowards. And you'll realize that most of this game is inventory management. One of my issues so far is the pathfinding is not good. It can't deal with corners or multiple rooms, and you'll often get stuck on objects or walls. You need to manually guide it, mostly in straight lines. Reach the central room and take on a mysterious mage. The fight is brutal, and I am taken to 1 health, but somehow I survive. Unfortunately, Pavel does not. And it seems there's no way to revive him. So rip Pavel, your sacrifice kept me alive, Bim would be proud, you can go and hang out with him now. Actually, Pavel dying might be a good thing because we can now loot his half-plate armor, every cloud and all that. Fight into a stable and we spot 2 of the water Davian creatures we need, a Yuan-Ti and a Dryad. But there's another fight happening and they flee before we can grab them. And when that fight is done, we meet 2 key characters, Fenthic Moss and Destha. Fenthic is a rather timid, nervous, naive elven cleric of Tyr, and he's dating Arabeth, so I guess nice guys actually pull badass paladin ladies. Fenthic is working under Destha Indolane, a Helmite priest who is convinced the Wailing Death can't be cured by these magical creatures, and instead should be dealt with by blessing the people and everyone just having a bit more faith. Fenthic explains the assault to steal the Water Davian creatures was unsuccessful. However, the creatures themselves have fled into the city, so we're going to regroup at the Temple of Justice in the Neverwinter city center and begin hunting them down. Ending the prologue and starting chapter 1. The city is in trouble. The plague is bad, and if the people find out that Arabeth was unable to protect the Water Davian creatures and therefore them, mass panic may spread. So we're tasked with going to get them back. You'll notice in most conversations you can give a polite, neutral, aggressive, or situation-specific response, which is mostly for role-playing purposes and won't really affect the plot. You can make certain NPCs like or dislike you, and raise or lower the prices within certain shops based on your overall disposition, but you won't play a different storyline. And as badass as Brother Hammerbane may see himself, I just can't bring myself to hurt an NPC's feelings, so we are doing a very polite run. We're also given a Stone of Recall, which will return us to this temple at any time, meaning we can heal and use the shop and then pay a small fee to be sent back to wherever we were, similar to the portal back and forth system in Diablo. And this works because Neverwinter Nights is mostly set up as hub cities and then adventure zones around them. We're told our mission is twofold. First, find the Water Davian creatures. We're looking for a Cockatrice, an Intellect Devourer, a Yuan-Ti, and a Dryad. And while we'd prefer them alive, dead will also work. Second, find out who attacked the Academy and why. With this, we leave the temple into the city core. Now, Neverwinter Nights is not open world. It's a series of small to mid-sized maps connected by travel points, with each map having points of interest and each chapter having several main quest objectives, and then side quests which can span multiple maps. As you advance through the chapters, you cannot return to previous maps. For example, this is the city core of Chapter 1. You've got some shops and some taverns, and around the edge, 4 exits, leading to the Beggar's Nest, the Peninsula District, the Docks, and Black Lake. 4 creatures to find, 4 wings of the city. You see where this is going. When you leave the temple, you're immediately approached by Bethany. She's from the Peninsula District and says there's been a crazy prison break. The streets are flooded with violent criminals and she's worried about her family, begging us to go and help. And I love this. Not the violent criminals everywhere, that sounds horrible, but the narrative hook instantly given to the player. You are not forced to go to the Peninsula District first, but it is a suggestion, and newer players, like me, are going to take that hook and head on over. Let's go make the streets safe again, dispensing hammery justice in the name of St. Cavil. Now, I really love the scope of your involvement. You don't start overwhelmed by a whole world. You start in an academy with a simple linear path, and now you're in a city with a simple branching path. It's slowly growing in complexity, and I feel prepared for it. In the Peninsula, the Gate Captain Kip says the jail warden, for some reason, has gone mad and set all the prisoners free, and we should probably go and investigate this. You'll also notice our map now has fog of war, and local NPC guards join in fights, which is nice, adds to the feeling of a city trying to defend itself. This chest is locked, but that's not a problem, we can just hit it. But oh no, it is a problem. Some objects can only be damaged by magical or enhanced weapons. That's when you've got extra elemental damage or a +1/+2 damage bonus. If you don't have any of those, it will simply say weapon ineffective, so my basic hammer has no effect here. And some other objects, even if you can damage them, will have a threshold that you need to hit before they start to take damage. They effectively absorb certain lower amounts of damage per hit, and this never runs out. For example, reinforced chests will absorb 5 physical damage per hit, meaning even if you are successful at hitting, but roll 5 or below for the damage roll, you'll do nothing, so only the damage above 5 is counted toward destroying the chest. You can head inside a few of the houses as well. Now, these buildings aren't marked on your map as points of interest, so you'll have to explore. Most are empty. A few have enemies, and a special few will start quests or hide powerful items, so it does pay to explore. You'll sometimes find local citizens asking for help, like being escorted back to the guards, and doing these kind of tasks gives gold and experience, but importantly, a warm, fuzzy feeling that you're doing good deeds, and sometimes you'll gain reputation, either good or bad points, making the locals like or dislike you. And local reputation can affect which quests are available to you and how much merchants charge you. But now I spot an issue with the radial inventory menu. It has no background graphic, meaning if you right-click on an item in your inventory, the radial menu will just overlap it, and it can look messy because everything is in focus, especially if you're trying to navigate this fast or you're clicking 3 or 4 radial menus deep. This means the UI is so far the weakest part of the game, when you combine the radial menu graphical clutter with the inability to move the windows manually. Fight through the streets and the combat is decently balanced. This gang leader is the first challenging fight, and I'm having to use potions. Thankfully, I seem to have just enough, meaning the game has given me all the stuff I need to survive this, providing I've been paying attention. And I like how this Pyre of Plague Victims says if I had a torch I could burn it, so I equip a torch and yeah, you can then burn it, giving more experience. A lovely bit of narrative and mechanical world building combining. Inventory full, try out the Stone of Recall, and thankfully Erebeth is also a shop. Now, helmets seem useful. The design is just aesthetic, so I grab the one I like the most, stock up on potions, and get back out there, and I've got to say I'm liking this a lot so far. Simple to understand mechanics, yet I can see the complexity is just around the corner. A multi-choice driving narrative goal with freedom to explore but not overwhelm. Now that gang leader was guarding an entrance to the sewers, and the main prison door is locked, so maybe I can sneak in from the sewers. Well, I tried, but it's mostly just enemies. And I like how you can see your concentration successes pop up in little text when you're attacked while casting a spell. It's nice to see the immediate feedback of a success as well as a failure. It makes me feel like putting points into increasing my concentration was worthwhile. And this is a small thing, but I really appreciate the animation matching in combat, because it means the enemy model or the player model is graphically responding to the roll that the other has made. If an attack misses, you'll see the defender dodge out the way, or bring a shield up to defend, or even block using their own weapon. And if an attack hits and connects, you'll see the connection and hear a lovely bone crack sound. And this small touch gives the fight weight. It's not just two models cycling through their own attack animations and taking damage until one of them dies, it's actually models reacting to the success or the failure rolls of the other. So I kill everything and find a prison key, head inside the prison, and here we find the jailer's diary on a bookshelf. He mentions feeling strange since visiting his cousin, Lady Tanglebrook. Now this is actually an alternate route hint. You can enter the Tanglebrook estate on the north of the peninsula map and find secret tunnels which lead into the prison, skipping a lot of combat. But Brother Hammerbane is not one for skipping a lot of combat. We're doing this the old-fashioned way, surrounded by enemies and wildly swinging a warhammer. Now you might think that being surrounded by enemies is quite dangerous, but look at their attack rolls. They are getting +0 as a modifier, and my armor class is 21, meaning they're only hitting me on natural rolls of 20. That's 5% chance. I can survive that. The danger here is the gang leader, who's getting a +7 modifier to his hit roll. That's huge. That means they're hitting me on a roll of 14 or more, closer to 25% accuracy. So I'm focusing on killing them first. But even Brother Hammerbane sometimes bites off more than he can hammer, and I die. Now when you die, you've got two choices. Reload your last save, or respawn at the temple. And respawning incurs a penalty of 50 experience per level and 10% of your carried gold. This penalty for dying is mostly meant for multiplayer games where you can't just reload your last save without every other player agreeing to it. It's not too punishing. Experience and gold can be gained pretty quickly. It's just annoying enough to make you want to avoid dying, but it won't destroy your progress if you do. The game even ties this into the narrative, saying the priest has cast a recall spell on you, which will activate just before you actually die, but the drain of the spell saps your experience, and his fee for casting it is 10% of your gold. I like when mechanics have narrative reasons, and if you do ask to be sent back instantly to where you died, the priest even warns you whatever killed you is likely still there, so maybe try going somewhere else first. Get stronger and then come back. And this again is something I really like, because while Bethany encouraged us to go to the peninsula first, Death has now encouraged us to go somewhere else. So I guess it's time to explore. And now a strange glitch. The base campaign does not have mounts, but future modules do. They're governed by a special hidden item called PC Properties, standing for Player Character. This item was retroactively added to the base game. Now the player isn't meant to be able to access this item, but dying has put it in my inventory. You can't drop it or sell it or equip it, and it's taking up a 2x2 slot in the inventory. A few forums list a few solutions to removing it or resetting it, but I'm going to deal with this the same way I deal with all of my issues. I'm going to put it out of sight and hope it just kind of goes away. Back in the city core, I check out the Trade of Blades, a henchman recruiting ground. The base game has 6 available henchmen, from big burly warriors to tank all of the melee damage to thieves to open all of the locked chests. I won't be running with any of them this time, and after asking questions around the main city, Jerome says he wants to return to working at the docks, but it's been overrun by thieves and pirates, and a successful persuade skill check later, we're allowed into the docks. The docks are controlled by the Blood Sailors, a not so friendly but also not hostile group of pirates. I explore around and find this noble estate. They've even got a guard. We're not allowed in. But I ask the guard, what would you do if I did break in? And he replies, nothing. He really doesn't care enough to fight me, and if we are strong enough to break the door down, he'd probably lose anyway. Which is a lovely touch. It's reminding the player they can attack the door, and showing that NPCs aren't all stupid. Now this highlights the brilliance of our mission. I have no reason to go into this specific estate, but I've been tasked with finding the Waterdavian creatures to save the city from the plague, and in that task those creatures could be anywhere, so I can justify going anywhere. I really admire how you've been given a mission important enough that any type of character can justify breaking in. I'm doing it for the greater good to find a cure, but you might be using it as an excuse to go and rob people, but we are both being driven in the same direction. So I go into this room, meet a load of guards, and die. So I try again, but this time I fully buff up and I win, proving the most important skill in Neverwinter Nights is preparation, and using everything you have to tip the odds in your favor. It is a tactical RPG, not an action game. A guard even uses a health potion, which I love because it means the enemies are beholden to the same rules that I am. Take on a Cragcat, kill it, feel pretty damn powerful right now. Then I open a chest, take 61 damage and die instantly. Stay humble, or the game will humble you. New levels means new spells, and the game has over 200 spells, and while caster classes start pretty weak, they also end up as godlike walking nukes, but nothing, absolutely nothing is more powerful than the power of enemy positioning using doorways. Enemy models cannot pass through each other, or through the player. This does mean they can surround you and trap you, but it also means if you can force them into a straight line and funnel them through a corridor, you can fight anything one at a time. I find the master of the manor and he asks if the mistress of the Moonstone Mask sent us. He has a major problem with her and gives us a key to all the locked chests and asks us to leave him alone. So of course we loot his house and find a statue of Afala, the Moonstone Mask owner. That's a tavern in the city. And while she didn't send us here, this is a plot hook. So we go and have a word with her. It seems she is an art collector and would pay us to acquire certain items, liberating them from their current owners. But this highlights another RPG writing issue. One of the items she wants is the statue that I've just found and have on me right now. But the game doesn't recognize that. Neverwinter Night doesn't understand if you do quest objectives out of order. It doesn't change the dialogue options if you already have key items on you for conversations that you're not meant to know about. You have to accept the quest as normal and then just instantly talk to her again and hand it in. You can't say things like, "Oh, I've already got that," or "Oh, they're already dead." There are two more treasures that she wants, and they're both in the Black Lake district, and she's paying quite handsomely for these, so I guess this is an excuse to go there now. We learn that the Black Lake district is actually mostly okay, but it's only okay because there's a dangerous no man's land between the nice parts of the district and the city core, and no one is getting in or out. And because of this, a half-orc called Luxor has taken over the divide, and the plague victims walk freely there. So we fight inside, which goes fine until a plague victim hits me and I get diseased. And this brings up another issue. What does disease do? I can see the icon to the top right, and I can see the disease status on my character sheet. But if I cursor over either of these, there's no tooltip or explanation. This is the kind of thing that you're expected to read the manual for, because that does list everything. But purely from a gameplay point of view, I wish there was more information available in-game about the status and effects that you can be placed under. Turns out there are actually loads of diseases, and if you fail a save roll against them, they will incubate and damage your ability scores. But thankfully, I'm just so damn hardy, it goes away on its own. Inside this damaged tower, we find Luxor the half-orc, bandit leader of this destroyed land. So we fight and he wins by a country mile. Right, this is going to be tough. So I buff up and I try again and I lose. So I leave. And oh, cool, enemies can follow you out of buildings. Good to know. So I run away a lot and use every healing spell I have, and this guy is brutal. I just can't win this toe-to-toe. He's getting more than twice as many attacks as I get. He's hitting often and hitting harder. He's even getting a plus 14 to hit bonus. But then I discover the power of cheese. Enemies can follow you in and out of buildings and caves on their map, correct, but they can't follow you from map to map. So I can lure this mini-boss to the gate and then return to the city core. Here I can rest up, fully recover, buff back up, and head back in, and enemy health does not recover. So by moving back and forth between maps, resting, buffing, and getting just 1 or 2 hits in per time, I am slowly but surely able to grind him down. Now this fight does make me realize I need to increase my damage output pretty substantially. Maybe my hammer just isn't big enough. Now after nearly 25 minutes of map hopping, I am finally able to kill him. He drops a shield, his head, and a piece of adamantite, which will matter later. I let the locals know that Luxor is dead, get the shield identified, and even try a two-handed flail to see if it helps my DPS, and it does not, because two-handed weapons are considered a bit of a noob trap. They are worse than either dual wielding or doing a weapon and shield combo, because you'll be hit much more often. With Black Lake No Man's Land clear, I can visit Black Lake itself, and locals say Mad Wizard Meldon has been acting suspiciously lately, sealed up in his manor. And Formosa, this protester, tells us that Meldon has a stash of valuable artifacts and food that he hoards for himself. And if we liberated this stuff, we could feed this part of the city and fight back against crime. She also offers us 500 gold to kill him. And I mean, I've got no hate for the wizard, but 500 gold is 500 gold. Now, I like how the game has given you two different NPCs with different motivations, both pointing you toward this area and Meldon the Wizard. You know how people praised Fallout New Vegas for having multiple quest hooks which all ultimately get you to that cool plant vault? Neverwinter Nights does that too. Oh, there's the Hodge Estate. That was another place the Moonstone Mask Mistress wanted us to rob, so in we go. If the first mansion was about a few high-powered fights favoring single-target fighters, this mansion is just all traps. Everything is trapped. The chests, the doors, and the floors. It's one giant trap, and this is where rogues can shine. And these traps aren't weak. I tank 44 damage in one hit. I'm resting after every trap. This is the mansion which teaches you to quick save, but I find the urn and leave. Into the third and final estate, which is close by. This one is more combat focused with many weaker enemies, which would be perfect for an AoE focused wizard, meaning the 3 mansions you're encouraged to rob early in the game actually encourage 3 different playstyles. That is an excellent hidden tutorial. When you find the mansion owner, he won't fight you, but he will stand there and watch helplessly as you smash all his chests. Hand all this stolen stuff to Afala and she pays handsomely. Right, back to hunting the Mad Wizard, but not so fast. This child has heard strange noises coming from the secret basement in their house, behind a bookshelf, and is scared. Now, Brother Hammerbane cannot let a child live in fear, so we investigate. The mother says the bookcase opens with a secret passcode. The code is Halueth. Remember this, it will be relevant later. So we head down and find lots of skeletons. Finally, a place I can turn undead. Now this is a design which happens a lot. You'll be on your way to do something and suddenly a distraction will pop up, a side quest. Neverwinter Nights has a lot of content, and you'll always have a direction or an objective, and following them is often worth it because most stories will wind together, even if not directly. They'll take you to locations where other plot hooks happen, or you'll find NPCs you're looking for by looking for something else. It's not that the stories intertwined with another story, it's that they happen in locations where other stories also happen. Now here's a lovely moment where environmental storytelling and mechanics combine. This chest is described as having scorch marks on it, and you'll notice there are burn marks on the floor, so I'm expecting a fire trap. But that's okay, because I've leveled up and know protection from elemental damage. I cast this on myself, buff up my defense, open the trap, and tank the fire damage. That's good game design right there. Enough clues to suggest a course of action and then a reward for making good choices based on those clues. Now there's also a strange door down here, which I can't open and can't break. But there's a chest next to it with a cryptic note. The note just says, "A splinter in flight." I don't know what that means, so I'll come back here if something hints at a solution. Back in Black Lake, a patron asks us to find his friend Samuel, who went missing recently, but there's no leads. And a bartender says, no, we can't go in the secret back room without a pass from the Trade of Blades. So obviously I head back to the Trade of Blades, talk to everyone until Grax agrees to sell me a gauntlet pass, and then go back to see what this is all about. So the Gauntlet, it's a little secret pit fighting arena. Take on increasingly tough opponents, and if you beat everyone, you win the entire bar. That's pretty cool. So we give it a go, and I get slaughtered. Right, I need some serious prep. And this is where you'll start to understand how the game works, because if you don't, you simply can't win this. For me, that means elemental damage. Hrusk, my opponent, is hitting me with a flaming axe, and the physical damage isn't an issue, but the magical fire damage is, so if you can't beat them, join them. Being a cleric, I can imbue my weapon with fire, and if I hit an enemy, I'll do extra fire damage, but that extra damage is often substantially more than the physical damage of my hammer itself. This, combined with defensive spells, takes down Hrusk. And the second fight is substantially easier. They attack way faster but have lower to hit bonus, so they're missing a lot. Easy for my build. But for the next fight, I wonder how my Summon Animal Companion spell works. So I play around with a bit and I summon a direwolf. The fight starts and, oh my god, this direwolf is an absolute beast. It tanks It spanks, it is the goodest of boys. My faith in Lord Cavill has been rewarded with Sir Fluffles. He is never leaving my side. I win the fight, level up, and actually dual class into Fighter, because I need some more hammer skills, and fighters can ultimately get extra attacks. Now, the Gauntlet is actually an entirely optional section, but I'm really glad I forced myself through it, because it forced me to explore my skills and find different ways to overcome fights. It highlighted my weaknesses and made me patch them, and I feel much more capable for doing it. And the gold income from owning the bar gets me just enough gold to buy a cloak of protection, and now we're looking like a real adventurer. Back to hunting the Mad Wizard. His mansion is guarded, but it turns out you can just explain to the guard that you're working for Arabeth and demand they open the gate. Inside, I also discover that while certain chests are immune to physical damage, if my hammer is enchanted with fire, the flame damage will still go through, meaning I can now break any chest or door down. We convince Gromit the guard we are meant to be here, and he just lets us into the wizard's house. Then we fight down into the dungeons and find Samuel, the missing guy from the bar. We send him home and fight deeper in. By now, I've discovered the Dire Wolf summon is so powerful, I am just its pocket healer. This is now the adventure of Sir Fluffles, featuring Brother Hammerbane. Oh, finally, a magical bag container featuring extra bag slots and a weight-reducing spell. I can carry extra loot. Down here, I find some dragon's blood. I'm unsure of its purpose, but it sounds valuable. And then I spot an imprisoned dryad, one of the Waterdavian creatures. It seems Mad Wizard Meldon found her wandering around, became rather infatuated with her, and imprisoned her. But then the wizard shows up to stop us, but a quick application of hammer to the face shuts him up. We explain the plague cure plan to the dryad, and she gives us a lock of her hair, which should be enough. She then teleports away using the single tree which for some reason is growing down here. So I return to the temple to let Arabeth know I've found one of the creatures, but on my way back, 4 hidden enemies suddenly appear and jump me. I fight them off, but then find a letter on one of them explaining I have been seen working to cure the plague and I must be stopped. So that was a triggered event based on my past actions. That's nice. I even stopped by Formosa in the square on the way back, the protesting girl, to claim my wizard hunting bounty. And then I show the assassination letter to Arabeth. She warns us that helping her has now involved us in whatever events are unfolding, and we are too deep to leave now. With my newfound power, I return to the Peninsula District where the prison break was, but I explore around a bit first, and I find a strange tomb underground. A dwarven guard says only adventurers working under the authority of Judge Olaf are allowed down here. Well, that's okay, the judge is back in the temple, so I just go and ask nicely and he gives me a permission slip. He explains several ancient artifacts of the late Lord Nasher are hidden around here. If we find them, bring them to him. He'll pay well. So back in the tomb, I find a logbook, and it explains how these artifacts are all hidden behind magically locked doors. The only way to open them is to place a specific item inside a nearby chest, and how every nearby chest will have a riddle explaining which item it needs. And we find an arrow, a shield, and a sword. And the logbook mentions a code word. Halua. Hang on, a riddle door, a splinter in flight, that's an arrow. So I return to Blacklake, to the secret bookcase, to the locked door, and place the arrow inside the chest, and yes, it opens the door. Okay, we buff up before going in, because this could be a challenging fight, and how right I was. This is one of the hardest fights in all of Chapter 1. Going into the tomb, you will be attacked by 4 flaming swords of Never. Animated flying swords. Now, one of these would be a tough fight. 4 is basically impossible. Well, it would be impossible for a normal, fair adventurer, but Sir Fluffles and Brother Hammerbane have the power of faith, steel, and doors on their side. So with an excessive amount of jumping back and forth, resting, healing, and chipping away at the swords ever so slightly, I can just about survive. This is a higher level side quest designed to be done just before finishing the chapter, or with 3 friends. Inside this tomb, we find Lord Never's armor. Now, you can equip it, but it's not great, so I hand it back to the judge for a reward. Return to the peninsula and to the prison riots. Fight deeper into the prison, into the pit, the deepest, darkest floor. Sir Fluffles is carrying this run, and eventually we defeat a high-ranking prisoner who explains the lead jailer just went mad. Something ate his brain and made him release all of the inmates. In the deepest room, we find the jailer. His body is an empty husk, infected with an intellect devourer, one of the creatures we need. So we attack, and when you kill him, the devourer appears and runs off to burrow into another guard's brain and use that body instead. So this is a mini-boss where you're chasing the Devourer from host to host, and only when all hosts are dead will it remain out in the open. And it's a long fight, but eventually we kill it and take its brainstem. I also find a magical warhammer. Fantastic. Return to Arabeth, hand in the Devourer brainstem. 2 down, 2 to go. Let Bethany know the peninsula is safe now, and then explore the main city a bit more. I even find the weapon shop, the Shining Knight, and inside I meet Marok, a specialist smith. He explains if we bring him a magical weapon, meaning any weapon with a +1 or higher modifier, and a unique reagent, he can make us some seriously strong stuff. He even gives us a book with all the recipes in. Now, remember those random items mini-bosses kept dropping, like adamantite or raw materials like dragon's blood? This is where they matter, because loot drops in Neverwinter are random. Those special reagents, they're always consistent. So I put my Warhammer +1 and the adamantite the half-orc bandit dropped earlier, pay 500 gold and get a rune hammer, which increases my resistance to enemy magic. There are some seriously powerful things you can make at this forge, meaning you can leave chapter 1 pretty armored up. Now, I've not been to the Beggar's Nest yet, so let's see what's going on over there. The local guard explains the place is overrun with zombies from the Great Graveyard, but no one can get in because the main graveyard gate is barricaded, and also Walters, the newest guard, is missing. I like how you have both a general quest of find the creatures, but also get given area-specific quests like stop the zombies. Now this is my kind of area because Turn Undead is just ripping through hordes of zombies. We investigate a local house and meet Jermaine. He mentions the zombies seem to avoid a weird house to the north. Also his brother Torren is missing. Let us know if we find him. We'll recognize him by a unique family ring. The building to the north denies us entrance unless we have the Mark of the Serpent, which we don't, so we search on. A trail of undead takes us into this warehouse filled with dual karma-wielding shielded zombies. We even take down a necromancer and they scream, "No, her power must reach him." I don't know who her is, but we do find the missing guard Walters, and we keep going deeper and reach the crypts beneath the Beggar's Nest. This place is both trapped and infested with spiders. Now, I don't like spiders at the best of times, so the giant ones are especially annoying. And the crypt leads us into the Great Graveyard, and here we find another cryptic hint, a wall at arm's length. Well, surely that's a shield. It is, and in here, we fight a mummy. You'll notice by now that I'm also attacking faster. That's because my fighter levels have increased my base attack bonus. But you'll also notice my first attack within a turn gets +10 to hit, and my second attack gets +5. The more attacks you get per round, the less modifier each subsequent attack has. The artifact down here was a book. I'll return that to the judge later. For now, we go into the Warrens of the Damned, and a mind-controlled zombie starts talking to me in a female voice. Maybe this is the her the necromancer spoke of. We do unfortunately find the body of Torren, the missing brother. He's dead. We take down a zombie lord and some animated armor guarding its previous lives' treasure. Deep in the crypts, we find Gul'nan, an evil Yuan-Ti sorceress. She is mind-controlling the dead to protect herself. Unfortunately for her, she is one of the water Davian creatures we need. So now, we fight. She is tough, but Sir Fluffles is tougher, and we take her still beating heart from her body. And I love how this plot has some moral ambiguity to it. Yeah, we are curing a plague, but do we have the right to kill a sentient, intelligent creature who wants to survive, even if their death would save thousands? That's a question for the scholars. Brother Hammerbane is a cleric. He has a hammer, therefore every problem is a nail. We hand the brother's ring back because it's the right thing to do, and in a nice touch, if you head to the local tavern, they thank you for removing all the zombies. This leaves only the docks district to explore. Local chatter says there's a black market auction happening in a seedy blood sailor controlled bar. Blood Captain Vengorl apparently has something very valuable to sell, something someone with the plague will definitely want to buy. Now, if you didn't talk to the locals and discover this, you'll find a note on the body of any mugger in the area, revealing the auction. The note also acts as an area map, filling in your minimap. This is another lovely use of multiple plot hooks for the same endpoint. And now more plot. Another letter found on a masked attacker reveals a cult called the People of the Eye. They are responsible for the assault on the Academy, and it seems they're trying to delay the creation of a cure for whatever reason. This Cult of the Eye is extremely important. In fact, it's so important, it's literally the symbol of the game. I'll give this letter to Arabeth when I'm back at the temple. I head into the smuggler's den listed on the map, and then we get into a drinking contest with the Blood Sailor. And even though we lose, they respect us trying, and we learn about the auction. Whoever is running it is deeper in the pirate base, but a chef guards the door and asks for the password. I ask if he really cares enough about his job to try and stop us, and he says no, he does not. Go right in. Now, if you're close to a trap, it might show up highlighted in red. You can attempt to disarm traps. If you fail, you'll still take the damage. If successful, great, you'll reach the sweet treasure beyond. Just be aware you won't spot every trap every time. Eventually, we meet Dara Nay, a blood sailor who knows the auction is actually cancelled. They explain that Captain Vengor found a cockatrice and only wanted to hold the auction to force Lord Nasher, the current ruler of Neverwinter, to personally appear and admit he had failed to protect the city. It seems Vengor and Nasher have some sort of personal grudge going on, but once Vengor realized Nasher was staying put and we were looking for it, he ran to the aqueducts, taking the cockatrice with him. Dara Nay understands the importance of curing the plague and so gives us an amulet to unlock the Silver Sails Trading Company stockhouse and explains there's a secret entrance to the aqueducts in there and we should give chase. So we head across the city and find the trading company. Unfortunately, the trading house is infested with fire beetles, sword spiders, and bloated dire spiders, and this proves to be quite a challenging fight, but I've specced so much into defense very little can hit me, and Sir Fluffles is hungry for flesh. Into the aqueducts, survive some poison-spitting beetles, and eventually find the captain. He's arguing with a rogue faction of pirates. I don't have time for this, so I just kill everyone, and when you confront the captain, he just gives you the cockatrice and runs off. The only thing he wanted was Nasher to say that he was better, and he didn't get that, so he flees. Not the glorious fight I was hoping for, but the final creature has been found. Also, while you're in the aqueducts, we can find the final secret riddle door. The sword opens this one, and we find the final artifact, and the judge pays us handsomely. We hand in all the Waterdavian creatures to Arabeth and head into the ritual chamber. So with confident Arabeth, timid Fenthic, and shady Destha all taking their positions ready to perform the curing ritual, we have just enough time to have a quick chat with Fenthic, and he lets something slip. It seems he gave Destha the magical counter codes for all of the safety wards around the academy and Castle Never. Destha said he needed to draw more magical energy for this to work, and Fenthic believed him. The defensive wards would have prevented the assault. Fenthic, what have you done? The ritual begins. The cure is created, and then Destha reveals his treachery. Whatever Destha is, he is not a priest of Helm. False Helmites reveal themselves and attack us. Destha steals the completed cure and flees through a portal he creates, followed by Fenthic. Was Fenthic working with Destha all along? Is he an evil mastermind? Or is he just a fool caught up in this mad plan? Arabeth springs into action. She uses her magic to hold open Destha's escape portal and asks us to follow. Give chase, find her love Fenthic, punish Destha, and recover the cure. So make sure you've finished up all your business in the city and jump on through the portal. We end up outside on an open road passing through a wood. Brother Hammerbane and Sir Fluffles on the hunt for a mad priest. We chat to some locals and they actually say good things about Old Man Destha. They refuse to believe our accusations and they will not help us find him. So we go on the search. We find a local cave, and inside, a fanatical underling of Destha attacks us, so we're on the right track. Deeper in this cave, we meet Johnny, a scared child. Him and his father own the warehouse above, and recently it was taken over by a cult posing as priests of Helm. Johnny says they killed all the real priests and began raising them as ghouls. Johnny is also Chapter 1's final shop and sells the powered-up versions of every weapon you could have found so far, but he also sells a bag of holding, which both holds items and negates the weight of any item within it, which is super useful. We fight through the warehouse, filled with zombies, meet Yari the Knife, an insane prisoner who talks some nonsense about the old gods and some creator race. He says, "She will kill us all." Look, you're not the first person to tell me a magical, mysterious she is going to kill me, mate, and I dealt with the last one. I'm sure I'll deal with this one too, whoever she
Surround yourself with the faithful. Thought is the instigator of sin. Scripture shows the way. Report sins and sinners to the Mayor for absolution.
Is into the Temple of False Helmites, kill them all, and find a book explaining how to purify a Temple of Helm if it were ever taken over by evil. Now, this book is actually for a subquest, which I missed, but you do get a cool bow if you kill a demon and do the quest. Deeper in the temple, we find Fenthik Moss, the idiot who trusted Destha, who gave him the magical keys needed to facilitate the attack to steal the Waterdavian creatures, and Fenthik not only blames himself for this, but is also convinced through some mad delusion that if he could convince Destha to return to Neverwinter and bring the cure to be in the right, that would justify Fenthik trusting him, absolving him of guilt. Fenthik is so in denial about what he has helped happen that he is grasping at any straw to be the good guy here. We tell Fenthik he needs to return to Arabeth, to return to Neverwinter, but he can't bring himself to face Arabeth again. His guilt and shame over his misplaced trust of Destha and the damage it did runs too deep. You can choose to kill Fenthic here, but that's not our justice to dispense. We choose to send him back to Neverwinter to face trial. Deeper in the temple, you finally confront Destha. Inside an undead summoning ritual, we disrupt the ritual and attack. Now Destha is an incredibly hard fight. He can unsummon my direwolf. He has far more hit points than anything I've faced before and does a lot of damage in melee. I actually don't know how I can win this. You can't leave the arena by the entrance door. A strange force will stop you. And you can't rest. In the end, I need to trap him in a room by closing a door and getting his pathfinding stuck, which means I can take just enough distance to get a rest, recover my spells, and grind this fight to a close. Now, when you win, you don't actually kill him. He gives up willingly, saying his job was to spread the Wailing Death for the Cult of the Eye. But once he realized his part was done, the Cult of the Eye had no need for him, and without the support of the cult, he knows he's going to be killed by them as well. To this end, he fled to Helm's Temple and raised the undead army around himself as his own personal protection. But seeing he is beaten, he gives in and willingly comes with you. But Destha still has a sick sense of humor and refuses to answer any of your questions. He won't reveal who he's working for, where the Wailing Death Plague started, who the Cult of the Eye are, or even the ultimate goal of the whole project. He won't give you the satisfaction of knowing. But with this, we take Destha and Fenthic back to Neverwinter to face trial.
Destha's punishment was brutal, but his death brought little satisfaction. The horrors of the Wailing Death could not be undone with his execution. Those that had suffered now turned on each other. They looked for someone to blame, and found it in Destha's closest friend, Fenthic. The letter of the law found him negligent, and he was hanged as a sacrifice to appease the bloodthirsty mob. If any thought the sentence unjust, they remained silent. Duty required all to act as one. It was not the time for divided loyalties. The cult behind Destha's treachery still had to be found.
That is harsh. Destha being burned is brutal but understandable, but Fenthic was a naive man. He wasn't evil, but Arabeth still had to watch her love be hanged until dead just because of his association, just to appease the bloodlust of the citizens of this broken city. So with the cure gone and Neverwinter falling deeper into the grip of the Wailing Death, Arabeth's righteous fury turns toward hunting the Cult of the Eye down, and she wants our help. We begin our hunt in Port Last. The spymaster Aaron Gend says there have been rumors of many cults locally, but if we can find 2 corroborating rumors of this eye symbol, we'll know exactly where to look. Now, the start of Chapter 2 has all the mercenary companions of Chapter 1 all back and ready to go, so if you found one you like, just employ them again. For Brother Hammerbane, Sir Fluffles is the most loyal minion a cleric could ask for. Aaron tells us of 4 locations nearby we should check: the road to Luskan, the Neverwinter Wood, the southern road and the caves on it, and then the port town.
So you might notice this is constructed in a rather similar way to the first chapter. You have a safe base map with shops and some NPCs who need quests doing, and then several connecting maps all accessed from the corners of the safe map, with each connecting map having a main plot connection and a few self-contained quests. And when you leave the starting building, a farmer's son runs up to you and says his mum has been kidnapped by ogres on the North Road. You should go there. So mechanically, it's pretty much exactly the same as Bethany asking you to go to the Peninsula District. And this is where most people quit the game. Because there is no denying it, Chapter 2 doesn't have the charm of Chapter 1. It's longer, has grindier combat, and doesn't seem to have the intricately fleshed out, relatively interconnected city, but it does still expect you to do mechanically the same things. I started feeling this about 5 hours into this chapter, so I did some asking around, and yeah, people generally agree Chapter 2 is repetitive, grindy, and the moment that if you don't love Neverwinter Nights, you will quit. Now, I'm enjoying the story enough. That's kind of keeping me going right now. I want to know what the cult wants, because mechanically, it's gonna start to get a bit samey. I head to the northern road first, chat to the farmer who says, yep, wife's been kidnapped, please help. So I go and explore the local caves and find approximately 1 billion goblins. I fight them all, then fight an actual direwolf, which is nowhere near as good as my direwolf, and then we meet goblin shamans, healers,
always kill the healers first. Eventually I meet an orc chief who is way faster and more powerful than me, so I end up running away and using the door tactic just to get some rest, sell the loot in town, and teleport back to this cave, and this is a long cave. Taking on the orc chief is a bit of a chore, but eventually a pack of bugbears accidentally burn the orc with an AoE flame breath weapon, and they end up fighting each other for a bit, which is great. I destroy an orc temple with some Minotaur guards, find an even better shield, and then find a bugbear being tortured by other bugbears. We free the bound victim, and they explain someone called the Master has been taking bugbears away from the cave for some reason, and when he questioned the Master, his fellows turned on him. This might be a lead, so we let him go free and we go deeper into the cave. We even find Leah, the missing wife, send her on her way, but this cave goes even deeper. Take down a bugbear beastmaster and level up, speccing into the Champion of Torm Cleric Prestige class, a holy warrior of faith and steel. I also gain what I think is a powerful ability, Lay on Hands. You can heal yourself or someone else once per day, but I say powerful and then read the maths. The amount healed is my Champion of Torm level, which is 1, multiplied by my Charisma modifier, which is 1. So let's see, I can heal myself for 1 times 1 is 1. 1 hit point once a day. Thanks, Torm. Saint Cavil gave me a wolf. You gave me a terrible spell. I trigger a huge orc assault and just about escape, surviving using the power of doors, finding an underground orc village, and then some guy called Ganon attacks me and insists she cannot be stopped. That is the second time that someone has said a magical she is incredibly powerful. So I kill Ganon and his double-headed axe-wielding wizard orc friend, then loot his journal. It says he was sent here to find an artifact, but it's not here. So hopefully the teams also sent to Charnwood and the Neverwinter Wood have found it. Cool. So our main takeaway from this area is the Cult of the Eye is not here, but there might be a powerful artifact somewhere else. Thankfully, the game has a teleporter to send you back to the surface quickly from the end of the dungeon. So we check up on the farmer and his wife, they are fine, then take the eastern road to the Neverwinter Wood. Here we meet a team of archaeologists. There's a dig going on in the wood. Now these guys don't seem to be with Ganon though, because they're not attacking me on sight. Archaeologist Jax tells me they're looking for artifacts belonging to an ancient race of people called the Creators. Beings who were here long before humans. Apparently the Creators fought the ancient dragons and left behind some pretty powerful stuff. However, the dig has run into some trouble. Everyone got attacked by trolls, and they'd really appreciate us going to kill all the trolls. Okay, this likely ties into my goal of find evidence of the Cult of the Eye, because ancient artifacts are definitely cult territory. The Troll Cave lives up to its name and contains approximately all the trolls in the world. We meet some lady called Janice who cast a shielding spell on herself, but now needs help dispelling it because she can't move. She explains her son Ravat has a magical ring which can undo her spell, and he's back with the archaeologists. I then discover if you enter and leave a cave quickly, repeatedly, the game will auto-pause, be dark, and all of the enemy assets will be T-posing. I end up getting chased halfway across the map by a group of trolls, and I just about make it back to the city alive. And then I find a magical rod which allows me to become cloaked, which greatly raises my defensive rolls, and now with the power of being part ghost, I kill everything. We find the woman's son, get the ring, and go and free her. This chapter is almost entirely fetch quests. Inside another cave, I find a note on a dead body saying they found what they were looking for at the bottom of this cave. Ooh, so we're on the right path. And I love how the troll's dodging animation is just a full-on Matrix-style lean back. Deeper in the cave, I find Darius, a guy taken prisoner by the trolls. He explains the trolls are afraid of something down below and are attacking the archaeologists to make them stop digging. So of course, I continue digging, and we find the Creator Ruins. This place is a combination of ancient magic and modern clockwork, with steel structures holding everything together. A giant guardian golem refuses to let us in. It says we are not a creator, or a servant of one, as we do not bear the ring of the golems. So maybe I can find that. I explore around a bit, find some animated armor, and then a Minogon, which is a metal clockwork Minotaur. And I've also found a magical ring of jade, which casts a gentle green glow for about 15 meters around me, so I can now see in the dark, but everything is tinted slightly green. This is more of an old school dungeon crawling vibe, and honestly I really like it. And in this chest we do find a golem's signet ring. This is the mark I needed, and with this the guardian lets me by. More enemies, including some stone statues which break open into gargoyles, and by now I'm just assuming every chest is trapped and tanking all the damage. We head deeper into the Creator Dungeon, and now something I didn't even notice until I started looking for it. You can see the damage numbers that you're doing to enemies in numbers above them, but you can't see their health total. Instead, their description changes from uninjured to barely injured, injured, badly injured, nearly dead, and then dead. Now, not knowing the exact amount of health an enemy has left keeps you pushing until they actually die. It encourages you to still use your powerful attacks even toward the end of a fight, because nearly dead could still mean 30 or 40 hit points remaining. Another golem blocks my passage and refuses to move until I speak the words of the master. Hopefully they've written them down somewhere. You'll also notice by now the game uses the same mechanic in the same areas repeatedly. It's very much the feeling of, now it's this bit with the mechanics. I find a cool mirror shield and then yep, there they are, the words of the master. So I slap 2 flesh golems down, then speak the magical words to the guarding golem and he moves out the way and we venture into the 3rd level of the ruins. Now the golem here doesn't have a riddle, they just instantly attack you, and after killing it, we find the body of a thief with a special key on it. We find some more books down here which expand on the history of the world, and we learn that the creators were an ancient race of powerful beings who enslaved other, lesser races. But their rise to power was about 10,000 years ago, and they've not been seen since. Into the deepest part of the dungeon, and then we actually meet one of these creators. Powerful lizard-like creatures with immense magical power. We just about beat one in a fight, and then they explain they have only just returned, so are still very weak. However, they are surprised to see the humans, a race they once enslaved, subjugated, are now free and dominant. We learn the creators had a queen, and looting this book confirms it, the tale of Dread Queen Morag, a creator who killed her sister and her own mother just to gain power in the hierarchy. This may not be relevant though, but we report it all to Arabeth just the same. Creators, Dread Queen Morag, possible return. Arabeth does not care and is just intently focused on finding the people of the Eye and taking revenge for Femthic. So instead we give the books on the creators to Jax, the archaeologist, and then follow the hints from Ganon's journal mentioning the cult in Charwood to the south. So we head to Charwood, and there's a large locked mansion just off the road. I don't know who lives here, but I'm curious, and everyone is a suspect until we have proof, and oh god, the wolves have ice breath weapons now. Now we can't get into the mansion through the main gate because it's locked, but thankfully we find a cave around the side of the mansion, and this leads to an alternate entrance through the basement. Why am I doing this? I have no leads pointing me here. Well, I'm doing it because I'm inquisitive. I'm a curious little fellow. Brother Hammerbane wants to know why your door is locked, but mostly I'm doing it because Chapter 2 is terribly paced and just kind of hopes you keep playing until you find the cult. I'm realizing now that the vague memories I have of playing this as a child, I definitely quit in this chapter because it's just so vague in what you're meant to do. So inside I discover this is Juan's tower. Who is Juan? Don't know, but until he confirms he's not with the cult, he is a suspect in my eyes. I find a ring of elemental resistance in a trapped chest, and yeah, the tanky build is really coming online now. We even find a portal which sends me to the top of the tower, and then I meet Juan, an immediately aggressive wizard. So we fight, and just before he dies, he wants to talk. Maybe saying things like, "Who are you and why are you attacking me?" The problem is, his summoned minion keeps attacking me during this chat. So when the chat window finishes, I auto-attack the summoned minion, which unfortunately the game counts as attacking Juan himself, so I accidentally kill him. Well, nothing to be done now, best loot the place. I explore around more and find another portal to some kind of summoning chamber. There is a portal and a brazier which you can interact with, and it shows an inventory-style menu, meaning you can put stuff in it. And I have the strangest urge to throw stuff onto the flames. But what? I find even more books on the creator races and their rather brutal, uncaring, slave-loving nature. And then we meet Gulgash, a flaming imp flanked by hellhounds. He's tough, but a hammer is tougher, and when it dies, it drops its heart. So I pick it up and go back and throw it in the brazier, which closes the portal. I feel like I've just completed a quest without being on it or knowing what I should have been doing. And yes, that is the case, because my journal now reads, "In his tower south of Port Last, the wizard admitted to having the gem currently sought by Eliath from the Alliance Arms Inn." Okay, but I've never been to the Alliance Arms Inn or spoken to Eliath, and the wizard didn't mention a gem. Yes, I did loot a gem, but I don't know what it does. The quest design of Chapter 2 really didn't imagine you'd ever complete them out of order, but it's also designed to give you more freedom, so it's likely you'll do that. I think this is a great example of where Neverwinter kind of falls apart when it tries to give the player complete freedom, but
doesn't plan for the player using that freedom. The journal also says, apparently he left a gem in the summoning chamber, but the imp Gulgash opened up a portal, and now we've closed the portal, we should speak to Wanev for a reward, but we can't because Wanev is the wizard who is dead. The problem is the quest now cannot leave your journal until you complete the chapter because it wants you to speak to Wanev even though you can't. Quest flags are just all over the place in Chapter 2. But at least we have got one kind of out-of-order lead. I can return to the Alliance Arms Inn and ask Eliath if he has any gem problems. So I head on in, but I'm immediately approached by a guy called Solomon. He asks if we truly are the hero of Neverwinter, and I say yes, 'tis I, and he gives us a ring as a token of thanks. That seems suspicious. So Eliath, he needs 3 gems to adorn a special scepter. He knows one is with the wizard Wanev and gives us a key to get into his mansion. I mean, thanks, but a little bit too late. The other gem is with Zamathara, a warrior woman commonly found in Luskan, and the third is with Setara, a witch in the Neverwinter Wood. Remember Chapter 1's quest of the find the 3 bits of art for the lady in the Moonstone Mask? This is just that again. You even as a token of thanks. That seems suspicious. So Eliath, he needs 3 gems to adorn a special scepter. He knows one is with the wizard Wanev and gives us a key to get into his mansion. I mean, thanks, but a little bit too late. The other gem is with Zamathara, a warrior woman commonly found in Luskan, and the third is with Setara, a witch in the Neverwinter Wood. Remember Chapter 1's quest of the find the 3 bits of art for the lady in the Moonstone Mask? This is just that again. You even get given the quest from a tavern. Now, if you're a rogue, you're actually guaranteed to get this quest, but any other class needs to make a successful persuade roll before he gives it to you. So yes, it is incredibly derivative of the previous chapter's quest, but at least it's a reason to go places. So, the Neverwinter Wood it is. Now, the music here is gorgeous. And the sightlines are nice. This place feels magical. But we meet some druids who say things aren't so good. Turns out several druids have been kidnapped, and also the animals have gone mad because the spirit of the wood has been poisoned and is now corrupted. You know, if I had £1 for every time a fantasy adventure asked me to fix the magical essence of nature, I'd be able to pay an army to guard every forest. We are also warned of a super ugly witch who is so ugly she attacks everyone on sight because she's upset at being so goddamn ugly. I did not make that up. That is the plot. Now this guard tells us the magical wood is off limits because the animals are dangerous, but we're like, not a problem, broski, got a big magical hammer, so he lets us in. And we are immediately attacked by a dryad, but after beating some peace into them, they explain they don't want to fight, they're just filled with unimaginable rage and can't help themselves because the forest is corrupted. So further in the forest, we find a tree nymph's home. You know, for being built inside a tree, this is a rather expansive mansion, and it seems to be filled with mind-controlled humans all attacking us to protect the mistress. And deeper in, we find a mind-controlled, half-naked male slave in the nymph's bedroom. That is environmental storytelling right there. We slap some pixies around to cast this lovely area of effect vine spell with flailing vine visuals, and then we find one of the missing druids. He explains the nymph who lives here used to be his friend, but she's acting differently since the wood spirit became corrupted. So we find the nymph in the main room, and she attempts to mind control us, and in a nice roleplay touch, you can actually lie and pretend that it succeeded. But when she realizes you are not there to kill her, she apologizes, saying she's just felt immense fear since the wood spirit became corrupted. But we can't help. The spirit exists in a strange realm between life and death, and the only way to get to that realm would be to stand in a magical pool of water and stab yourself through the heart with a magical dagger. And wouldn't you know it, it just so happens she has the exact dagger we need and a book detailing the process. And looting her room, you can also find a magical mirror, which makes whoever looks into it see themselves as incredibly beautiful. Taking that might be useful later. The woods are pretty dark and I've not got dark vision or a glowy item, but I am a cleric, so I can cast continual flame on myself. That's not fire, it's just a constant glow. That's a nice mechanical spell. While the majority of the spells in the game do affect combat in some way because combat is a big part of the original campaign, there are some spells that just do non-combat stuff. A cave with skulls and sticks on the outside. This just screams adventure. And I was right. We go inside and Ettercaps and spikes
spiders galore. I check all the spider cocoons as we go, and then in the final room we fight the Spider Queen. Now I'm avoiding most of her attacks because she's got a lot of status effects like lowering resistance or ability scores. Thankfully, I don't need to be smart to swing a hammer well, and with her dead, we check the cocoons and find another druid. They tell us the same story about the forest spirit. Please go into the magical spirit realm by applying dagger to heart to try and save us. This is another example of lots of plot hooks for the same end goal. Journey deeper into the woods and find another cave. This is the Ugly Witch's house. She has one of the gems that Eliath wanted, so in we go. It's filled with creatures, traps, and guards. I even find a book detailing how to combine an Ettercap silk gland and a fenberry, and then cast lightning bolt on the mixture created to create a magical mass of energy. And this is a nice in-game way of letting the player know how the crafting system works. However, the crafting system is a very limited feature which requires you to be in the correct chapter, and then place specific items into specific containers and then cast specific spells on them. But these items aren't anything special. The only special things are dropped by bosses or chests after bosses, and as the game is level scaled, you'll have more gold than you can ever spend, and shops sell everything you ever need. You'll never need to use the crafting system. Deep in the Witch's House dungeon, we take down some flesh golems, then spot another missing druid. However, this door is magically locked and we need to find the key. So we explore around and finally meet the witch Satara. She's not aggressive and is also angry at the wood spirit being corrupted. She is a friend of nature, but she can't help because she's just so amazingly ugly. All she cares about is getting her beauty back. If only she had the magical beautification mirror of the forest nymph. Well, you're not gonna believe this, Satara, but guess what I've already got? We give the witch the mirror, she becomes beautiful in her own eyes and gives us the gem for Eliath and also the cell key to free the last druid. We head back to the druid camp and let them know everyone is safe, and on the way I've been picking up some items, most unidentified. One of them is a bottle. I identify it and it's a bottle of poison. Poison which could kill a magical forest spirit. Now I'm planning on trying to save the spirit, but it's good to know we've got a plan B. Right, here we are. Forest Spirit Altar. Stand in the pool, apply dagger to heart, die, and wake up in the spirit world. Now, there are a few corpses here already, so we're clearly not the first people to be here. And soon we meet the dwarf Relmar. Only one problem. Relmar has gone mad. He says that staying here too long drives people insane, but we do learn a few things. Relmar was a member of the Cult of the Eye. His group were hired to travel to this realm, poison the wood spirit, and locate a strange magical tablet, apparently a very powerful thing. But the poison didn't fully work. His group fled, but they left him trapped here. Relmar says there is an antidote for this poison nearby. He bought it in case he got poisoned himself. And then unfortunately, Relmar succumbs to madness and attacks us, so we kill him. And then we find his diary, and we learn more. It seems Relmar and his gang were hired by a mage called Morgrim, who is currently in the Arcane Brotherhood Tower in the nearby town of Luskan. It seems that Morgrim has sent multiple cult members to this area and is looking for strange magical stones of power. Now, this is definitely information that Erebeth will want. I search around for a bit and find the antidote that Relmar mentioned, and then we meet the Spirit of the Wood, and there's no avoiding this. You need to fight it. There's an altar with 4 sections, and it's got some nice loot if you interact. Now, at first, I thought that you use the antidote by placing it onto the altar, or maybe dropping it in a pool of water, but what you actually need to do is fight the spirit of the forest, which has a ton of magical attacks, until it is weak enough to talk, and then offer to either cure it or kill it based on whether you have the poison or the antidote on you. Of course, we cure it. The spirit thanks us and explains that yes, the cult did find the magical, powerful stone tablet they were looking for, and yes, Morgrim is in Luskan. What exactly the tablet is and why Morgrim wanted it, we still don't know. So the spirit is saved, the forest animals are now less aggressive, and the druids know their god is good again. I catch my breath at town, quick restock, and then we head to Luskan for some answers. On the way, we pass a tavern, and I think, hey, it's always worth popping inside. So I ask around and discover there is a hidden illegal fighting ring in the basement, and we can join if we like. Okay, game, I'm not saying that Chapter 2 is mechanically identical to Chapter 1, but another optional combat test in another
optional tavern. That's pretty damn similar, game. Anyway, I pay my 500 gold and go and have a go. Now, while the fighting ring in Chapter 1 was basically a tutorial for one-on-one fights, this is a dungeon crawling tutorial. You fight through multiple floors, killing a boss at the end of each one. And I'm realizing how few corridor tile sets the game has. Every inside area feels very similar. We kill a Minotaur chieftain, and then we find another fellow dungeon crawler. They're injured and ask us to heal them. Now, this might be a trap, but I'd rather be caring and wrong than cynical and right. Helping him actually gets us information. He says the creatures in the next room hate the pillar of light in this room, and if we lure them through, they might die. Now, that is a mechanical knowledge reward. Very nice. And it's correct. Luring enemies into the pillar does seem to kill them. At the end of this dungeon, we meet Gorkan, the guy in charge of the place, connected to the tavern upstairs. And he says, "We are getting far too close to beating it and gaining the treasure, so he attacks us. Why do so many people have gauntlets that they don't want you to finish?" Well, with Gorkan dead, we take down a load of spiders and then reach the end. It's a riddle. It says a box with neither hinges nor key nor lid, but inside me, golden treasure is hid. It's an egg. That will be the strange egg I found earlier. So I give it the egg, return to the bar and get some gold, and then go and leave. But hang on, before we leave, I noticed someone in the edge of the bar. Zamathara. I know that name. A warrior woman. Ah, you had one of the gems I needed for Eliath, so we have a chat. Now, this is an interesting situation, and I think this was done like the entire original campaign to show how the game editor can work. Zamathara is a proud warrior woman, but also a dominatrix. And you can demand the gem from her right here, but she'll attack you joined by her guards. Or you can flirt with her and accept her offer to head upstairs to her room. And if you do that, you can then demand the gem in the room, and she is so annoyed that she has been separated from her guards, tricked by a man no less, that she just gives you the gem. Now, you can choose to fight her. She actually wants you to fight her, as this feels more honorable, but you can just say no and leave. So I return all 3 gems to Eliath at the base camp tavern, and then Solomon shows up again, the guy who gave me the ring. He says, "Haha, that was a secret tracking device, and the Cult of the Eye has been tracking you the whole time." He warns us to stop our investigation, or terrible things may happen. Okay, Solomon, but no one has tracked me. No one's turned up. So we are undeterred with our adventure and continue, and the leads all point to the mage Morgrim in Luskan. So finally, we arrive at the gates, but they are closed. Turns out the entire city is locked down to keep the plague from Neverwinter out, and no one, not even us, is allowed in. So maybe we need to find another way in. I investigate a graveyard close by, swimming in zombies, and the gravekeeper says long ago the Arcane Brotherhood, some strange mages from Luskan, built a secret lab down there and buried some books. He even says a wizard called Eltura came along looking for ancient treasure. And we can go treasure hunting as well if we like, just pay him 200 gold for the dungeon key. So another day, another zombie-infested tomb. Progress down here is slow because there is an absurd number of zombies and we are limited on attacks per round. Even with Sir Fluffles munching through some undead flesh, this is a slow slog. I do love this cinematic moment though, where the zombie horde actually managed to break down a gate to come and attack me. That was cool, and every pile of bones that I'm going to loot is magically getting up and attacking me, which is also quite nice. Now, deep in the crypt we find Brother Torres, a skeleton necromancer raising these undead. I charge in, and the game kindly humbles me by reminding me that stun
fear, and area control spells exist, I get destroyed. I think my build's biggest weakness is I've got really low magical resistance. But here's a cool touch. In fact, a touch spell. Healing spells harm the undead. So casting Cure Serious Wounds on a zombie will cause serious wounds and rip it apart. And this is great because the Necromancer has really high physical defense and armor class, but super low magical resistance, just like me, so I heal him to death. And just in time too, because those black tentacles rising from the ground, that is a super powerful AoE spell which saps your health if you stand in it too long. With the Necromancer dead, I can loot the place, let the Gravekeeper know we've found some books, and he says, "Ah, cool, someone in the port was asking about the Cult of the Eye." So I report all of this to Arabeth and Aringend, and they still won't let me into Luskan. They say we still need more evidence before we can go in. And then I discover a brilliant quality of life touch. You see, main story progression isn't based on what you know, it's based on showing certain NPCs certain items because you need to prove what you know. So Ganon's diary mentions Luskan. I need that diary, but I dropped it a while ago to free up some inventory space, but I can't remember where I dropped it. But that's okay, the game's got you covered. Teleport back to any temple, and then look in the divining pool. Any item lost or dropped that was essential to the plot will magically show up here. You cannot lose essential items. Just one problem. Remember the dwarf Relmar, the one in the wood spirit realm who went mad? He had a diary. I read the diary, but I didn't actually take it off his corpse, so the game doesn't flag me as having it or having lost it, so I need to run all the way back and pick it up. There's just no avoiding the honest criticism. Chapter 1, 2, and 3 are all mostly fetch quests from a central hub. They're all pretty much the same mechanically, but why? BioWare can make great games. What inspired this design? Well, apparently, development was heavily hemmed in by the demands from Wizards of the Coast at the time, and the original story that BioWare wanted to do was actually scrapped by Wizards halfway into development, so they had to scramble to make something, anything, same mechanic multiple times, stretched out just for that longer runtime, without showing what the editor can really do. Neverwinter Nights wanted to be an RPG like Baldur's Gate, and a hack and slash like Diablo. But the plot isn't as brutal or intriguing as Baldur's Gate 1 or 2, and is broken up by too much combat. But the combat isn't as satisfying as Diablo 2, so it exists in this kind of middle ground, doing neither as well as the games that inspired it. And the last minute plot changes from Wizards meant it ended up being padded just to hit that runtime. Now, the story goes that Wizards were so difficult to deal with that BioWare stepped away from making any more Dungeons & Dragons games, but they took their original idea and then made their own fantasy series, one they'd be totally in control of, and that series was called Dragon Age. Grab the diary from the Dwarven Cultist and bring that back to Arabeth and say, look, 2 journals from 2 Cult of the Eye members, both employed by a guy called Morgrim, both pointing to Luskan, and Arabeth says, ah yes, this is good information, but we still don't know where we should be looking, or who we should be looking for. Fine, Arabeth, I will find a 3rd piece of evidence. Now, in this chapter, there are actually 6 bits of evidence that you can find, and you need to find a total of 3 of them. There are 3 diaries on 3 cultists and 3 random events which end in fights, which get you the letters. Solomon, the guy that gave us the ring, was actually the start of one of those events. If he shows up for a 3rd time, we'll get his assassination letter. But for now, let's go to Charwood. We've not been there yet. And thank God I did, because Charwood is one of the best side plots in the game, because it focuses on the game's strengths. Short, snappy, self-contained stories. On the way, we meet Ingo, this local chap, and he tells us a bit about Charwood. He says it's a strange local place hidden in the woods. He says if you were to chop down every tree, they would regrow by the next day like nothing had happened. A place seemingly locked in time. So we venture into the woods and meet Quint, one of the 2 rulers of this strange village. He explains Charwood is nowhere and no when. No one comes in, no one leaves, and no one can remember how long it's been this way. Quint and his brother Karlat rule the place from a castle in the side of a mountain, but some time ago, no one can remember exactly how long, Karlat went mad, invited all the children in the village to the castle, and they've not been seen since.
and since that day, time has refused to pass. That's an intriguing setup. So we head into the village and inside a building meet a strange man who is convinced that we, like the other villagers, are timeless immortal beings, and if he kills us, just like he's killed the other villagers, we'll just come back. We explain we're not from the village, we're actually looking for the Cult of the Eye, and he realizes that when we know about the cult, that means that information from the outside has been brought into the village, meaning we are not a villager. The guy says that he actually is a member of the cult. He was sent here by a guy called Morgrim to look for magical artifacts, and then of course, he attacks us. So we kill him and take his journal, which confirms a few things. It says he was working for the Old Ones. Could this be the creator race we met earlier? And it says he can't wait to return to Luskan. Right, that is the third piece of evidence we need. We can just go back to Arabeth and leave now, but I'm kind of intrigued by this timeless village. So we explore around and have a chat with Mayor Mobley. He says everything is fine. The castle carved into the mountain protects the village and everything is fine and will be fine as long as we don't disturb the castle, because everything is fine. The mayor even says that Lord Quint took the children to the castle. He was going to read them stories and everything is fine. I say everything doesn't sound fine, so I'm going to go to the castle and he begs me not to. And I'm sorry, Mayor, but your words are no match for Brother Hammerbane's insatiable curiosity. The gate guard to the castle can't remember how long he's been there. It was only yesterday he took this job, or was it several hundred years ago? Either way, the gate and the lock have rusted, and then he can't even remember what he's guarding. So he opens the gate and we head on into the castle. Just inside, we find a riddle book, and we must choose a path. The right-hand side of the castle is the path of Quinn, and takes us past a horde of undead. The left is the path of Karlat, and is filled with fire elementals, and the center is empty and filled with treasure. But you won't know this until you take a path. Once you've chosen, the others lock off to you, so stupidly I went fire elemental, meaning my additional fire damage is now useless. Thankfully, fire elementals, though powerful, cannot seem to figure out how doors work, so a lot of running, opening, closing, and resting later, and I brute force my way through. At the end, all three of these paths converge on a single room, and here we meet the Guardian. We are told that we are the judge. This castle was frozen in time by the god Lathander. For many years ago, a terrible crime was committed, a crime that Lathander himself is not fit to judge. We are told that mortal men committed this crime, and so a mortal man must now pass judgment. We are told to explore the castle, learn the truth, and then return to the Guardian to say what our judgment is. Oh, hell yes. I've even got a little hammer already. I am ready to judge things. The quality of this side quest shows you what Neverwinter Night truly is, a construction kit for interesting adventures. While exploring around, you can hear the ghostly screams of children through the castle. And eventually we find Karlat's journal. It seems Karlat loved doing magical research and lamented his mortality. Think of all the research you could do if you were immortal. So Karlat's research into immortality eventually led to him contacting the demon Belial, who offered him a deal. Round up every child in the village, bring them to him, and offer them as sacrifices, and Belial would make Karlat an immortal lich, his existence protected inside a phylactery purified in the blood of youth. And in Karlat's library, we find the Tome of Summoning Belial. It even has instructions on how to summon the demon. Place the belly of a fire beetle onto the brazier, and then use the simplest of fire spells, Burning Hands. And in the connecting room, we meet Karlat. He is a lich, but insists he was tricked by Belial. He never wanted this slaughter. How can a man possibly resist demonic promises of power? He should not be judged as a man when it was a demon who did this. For you see, Karlat was disgusted by the thought of the sacrifice, but he was unable to refuse the offer of power. So he asked his brother Quint, a simple, naive, trusting young man, to go and round up every child in the village. He told Quint he was going to read to them, to teach them, to leave a legacy for the village below. Karlat then gives us his written testimony of this, saying he is not guilty, he was tricked by Belial. And then we head to the other side of the castle where Quint lived. We fight through cursed soldiers and ghouls, and eventually find an altar to Lathander, the Morning Lord, god of the dawn, of youth and of life, except the altar is defiled, covered in blood and gore. and then we find Quint's journal. It seems Quint was a devout follower of Lathander, a simple, caring man, and when his brother told him to bring all the village children to the castle so he could read to them, Quint thought, finally, my brother Karlat is softening up, becoming less focused on books and more focused on giving back to the community, to inspiring the youth. This is surely something Lathander would support, so Quint proudly rounded up all the village children and brought them to the castle. Just be aware that Quint's chamber is protected by a Bodok, an enemy that I discover has the spell Death Gaze, and if you fail a resistance check, you just instantly die. D&D 3rd edition, fun for the whole family. Inside his chambers, we meet Quint. He explains he was indeed a devout servant of the Morning Lord Lathander, and he trusted his brother Karlat with all his heart. But now, knowing what he's done, he's haunted by his past, and he is forced to watch a ghostly version of himself wander the village below, looking for any remaining children. That was the ghost we spoke to when we arrived. Quint says the moment the sacrifice ritual began, he stole the phylactery and begged Lathander to destroy it, to forgive Karlat, and to banish Belial. Quint says he knows his brother isn't an evil man. He was corrupted by a demon. Now, Lathander did hear the cries of Quint, but he was then stuck. Lathander could not destroy Belial as Karlat had made a deal, but he was also unable to punish Karlat as Quint, his faithful servant, begged him not to. So Lathander compromised. He trapped the village and the castle in time. He decreed the crime was committed by a mortal man, and a god was not fit to judge this. So only when an impartial mortal learns of it and judges it, will he carry out the sentence. With Quint's written testimony, you can return to the Guardian, and now either condemn Karlat or Quint, or you can condemn neither. But remember that we read the book about summoning Belial. What if we followed those instructions? Because the castle has fire beetles, so you can get a fire beetle belly. And even if you don't know the spell Burning Hands, you will always find a wand of Burning Hands in a treasure chest in this castle. So we head to the summoning room, put a fire beetle in the brazier, and then use the Burning Hands wand, and Belial bursts forth. And I hope you cast Protection from Evil, because if you didn't, you're now fighting one of the most powerful demons in the game, and you will die. But thankfully, once again, there's even a Protection from Evil wand always found in a chest. The adventure has given you all the tools you need to see every possible ending. It's completely self-contained. So cast Protection from Evil on yourself, summon Belial, and now you can talk to him. And you learn a rather interesting truth. While Belial is not dead, he is also trapped here in the time stasis. He wants to leave to return to the Nine Hells, but he can't until someone passes judgment and Lathander's spell ends. But the most horrific revelation is the whole kidnapping children sacrifice ritual thing. That was never needed in the first place. Belial just thought that was funny and wanted to see if he could corrupt Karlat to do it. Now, you can actually ask Belial for a favor. He can either give you some experience, a powerful magical item, or his own written confession that he manipulated Karlat into his evil deeds. And if you do take the confession, you can absolve both brothers of guilt and condemn Belial in the eyes of the god Lathander. Now, from a mechanical min-maxing experience point of view, take the random magical item from Belial, sell it, and then condemn either of the brothers. Whatever you do, once you've passed judgment and leave, the time stasis spell is broken and the castle will have crumbled. The ghost of the mayor greets you and thanks you for freeing them from eternal torment. The village is deserted and destroyed, and the legend of Charwood will fade into memory. And from a role-playing point of view, just refuse to pass judgment and leave Karlat, Quint, and Belial trapped in a never-ending hell of their own making. This is a lovely little story, with combat, exploration, and choice. But what really elevates this, and impressed me, is you can try to kill Belial. There's just one problem with this. He's insanely powerful. Like, you're not meant to be able to kill him levels of powerful. But being a Dungeons & Dragons game, he does have health, and he can die. But his armor class is about 40, he absorbs so much physical damage from any physical attack, my flaming attack does nothing, and you can't even hit him unless you have a +3 quality weapon, which by this point in the game, you're just not meant to be able to have. So Belial is, at this point in your journey, functionally immortal. Unless you have the Cleric henchman, who has a random chance of casting harm on him, which reduces his health to between 1 and 4 hit points. Then you score a lucky critical hit and kill him. But solo, You're not meant to be able to kill Belial. At least not yet. I spend a while here. I try again and again, and I can't hurt him. I think I do 2 damage from a lucky critical hit, but he's just impossible to kill. And remember, when you leave Chapter 2, you can't return, so there's just no way you'll be able to kill Belial with the power and the items you're meant to have access to by now. But remember, this is a creation kit. You can export your character and then import it to another saved game. So when I'm stronger, I'm going to return here with a later game character and see if I can kill Belial in a fair one-on-one fight. Now for my playthrough, Brother Hammerbane condemns Karlat. He contacted the demon, he accepted the deal, judgment is passed, the village crumbles. One of the best side quests in the whole game. And remember, we did meet the cultist in the village earlier, so we can now bring his journal to Arabeth. This third piece of evidence is enough. Aaron Gend pulls some strings and he gets us a pass into Luskan. But we are warned, this is a one-way thing. We can get in, but getting out will be up to us. Finally, a lead. Time for revenge. We ask Arabeth if she's joining us, and she says she will, soon, but has other plans first, which seems strange because this is the one thing she's wanted. The road to Luskan is filled with bandits as usual, including these powerful dwarven cultists, but eventually we pass through the gates, and inside we see a man called Gregor being attacked by rogues. So we go to help out, and the rogues polymorph into giant rats. It seems Luskan has its own share of problems. We learn the city is dominated by the Tower of the Arcane Brotherhood, a society of powerful and secretive wizards, but the Brotherhood have elected 5 city captains to rule in their stead. The average person cannot visit the Arcane Tower. You need a seal of passage, and only the city captains have those. But rumors say that recently the Arcane Brotherhood Tower has seen some infighting, a bit of a power struggle. Strange cult members have been appearing, and the 5 city captains of Luskan have gone into civil war. 3 of them are now dead, and the remaining 2, High Captain Kurth and High Captain Baram, battle for dominance. Now, with the gates to Luskan being closed, the Neverwinter Plague has indeed been kept out, but this has also kept out reinforcements, medicine, and food. The people are starving, and the High Captains seem to have gained an unnatural amount of power and influence in a very short amount of time. We chat to the locals in the tavern to get a grip on the situation. This lady Londa says Baram invaded her home, killed her husband, and then took her 9 children hostage. She begs us to help and says Baram made his base in the sewers. And then on the other side of the tavern, we meet Elwind, whose sister is being held captive by High Captain Kurth. He says he's already paid the ransom that Kurth demands, but refuses to release her. Right, so we now have a reason to hate both these captains. And we also need to get into the Arcane Brotherhood Tower, which means we need a seal of passage, so one of them has to die. Killing a captain is both a moral and mechanical goal. I explore Luskan and find the local pleasure house run by Bella. Now, soldiers of both captains gather here, and Bella tries to keep order, but she hates them as much as we do. She even tells us to keep our voice down and talk to the girls upstairs. Now, the girls here have their own problems with the captains. Yvette says she had a child with Galron, a wealthy but cruel man who then took the baby away. She asks us to talk to Galron about being in the child's life somehow. And then Rain explains while Bella does what she can to protect the girls, both captains are essentially keeping the pleasure house captive, making cruel demands of everyone. She says Kurth is based in the West Docks. His men sneak through a hole in the outer wall. And yes, Baram is in the sewers, but there is also a secret back entrance. So now we have motive, means, and opportunity. We set off. Navigating the slums isn't the easiest as the camera fights you in tight spaces, but we do find Galron, the wealthy man that Yvette mentioned. He says, I will keep the child so no one will find out I use the pleasure house. But then he is also willing to sell us the child for 250 gold. We make the deal and return the baby. Now, in a lovely roleplay touch, you can accept the quest reward of 250 gold, therefore ending at net neutral. You can refuse the quest reward, or you can offer 250 of your own gold to the mother to help the child have a better start in life. This is purely an in-character choice, so Brother Hammerbane offers some gold. We have more than enough by now. I head into the Temple of Tyr, here the recall and healing place. We meet Aaron Gend. It seems he made it into the city. We ask about Arabeth, and Aaron hasn't seen her recently. She did enter the city of Luskan and then kind of went off by herself to do something. Aaron explains if we can bring him the seal of one of the captains, he can forge pass papers to get us into the tower. So I go find the hole in the wall and sneak through. Inside, we speak to a magical projection of Captain Kurth. He is impressed with us, even says we can join his crew if we go and kill Captain Baram.
We deny his request and then fight across the bridge toward his base, reach cleric level 7 and gain the Hammer of the Gods smiting spell. We also learn greater magic weapon enhancement, which greatly increases my 2-hit bonus. I can also now summon a giant spider, but as powerful as Sir Spindles is, I still prefer Sir Fluffles. While hunting pirate captains down, I find a strange-looking statue outside a house. It says inside, 3 magical gates guard the treasure of Volaron the Damned. So of course I get distracted and head inside. I'm sure the 9 kidnapped kids will be fine. They can last a few more hours. Inside this house we find pirate corpses, so clearly we are not the first people hunting the treasure. We find a riddle talking about putting some kind of skull on a desk, so we kill a skeleton lord and then do that, and this opens the ruins of Ilusk, a multi-floor dungeon filled with enemies and traps. And each floor ends with fighting a mini-boss and then taking an item from that mini-boss and putting it into a pedestal to open the next door. It is very much the kind of adventure that a dungeon master would throw in if the whole group can't make it that week, but some players still turned up and you need to give them something to do without advancing the plot too much. It is purely mechanical, but it is fun. So we fight this fallen hero, and then a water elemental, and then Volaron himself and his summoned skeletal army. Little side quest, little loot, then back to the main plot. We find Captain Kurth's lair and, ooh, ominous red glow, and a load of goblins burning books. Nice bit of world building there. Now this mansion is filled with enemies, but it's beginning to feel a little eclectic, like they've just thrown more enemies into more rooms for the sake of padding out the combat encounters in the mansion. We kill some hellhounds, and then a few succubuses. We kick down a door and find Captain Kurth. He is joined by some high-level demons, including a magical Rakshasha. But demon might is no match for some flaming hot steel of magical justice. The blessing of St. Cavil burns true, and the demons go down. We kill everyone and take the captain's head as a trophy. We grab his magical amulet of passage, so we could go into the tower now, but I want to kill the other captain first. We even find the prison room and rescue the dude's trapped sister. And then while looting, I find a magical glowing orb. I've got no idea what it does, but it's glowy and orby, and that's probably important. There's even a side puzzle here. This portal will constantly produce enemies, but we find the diary of a young wizard. He says, here's designed a portal to summon demons, but it gets a bit out of hand, so he made a failsafe. Just throw in a smooth stone and a magical glowing orb and you can close the portal. See? I knew the glowy orb would come in handy. So we shut the portal down, then take the captain's head back to the tavern and let everyone know Kurth is no more. On to Captain Baram next. He's in the sewers, and unfortunately, you can tell that Baram is voiced by Cam Clark, putting on possibly the worst Irish accent ever.
Hi, Captain Aboska. You'll have to excuse me for speaking to you through an illusion.
Baram's mercenaries all take these polymorph potions and turn into rats when fighting, refilling their health and giving them increased defense, so fights here are again slow going. Now I thought maybe this would be explored, maybe it's a sewer connection, maybe a rat-themed gang, but nope, they just decided to do this. Deeper in, we fight a Yuan-Ti necromancer, and I like this because a Yuan-Ti was one of the Water Davian bosses in Chapter 1. Here it's just a regular enemy, so there's a feeling of power and progression. You have a direct comparison to how strong you were. Even deeper in the sewers, there's another summoning ritual, and that's demonic forces connected to both of these captains. So we smash a few summoning altars up and finally find Baram. He's supported by a priestess of Mask, a powerful caster. Taking her out first is important. But then Baram, my god, this guy is a tank. Actually, he really is a tank because he's got a damage-absorbing shield, and once it's depleted, he just recasts it infinitely. So how do I kill him? Well, it seems these gargoyle statues are actually the things casting the shield, so smash them up and then Baram folds like a cheap suit. We loot his place, take his head, and now we need to rescue the 9 children and return a hero. So we look around, and down here we find a giant spider's lair, and after doing some pest control, we find a nanny wrapped in a cocoon, and she says Baram took the 9 children, transformed the older ones into demons, and threw the younger ones to the hellhounds as food, and they are all incredibly dead. Right. That's not the heroic rescue I was hoping for. This will not be the easiest news to break to Londa. But in a nice role-playing touch, when you do report your horrific finding, you can choose to lie and say the kids are fine, they've just been taken to an orphanage, but you'll never see them again, but they are definitely fine. Now, a comforting lie is probably the best choice in this already bleak situation. Londa thanks you and gives you the key to her husband's secret weapon cache in the sewers, and she then leaves the bar, strong and filled with determination. Maybe she's going to be okay after all. So I follow her on out, and then she runs straight into a Black Knife assassin ambush and just gets straight up murdered. Rip Londa. At least you can go and see your children now. Man, this city is brutal. So I go back to the sewers to find the husband's secret weapon stash, and here I find one of the strangest items in the game, an item called Miscellaneous Medium. And the item description is, there are many unusual items in this game. This is one of them. And this is the only item I found to break the fourth wall, directly referring to this as a game. All the other descriptions are in-universe stories. Why is the fourth wall broken here? With both captains dead, we give Aaron Gend the marks of passage, and he forges us some Arcane Brotherhood Tower documents to say that we are an ambassador. So we head on over, show these to the guard, and he says, okay, be careful, there's lots of fighting, it's a bit crazy in there. So we head on inside and meet Yanasha, an ambassador of the Elk tribe. She says she's been summoned here by the new Archmage, a powerful wizard called Morgrim. And we know that name. Morgrim's the one that's been organizing the Cult of the Eye to search for the artifacts. And then another ambassador, this time to the Orcs. They say Morgrim is planning on assembling an army of pirates, orcs, and loyal humans. For what purpose, we don't yet know. In another room, we find a book explaining how to travel around the tower. Seems you need a runestone of the floor you want to travel to, and these runestones are just scattered around. But the strangest thing about this letter is it is directly addressed to Lady Arabeth de Tilmarand. Why is Arabeth here? Well, this is answered pretty quickly when we find her journal. Arabeth, no matter how hard she tried, could not get the image of her love Fenthic being hanged out of her mind. It wasn't just or fair, it was a city demanding vengeance against a trusting, naive young man. And her love for Neverwinter has turned to hatred of its warped sense of justice. So when Morgrim offered Arabeth the power to seek revenge against those she believed wronged her, she agreed to at least meet him. And we learn that Morgrim, Arabeth, and whatever thing Morgrim serves are at the very top of this tower. This means fighting through 8 floors of increasingly tough enemies. You need to find the key for the next floor on each floor, and this whole section, if you're being thorough, takes about an hour and a half, and unfortunately, because of the amount of loot this tower drops, it really drives home the issues with removing the party system in a Dungeons & Dragons game. There's a lot of freedom in Neverwinter Nights to build how you like from a lot of classes, but what you will notice is once you've gained a few levels and put points into a few things, you've pretty much narrowed down your potential future choices unless you want to really harm your own build. And by level 10, you're probably hyper-focused on the kind of game that you want. Now, it's like saying there are thousands of solutions to a maze, but once you've taken the first few turns, you're locked into the next several hundred, and any other choice is objectively wrong. The problem with this is you do still get a load of drops, weapons, armor, spells that you can't use, and because you can't equip them to your henchmen, your only choice is to sell them. I'm gaining an insignificant amount of experience for every non-boss fight, so the only real reward for combat is whatever item I get at the end of it, which is almost never usable. All these rare named items, they can't be saved for another character. They're just being sold. The only use they would have is being traded to a friend. The depth of this game is only really visible in multiplayer. The single controllable character gameplay means most of the stuff you find, you can't use. And I think there's a reason that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 used a party system, and then Neverwinter Nights 2 went back to using the party system. We know this game's strength is as a creation kit for multiplayer experiences because of the design scope and the teamwork aspect of Dungeons & Dragons. So it's a baffling design choice when I'm halfway into this game that they didn't let a single player make a team. Now, I'm not saying that Neverwinter Nights is a bad overall experience, but it's almost as if the Wailing Death campaign, something that was made to show off the strengths of this game, didn't focus on the strengths of this game. Ascend through all the floors of the tower, fighting through an endless stream of summoned imps. We find a golem control facility and put 2 control rods into a box, and this summons a helmed horror to help us, but only for a single floor. Then I win a duel against a Brotherhood wizard, and just before we crush his stupid wizard face, he begs us to spare him and explains that recently Morgrim took over and is forcing them all to create an army of various creatures against their will, imps, golems, and more. He says Morgrim serves a strange otherworldly queen. She plans to invade the planet, but first Morgrim must find a source of immense power buried in the heart of Neverwinter. Interesting.
Reach floor 6 and unstoppable force meet immovable object. We take on this battle horror. It cannot hit us unless it scores a critical. We cannot hit it unless we score a critical, and killing it is absolutely not worth the time it took me to do. In this room we meet Nephythis, an imprisoned nymph. She begs us to free her, and I mean, yeah, sure, I can't see this going wrong in any way. Go on, you little scamp, be free. Then on the next floor, a cameo that I wasn't expecting. We meet and fight the wizard Valindra Shadowmantle, a named character in Dungeons & Dragons lore. Valindra grew up a moon elf and then worked for the Arcane Brotherhood. Eventually she becomes a powerful lich and even then works for Zas Tam, a red wizard of Thay who appeared in the Honor Among Thieves Dungeons & Dragons film. But I know the name Valindra Shadowmantle from the MMORPG Neverwinter, where she is the antagonist of the second expansion module, Shadowmantle. I played Neverwinter a lot back in the day. In fact, some of my earliest YouTube videos are guides to the dungeons in Neverwinter Online. So we kill Valindra and loot the Harp of Pandemonium, the first bard weapon I found, and again, something I can't use. We take down the head Minotaur jailer and he drops a pinnacle stone, meaning we can now reach the top. He also drops a katana +2. Now, katanas are considered some of the best weapons in the game. 3rd edition doesn't necessarily have a best weapon, but the katana will score a critical hit on a roll of a 19 or a 20, so you're effectively doubling your critical hit roll range. But we're not called Senpai Weebbacker, we're Brother Hammerbane, so we are sticking to the hammer. The tower even has some jail cells where you can free some wizards who refuse to serve Morgrim, including this guy, who has gone mad and is talking to Fred, a hay bale and bucket on a stick. Take on a room full of twisted demons, and through the power of quick saving and quick loading, we find the Hammer of Justice in this chest, a hammer with bonus damage against anything chaotically aligned. Finally, we ascend to the pinnacle, and then we meet Arclem, the previous head wizard of the tower. He says Morgrim forcefully took power, and Arclem, on the advice of his nymph advisor Nymphitis, turned himself into a lich to gain the power needed to fight back. However, that didn't really work, and now he's trapped here. Lots of people turning themselves into liches for power in this game. Arclem tells us that Morgrim is working for Dread Queen Morag, the reptilian queen of the Old Ones. Morag is attempting to return to this reality, and to do that, she needs the 4 words of power, ancient stone tablets which, when gathered, will do something powerful and probably bad. He explains these words of power are all hidden in strange magical places. Now, we actually know the cult already have one of these words of power. Remember the wood spirit and the spirit realm? Well, the spirit told us that while it was poisoned, the cult dug up a magical stone from its roots and then teleported away. That's one of them. Now, Arclem knows that we can't kill him. He even offered to let us try, and we give it a good go, and yeah, he's right, you can't kill him. But you can free him by breaking the 4 magical braziers around the room. And while doing this, Arclem tells us slightly more. It seems Dread Queen Morag created the plague and used her cult, the People of the Eye, to spread it, because every death caused by the plague restores her power and will help her return to our reality. So her plan is twofold. First, use Morgrim to recover the 4 words of power so she can use those for whatever she needs, and second, cause as much death and destruction as she can through spreading the plague. Now we know what kind of scale of threat we face. We finally run onto the rooftop and go and confront Morgrim, Arabeth, and Dread Queen Morag. So Arabeth de Tilmarand, hero of the people, has fallen to vengeance, renounced her paladin ways and become a blackguard of Morag, agreeing to lead those dark armies against the people of Neverwinter just to avenge Fenthic. With this, Morag, Morgrim, and Arabeth teleport away, and we're left to deal with a load of powerful creator lizard people, archers, fighters, and mages. I just about survived, the bonus damage from the Hammer of Justice really coming in clutch. And remember, these are weakened lizard people, not the full might of the creator race. But we survive the assault and descend into Morgrim's Archmage chambers. We find his diary explaining Dread Queen Morag needs the 4 words of power and the power they unlock to leave her magical prison and walk the world at full strength once more. With the tower cleared and Arabeth gone, we return to the city and, with a heavy heart, report all of this to Arin Gend.
On to Chapter 3. Arabeth is leading a dark army across the land heading to Neverwinter, but this is just a distraction because rumors are the 3 remaining words of power are somewhere around the northern village of Beorunna's Well, so we are sent there to find them before Morgrim does. You start in Aringen's shack and all the mercenaries are just lined up. Now my first reaction to this is what an incredibly lazy way to present that. No character, just purely mechanical. So we head to the outside world and right, the village of Beorunna's Well looks exactly the same as Port Last. Same tile set, same buildings, same overall vibe. And we have Coldwood to the north, Moonwood to the east, and Fort Ilkard to the south. 3 directions to leave the hub town. 3 MacGuffins to find. We ask around the locals and find that some people need some quests doing, and oh my god, it really is routine by now. It's the same design as the first 2 chapters. In fact, there's only one major difference. We've had dungeons, yes, but this is the chapter they remembered, oh damn, we should probably add some dragons, and my god, do they add a lot. Chapter 3 does, however, bring the most significant upgrade. I find a Warhammer plus 3 for sale, which is better than my Hammer of Justice, and then we find the Boots of Haste. And we are now permanently under the effect of the Haste spell, meaning increased movement speed, an extra attack per round, and increased dodge. That is massive. So we might as well start our search for the words of power to the north. In Coldwood, we meet Elven Scout Delvar. They know who we are because of our fame, and they even say there's an inert magical portal to the north, but he couldn't activate it. Just be careful, it's surrounded by orcs. And you know what? He's not wrong. There are orcs aplenty, but the constant haste effect combined with my new hammer is just shredding enemies, and my armor class is up to 32, so I'm tanking most attacks. Just be aware the recall portal fee has increased to 400 gold per use, so you can cheese the game with recalls, but it's going to get expensive. I do, however, have about 250,000 gold by now. Find some more cultists and some more diaries giving all glory to the return of the old ones, and a rather graphic description of what cultists do to other cultists if they leave or attempts to question Morag. And then we find the portal that the elf mentioned, and yep, he was correct, I can't seem to activate it. I'll come back here later. Now the woods are also filled with vampires and zombies, and some of them have mind control magic and keep stunning or paralyzing me, so I really need something that resists mind control. And eventually I find a vampire champion who says, "We will never enter Leyen's tomb." And you know, I didn't want to enter Leyen's tomb, but now you've said I can't, I kind of do want to. So chapter 1 is pretty much Waterdavian creatures, go and find them. Oh no, it got worse. Chapter 2 is find 3 bits of evidence for the cult. Oh no, it got worse. Chapter 3 is find 3 words of power. I wonder if when we do find them, it will get worse. And this is just disappointingly uninspired. Everyone does say the base campaign is the worst that Neverwinter Nights has to offer, with the expansions being way better. And some say that the Mask of the Betrayer expansion for Neverwinter Nights 2 is one of the best D&D experiences ever made. So I will play those eventually and judge it all fairly, but there is no denying it, the base campaign is a real
slog in Neverwinter Nights 1. The vampire tomb is full of, surprisingly, vampires, and then another puzzle fight which I like. Destroy the 4 glyph generators and the glyph golem dies. While looting this tomb, I find a gem of misery. That's a unique item. I wonder if I'll have to put it on or in something within this dungeon. But you know what? I can't complain, because in this dungeon we find a ring of protection +5. One of the best defensive items in the game. Push deeper in and find a trapped succubus. They were imprisoned long ago, and if we bring them their old jewelry, they'll help us out by opening doors. I mean, yeah, that saves me having to break all the doors down at least. So we find her jewelry, hand it in, and she calls us a fool for helping her and attacks us. In case of succubus attack, liberally apply flaming hammer to face. Who's the fool now? Eventually find 4 more strangely named gems and then this puzzle room. Each pillar has a little story attached to it and you have to match the gems with the story. The guard is dutiful, the princess is miserable, the king is honorable, and the prisoner is in pain. Putting all the gems in the correct places unlocks the central pillar and we get the Star Sapphire gem. What does this do? Don't know, but it's shiny, and shiny means useful. Fully explore the northern woods and can't find any sign of a word of power, at least not for now. So I ask around town, and the archaeologist Lillian Cambridge might be a possible lead. She's in the tavern, drunk and annoyed. Turns out a wizard called Nax stole her snow globe. Now I really like the character of Lillian. She's such a small character in the overall story, but a drunk, angry archaeologist has got more charm than most random NPCs, and her connected quest is one of the more imaginative ones. Lillian says the wizard Nax hides in a magical lab deep within the forest accessed by a portal. She gives us a magical scroll which will activate the portal, so let's go liberate a snow globe. Use the portal in the northern woods to access Nax's lab, and my god, it looks surprisingly similar to the Arcane Brotherhood Tower. They are really getting their money's worth from that tower interior tile set. Another nice environmental puzzle though. A diary tells us the story of a magical duel, with wizards summoning creatures to attack each other. The first wizard summons a cat, the second responds with a dog. The first then summons a bear, and the second responds with a dragon, which then eats everyone. Now this story isn't just a silly story, it matters because later there is a room with 4 gongs, and the examined text of each gong is an animal. So follow the story order: feline, canine, ursine, and then draconic. Doing this opens a secret room, and inside we find the snow globe. But this lab has another secret, one which if you do wrong, you can actually soft lock. The wizard Nax is here. He's locked in his own lab. He explains we need to summon a water elemental and ask it to free him, because the door is magically sealed. Now to do this, you must place some items in a box and then cast Melf's acid arrow on the box, similar to how you summoned Belial in the time-locked castle. And if you can't cast Melf's acid arrow, don't worry, you'll always find the Ring of Melf somewhere in this lab, which any class can use. Random D&D history fact: Melf is a famous Dungeons & Dragons character from the Greyhawk campaign setting, but the name Melf came from Gary Gygax not knowing what to call him, just knowing he was a male elf, and so wrote down M-Elf on the character sheet, and that just kind of stuck. So now for the soft lock. If you summon the water elemental before talking to Nax, the water elemental will give you a magical item, but the option "please free Nax" doesn't appear in the chat box, and if you take the item, you cannot summon the elemental again, leaving Nax trapped forever. But I mean, I only really need the snow globe, so I guess you can stay here a little while longer. We give the snow globe back to Lillian Cambridge, and she explains this is not a normal snow globe, for inside it is a miniature magical realm, and inside that realm, somewhere, is a word of power. She puts the snow globe on a pedestal in her tavern room and says, if we want to, we're welcome to magically teleport inside and try and find it. Now when you interact with the snow globe, you can choose to go inside or spin the snow globe around. Now this will matter. We head on inside the miniature realm and we see absolutely no snow. One job, guys. One job. Clues in the name. Snow globe. This place looks like every other forest, and I don't need world-class photorealistic graphics. I just wanted maybe white trees, snow on the ground, a snowy vista, some ambience would be lovely. Anyway, inside the snow globe world, we find a small island occupied by 2 factions, dryads and dwarves, and they hate each other. Apparently, they've been at war for as long as either can remember, and whenever they die, they just magically come right back, so the fighting is endless. Now, in the original game, You could actually grind experience here forever, as they do respawn endlessly, but in the Enhanced Edition, the experience per kill has been reduced to 4, and I need thousands, so it's not worth my time. But even if you did want to grind, remember, the entire campaign is level scaled, so you don't need to. The story of the Snow Globe is actually quite interesting. The dwarves are all aggressive, but you can talk to the Dryads, they're pretty chill. They have vague memories of a time before the Great War, when Dryads and dwarves worked together, and these memories link to a cave in the center of the island. So we pop on over, and inside the cave we find 2 journals, one from the leader of the Dryads and one from the leader of the dwarves, and the journals are identical. Neither side can remember the origin of this conflict, but both mention the Amulet of Ages, an ancient relic of unity between the tribes. We find this amulet in a chest in the cave, but it's broken. The cave does contain one more important thing, a giant evil ice dragon, but they're not aggressive. So we ask the dragon about the word of power, and he says, yep, got it right here. I use its magical power to maintain this little reality of mine because I enjoy the constant fighting of dwarves and dryads. It entertains me. I mean, at least they're honest with us. They won't give us the word of power, but they also won't kill us, and we're of little consequence to them. As long as the dwarves and dryads never unite, this demigod ice dragon is essentially immortal. So we take the broken Amulet of Ages back to the dryad leader, and they do kind of remember it. It shows a hammer and a leaf intertwined, but it's broken. Only the dwarves could fix it, but they're aggressive, we can't talk to them. So leave the Snow Globe world via the little portal and give the globe a shake, and then head back inside. And the world is exactly the same, except now the dryads are aggressive and the dwarves are reasonable. Speak to the dwarven leader and he agrees to fix the amulet, but even when repaired, it's lost its magical essence. Okay, fine, leave again, shake the globe again, back inside again, take the fixed amulet to the friendly dryads, and they imbue it with magic. Turns out it's an amulet of resist cold. Convenient that, with the defense against ice provided by the fixed Amulet of Ages, return to the central cave and attack the ice dragon. Now it's a long fight, mostly because the dragon casts fear on you, making you run away randomly, but in a rather fantastic stroke of luck, while out of my control, Brother Hammerbane randomly runs through the cave doorway, putting us out of reach of the dragon's attack. And when the spell wears off, we just hammer him into the ground. With the dragon dead, we can loot the hoard and find the Word of Power. But the moment we do, an Ancient One appears, a creator lizard person, and I get ready for a fight. This is Hedraline. I say I'm not scared of you. I'm going to collect all the words of power, thwart Morag's plans, and then kill Morgrim. And Hedraline says, good. She is also an enemy of Morag. She explains, Dread Queen Morag didn't just corrupt and subjugate other, lesser races, but also some of the creator race as well, using the power of the words to create what Morag referred to as the Word Slaves. Hedraline is one of the Word Slaves and says that for now, as long as Morag is not in power, she is able to help us. With this, she disappears. So we leave the snow globe and report to Arengend. One word of power found. That was another brilliant use of the Neverwinter Nights dungeon system. A small, focused, tightly written adventure with an interesting mechanic. So with the northern forest done, time to go west. More forest, more caves, more orcs. And then a gate with an orc head on a spike, and a warning saying this is what happens to orcs when they stray into drow territory. So now we've got drow. That's pretty cool. So we kill all the orcs in this cave and find a note on the main orc door saying he's out, but will be back later. I mean, he's going to return to a lot of dead orcs, explore more, and I like how these mountain giants throw rocks at you. Lovely animation. Also, the damage from the ranged rock attack is unavoidable, but a successful block does halve the damage taken. Deeper in the woods, we find a tribe of Uthgard barbarians, a people who have joined the Neverwinter Lords Alliance and stand with us against the armies of Arabeth and the Cult of the Eye. They're injured, so we heal them briefly, and then head deeper into the western forest, toward another cave. And inside this one, another dragon. A green dragon this time. This is Akulatrax. She's peaceful enough and says she doesn't have a word of power, but she does have a hoard of treasure, and she'd be willing to share it with us if we do her a favor. You see, recently some hill giants have started raiding her nest, stealing her eggs. She doesn't know why, but if we bring her the head of the hill giant leader, she will reward us. She says the hill giant cave is to the west of hers, so off we go hill giant hunting.
The cave is pretty close by, and inside we find the most ornate door so far, this big circular thing. Now the Hill Giant and Ogre Cave really lives up to its name by being absolutely rampacked with both Hill Giants and Ogres. I used the save load loot trick to snag myself a snazzy helmet which prevents mind control effects, so now I am almost immune to everything. And in the back of the cave we find not a Hill Giant, but a more powerful Fire Giant. So we fight and win, and on the body of the Fire Giant find a note. It seems this Fire Giant was an envoy and he was sent by the mighty Klauth. It says Klauth demands tribute of dragon eggs, and if the Hill Giants do not bring them to his lair in the mountains, the Fire Giants will destroy all of the Hill Giants. Deeper in still, we do find the Hill Giant chief. We kill him and take his head for the Green Dragon Akula tracks, and we find another note on his body, handwritten by the Hill Giant himself, saying, okay, the Hill Giants will steal eggs as tribute for Klauth, but only if I get to be the leader. We free some prisoners while we're here because we're a nice person, and then deliver the Hill Giant head to the Green Dragon. She gives us some treasure, but our only lead now is, who is Klauth, and why does he demand dragon eggs as tribute? We know he's in the nearby mountains, so let's go and have a chat. We fight further west onto the Spine of the World, a very cool name for a mountain range, kill some cultists, and then find a journal on the leader saying they have been tasked with stealing a word of power from the Red Dragon Klauth. And in another nearby cave, we meet the Gold Dragon Gorgotha, and she says, yep, she knows Klauth, he is indeed a red dragon, and he does indeed have a word of power. Also, he's been trying to steal her eggs, and if we were to go and kill Klauth, Gorgotha would be in our debt. So once again, plot lines have collided. Dragons want our help, and we want the word of power. Guess we're going into Klauth's mountain lair. The Red Dragon has teamed up with some local fire giants and the evil dark dwarves, the Duragar. And finally, a new tile set, the Fire Giant's Lair, and it's pretty damn nice. Lava, spikes, glowing heat lines, metal grates, walkways, this is cool. But it's a bit odd that they're still using the basic wooden cabinet asset as a main treasure chest. This does not fit the decor at all. Deep in the lava castle, we free some prisoners and learn about the strange things Klauth has been doing. It seems that he's been using Yuan-Ti sorceresses to magically grow dragon eggs into fully formed dragons extra fast in months instead of the usual centuries. The problem with this is, this does mature the dragon physically, but not mentally. So Klauth now has a stockpile of fully grown, but still mentally baby dragons. What does he need this for? Now, finding out will actually take quite a while because this place is huge and takes me over an hour and a half to fight through, even while hasted and buffed. But eventually, we find Skrog, king of the fire giants, servant of Klauth. Skrog is not willing to talk to us, so we kill him and find some more books explaining a magical process, detailing how you can use a magical glass orb to capture the essence of a sacrificed dragon, and then you can feed on that essence later. Now, the older a dragon, the more sustenance it will provide, but the younger the mind of a dragon, the better the taste of the essence. So Klauth is essentially growing his own tasty, filling snacks by speed-growing dragons, capturing their essence in a sacrificial orb, and then just eating them. The book does warn us, however, whatever you do, do not try to capture the essence of a dead dragon, because that will make the orb poisonous. That's good to know. Further in this fire giant lair, we find the kitchen. A blue dragon sleeps peacefully, fully grown, but still a baby, and a nearby altar awaits an orb for the sacrifice. Now, we could kill this blue dragon, and then capture its dead essence to create a poison orb, and then feed that to Klauth if we find him later. But I don't want to kill the baby blue dragon. He's done nothing wrong. We will find another way. And deeper in the lair, across this heavily trapped bridge, we finally meet him. The Red Dragon Klauth. He does not see us as a threat. No dragon does. He even happily admits, yeah, he's got a word of power, and he'll give it to us if we like. He just wants one small favor. Bring him the eggs of Gorgotha, the Gold Dragon. He needs them to continue extending his life through his magical dragon growing project. Klauth even tells us, yeah, he knows about Morgrim as well. Knows about the hunt for the words of power. He thinks Morgrim is a fool. Even with the words of power, he would never be able to control Morak. So now we're stuck in a rather interesting position. We can steal Gorgotha's eggs and deliver them to Klauth, or we can kill the baby adult blue dragon, capture the dead essence and feed it to Klauth, substantially weakening him, or, bear with me here, we could attempt to kill Klauth while he's at full strength.
And this is a terrible idea, because he's got a super high armor class, resists almost all spells, and has a ton of health and will breathe fire on you, hitting you for around 100 points of damage, and I've only got 130 health. In fact, if you examine him, Clouth's challenge rating is impossible. But Brother Hammerbane is not a quitter, so let's do this. The first plan of all-out assault did not work. Second plan, I can cast the magical sonic warding glyph. This is a magical trap that harms anyone that walks over it. So let's set one on the bridge and lure Clouth over it. Actually, no, let's set 22 on the bridge and lure Clouth over all of them. This has to kill him. Well, it turns out he can resist a few spells and, oh no, actually he can resist all of them. He's resistant to the damage from every single one. Okay, next plan. How about just regular traps? I buy a trap kit from the shady merchant in town, and it turns out I don't know how to set traps, so that plan is also out the window. Right, final Hail Mary plan. Buff up with absolutely everything. Potions, spells, abilities, get my attack and damage as high as I possibly can, even if only for a few seconds. Run in, hit him, then use the Stone of Recall to escape. Rebuff and do this as many times as I need to. And amazingly, with potions, my War Domain Cleric buff, my Divine Combat spell, my Enhanced Hammer, I do hit him. Only for a little bit of damage, but I do hit him. So I teleport in and out a few times, but then we run into an issue. I return and he's gone. Has he despawned? Oh, wait, nope, there he is, on the bridge, trapped between two giant stone gates. And as I can't break the gates down or open them, I've now softlocked myself. Fantastic. Right, reload. New plan. Lure Clouth all the way across the bridge to the steps. Then use the hidden run technique using the door strats, heading up and down these steps every time, resting outside the room, and amazingly, this starts to work. All I have to do is hope he doesn't figure out how to use steps, and oh no, he's figured out how to use steps. So I run away, and this map is a giant loop with some gates along the way, so I close them back up, and Clouth is a civilized dragon who respects how gates work and kindly just stands there, letting me rest, rebuff, and then get 1 or 2 hits in before running away. Now this whole process takes about 25 minutes, but eventually I do manage to kill Clouth without poisoning him and without giving him Gorgotha's eggs. And then we loot his treasure, taking the second word of power. And when we do, Hedraline, the good lizard, shows up again. She says Morgrim has no idea what he's doing, and Morag is way more powerful than anyone thinks. She's bloodthirsty, she's power hungry. You see, Morag's plan is to use the words of power to open a magical realm called the Source Stone. And if that happens, we'll all be in trouble. Now also in Clouth's treasure pile is the red dragon armor and the Dragon Slayer sword. Both incredibly powerful items, which might come in handy if we need to fight more dragons. So we bring the second word of power back to Aringend and then give Clouth's head to Gorgotha as a symbol of friendship, and she gives us a belt which makes us immune to death magic. Fantastic, no more instant deaths. So with a word of power found to the north and the west, it's time to head south to Fort Ilkard, see what's going on down there. Seems the fort is under attack by the Elk tribe, a mountainous tribe loyal to Morgrim. We actually met their ambassador back in the host tower. The Fort Ilkard commander asks us to destroy the Elk tribe catapults currently raining fire down on them. And this is quite strange. You cannot harm the catapult until the crew have been killed. But once they are killed, you don't attack the catapult. Like every other object in the game, you just have to left click onto it and it breaks. So we break all 6 and the fort captain says, hey, if you've got time, why don't you go and kill the elk leader Zockam Thunderhammer? And yeah, sure, I'm not doing anything important, why not? So we find the enemy camp, run inside and just start killing really, but then we find some prisoners who say actually the leader is a reasonable man and the elk people have somehow come down with the plague despite being really careful and they're just looking for a cure. Ooh. Some moral ambiguity. There's also quite a nice puzzle here about finding 3 books about 3 different things and putting them back into these 3 bookcases to unlock treasure. Nice mini quest. So we meet the elk leader and unfortunately he's not up for talking, so we fight, kill him and decapitate him, bringing his head back to the fort captain because we're the good guys. But then we learn that actually the fort captain supplied the elk tribe with plague-infested blankets to wipe them out via biological warfare. That, my friend, is a war crime. Well, we asked the captain about the words of power, and he says nope, not got any, but he does know the magical ruins to the south have a lot of strange artifacts. We should look there. So we head on south to the magical lake, and the reflections of the magical lights on the water is actually gorgeous. That still holds up today graphically. There's an altar here, which seems to keep summoning devils, so I dismantle it in the only way I know how, smashing it with a hammer, and then I find the entrance to the magical ruins. Head on inside and ooh, these are more creator ruins. Now this ruin is again another self-contained but actually quite nice little story beat. Just inside we find a note on a dead adventurer saying the defensive golems are literally indestructible. They were built 10,000 years ago and they are flawless. Nothing can hurt them. But the wizard in the garden may know something useful. So we fight inside and see a temporal apparition of a long dead slave and some ancient creator lizard ghosts. It seems this temple was built around 10,000 years ago to house a word of power, and it's probably still here, but the golems and the complex riddles keeping it locked away means we can't get through. The answers are lost to time. But out in the garden, we meet Zafira. She is a time traveler. She explains time travel in the land of Farron works in a very specific way. You can go backwards or forwards, but only to specific points within very small regions, and this ruin just happens to be one of those points. So she asks us to use the magical sundial inside and some time crystals that she's about to give us to travel 10,000 years into the past and plant a seed so she, in the present, can study the resulting tree. Just don't do anything else in the past or that will change the present. Okay, cool. Butterfly effect. Got it. So we use the time crystals and travel 10,000 years into the past, and we're told that because of time magic, we now can't leave the temple. Convenient that. And now for the interesting touch. 10,000 years ago, the creator race was still thriving, still subjugating humans, and this temple was being built to house the word of power. So we can see all the slaves building it and the weaker creator warriors that are guarding it. We can also go and look at all of the riddle traps as they're being made, and even find construction notes about how to solve them. Like how the fairy will guide you through the riddle of sound by showing you the correct order to interact with the gongs, or the riddle of light involves casting 2 colored stones into the central pools and then adding the resulting colored stone into the third pool, or the riddle of smoke where you mix 2 powders together to create strange gemstone colors. But most importantly, we meet Lokar, leader of the human slaves currently building the golems for the creator race. He says he is working directly for Morag, the Dread Princess. We tell him we're from the future and we're actually trying to kill Morag, but we need him to do us a favor. Make the golems a little bit worse. Add a flaw into them so we can kill them in the future. He agrees, and with his blessing, we go and find the 3 slaves currently building the golems and say, hey, can you make them vulnerable to blunt weapons? And the slaves, seeing that we have Lokar's blessing, agrees. So with the weaknesses added, we just need to plant the seed for Saphira. But outside in the garden, we run into Morag. She's still a princess at this point in time and is stunned that a slave race person would ever think of talking to her. You can even ask her about her motivations for why she's doing what she's doing, but she quickly realizes you are not a regular slave. She summons her elite guard and teleports away. The guard aren't that elite, and with the seed planted, we can use the sundial to return to our present. Check in with Saphira, and yep, the tree has grown strong. I guess it's time to see if our golem weakness worked. Quick note, you see this electrical, magical looking barrier in the doorway? I assume that you couldn't pass through that, or it would be deadly, or at least harmful. But no, none of those things. You can just walk through it perfectly fine. So we find one of the golems, and yes, the flaws from 10,000 years ago shine through, and they can now be killed with blunt weapons. And we know how to solve the riddles. So we pass the riddle of light by dropping the correct colored pebbles into the correct ponds. Then we do the same for the riddle of sound, and just in case you forgot the fairy's pattern from 10,000 years ago, there is a rather difficult enemy, a Bodok boss in this room, who drops a bottled fairy. You can use the bottle on the floor and release a fairy who will then just fly the correct route, and you can follow her. If you struggled killing this Bodok, by the way, you very much need to build into resisting instant death effects. The final golem guards the riddle of smoke, and this is the most annoying. You need to take 2 colored powders from the alchemist's table and combine them in this brazier. But even following the in-game hints, it's kind of cryptic as to what you need to do, so I just brute force every combination. Nothing happens if you get it wrong. With the riddles solved, the final door opens to the ruins treasure, but not so fast. A Baylor demon guards the altar. Thankfully, nowhere near as difficult to kill as Belial. So we take the demon down, open the final chest,
and get the third word of power. Taking it makes Hedroline appear again. She says, Neverwinter is under attack. Arabeth and Morgrim have reached the city, and the great assault has begun. We must return quickly before Morgrim reaches the Source Stone. And now the true plot is revealed. Thousands of years ago, after Morag ascended to the position of Dread Queen, she knew the planet would go through a destructive ice age, and it would likely kill the creator race, as they thrive in the jungle. So Morag used all of her magical power to create a sub-dimension, a demi-plane called the Source Stone, and she willingly imprisoned herself and her loyal creator lizards inside this Source Stone, knowing it would be found thousands of years later, and then they could return to the world when the world was habitable. There are many entrances to the Source Stone in many realities, and one of them is underneath Neverwinter. But you require the 4 words of power to get in or out. But Morag placed a failsafe on the Source Stone. If anyone tampered with the entrance without knowing what this was, a great plague would be unleashed, and the deaths caused by the plague would feed Morag's magical energy. So when Morgrim was messing around with the Source Stone, not knowing what it did, he accidentally released the plague. The deaths of the first few plague victims provided Morag with the psychic energy that she needed to communicate with Morgrim, and she promised him endless power if he was loyal to her and helped bring about her return. So now we have 3 words of power and Morgrim has 1. He needs all 4 to release Morag from the Source Stone, which is in Neverwinter. So in my mind, bringing the words of power back to Neverwinter is the dumbest thing we could possibly do. If anything, we should be getting as far away as possible, but the city is in danger, so we let Arryn know we've found all 3 words of power, and then we go and save the city. Again. Back in Neverwinter, the final chapter begins. Lord Nasha Alagondar takes the 3 words of power from us and stores them safely in the dungeons of Castle Never. He also says be careful out there. He just captured a creator lizard walking around the streets mumbling about word slaves and words of power. She said her name was Hedroline. She's now in the dungeon. We explain she's been helping us, but he doesn't believe us. Either way, we go and have a word. So Hedroline has a plan, and it's pretty simple. We have 3 words of power. Morgrim and Arabeth clearly have the 4th. If we get the 4th and bring Hedroline all 4, she can use their power to seal the Source Stone forever, trapping Morag and her loyalists in it for all eternity. I mean, that plan just screams possible betrayal, but sure, we have no choice. Let's give all the words of power to Hedroline. So it ends where it began. Except now there are lovely flaming fireballs being catapulted over the city walls. The skybox is quite nice. The city as you know it from Chapter 1 is mostly destroyed. The Moonstone Mask Pleasure House is now a makeshift field hospital with the girls caring for the wounded guard soldiers. The old shops are mostly still here, selling the best items in the game, and as most of the districts are closed off, we can only go south toward the spearhead of the invasion. The gate guard warns us they have invincible war golems. The only way to take these things down is to find and kill the wizards controlling them. Okay, can do. You can visit the abandoned buildings just like in Chapter 1, but now they're full of Luskan soldiers under the command of Arabeth, and killing one gets you the attack plan. It seems Arabeth is issuing commands from a magical mini-realm called Morgrim's Sanctuary, an extra-planar domain accessed by a portal we can find to the southeast. The note says we'll know once we've found it when we spot the half-dragon Baelor demon guarding it. Sounds fun. We take down some catapult crews on the back streets to slow down the bombardment on the city, and then pop into a few buildings and we find the magical golem-controlling wizards. And I have to say, wizards, you've done a rather fast job of extensively remodeling the interior of this house to suit your summoning needs. Only a few hours ago this was a spacious family home. Now you've knocked the wall through and put in an altar complete with summoning pit. Very modern art. Inside another building we meet Old Man Asgard. He tells us he used to be a smuggler, and the invading army don't know about the secret tunnels like the one in the bookcase to the back streets. He says you can use this to sneak behind a golem and get to its controlling wizard faster. So we do. You know, I'm getting quite good at demon hunting. Maybe this was Brother Hammerbane's true calling all along. Inside this building I take down a rather powerful team of a warrior, an assassin, a cleric, and a wizard, and after the fight is done I notice that book on the table. You can't interact with it, but the asset texture is higher quality than normal. So I zoom in a bit and yep, it's a bit of a dev in-joke. The book says BioWare Core on the cover, and this is a book on the spine. Level up, reach cleric level 9 and gain access to the 5th level spells, which is good because outside this building we find the half-dragon Baelor. And he has one tough fight, but the blessings of Saint Cavil shine on me this day and the Baelor goes down. This means we can step through the portal to Morgrim's Sanctuary, and the first person we meet is Fallen Paladin. Arabeth de Tilmarand. Now, if you exhausted Arabeth's dialogue in Chapter 2, you might have been given Arabeth's ring, a magical defensive ring, and a symbol of her loyalty to the city. And if you have that equipped and you talk calmly to her now, you can actually convince her to stop this bloody crusade, renounce Morag, and just leave. But if you don't have the ring, you're going to have to fight. And honestly, she's not as tough as you'd expect. She's not half as tough as the Baylor just outside. And after taking her to half health, she'll stop fighting and ask you why you are still loyal to Neverwinter, to a city without justice, to a city that condemned her beloved Fenthic to death. And you actually get another chance here to convince her to lay down arms. This is a persuasion roll, but if you fail, you've got to kill her. Now, taking Arabeth down is bittersweet because we've lost a friend, but you also do get her sword. It's pretty powerful, but it's only usable by lawful, evil paladins. And this is a really hard class to have, because paladins must be lawful good. The only way to do this in the original campaign is to take every evil choice in every quest until your paladin class falls into Blackguard. Pretty decent sword though. With Arabeth dead, we press on and soon meet Morgrim himself. He says we're too late. The ritual has already begun. We don't need all the words of power. One was enough. Morag is returning, and we cannot stop her. Then, for good measure, he tries to kill us. Morgrim starts the fight by summoning 2 flesh golems, and if you kill him first, he will transfer his essence into one of them and effectively resurrect. So kill the golems first. Morgrim is pretty tough. He has a plethora of spells and can fully heal himself from almost dead to maximum health in seconds, but like any caster, he's limited by his spell slots, and the game is fair with this. So if you can survive the initial burst of damage and wear him down, it will come down to a slogging match. Now, he may have a high armor class and decent strength for a wizard, but he is no match for Brother Hammerbane, his magical flaming hammer and belief in Saint Cavil. So after a few minutes of back and forth, our magical hammer turns Morgrim into strawberry jam. With this, we loot his sanctum and take the 4th and final word of power. We head back to Castle Never's dungeon and give all 4 words to Hedraline. But of course, there's one final problem. Turns out Morgrim was right. The ritual is too far along to stop. Even with the words of power, Hedraline cannot contain Morag within the Source Stone. She cannot close the door, and this means a final, desperate plan is made. We cannot close the door, but we can use the words of power to give ourselves the energy needed to go into the Source Stone and kill Morag while she's still inside, before she reaches maximum power. So buy whatever you need, head down into the caves beneath the Castle Never dungeon, and find the 4 magic pedestals. 3 of the words of power are already in place. Put the 4th one in, and the Source Stone is unlocked. In we go. The Source Stone is full of Old One warriors, creator lizard people, eagerly awaiting the moment they can finally be released back upon the world, and they are powerful. The warriors hit fast, the evokers have a conical area ice breath attack which can hit up to 40 and slow you down a lot. This is a lot of resting between fights, and then we bump into an assassin, a woman called Ashira, and she looks and sounds exactly like Arabeth, except she is from a different place, a place called Azala. She tells us she was sent into the Source Stone to stop Morag, an evil lizard queen who is threatening her world. Unfortunately, all of Ashira's comrades have been killed, and the magic that sent her here will soon draw her back to her home world. We explain that clearly we're from 2 different realities, but we're also trying to stop Morag, and with that, she gives us a magical amulet designed to protect against Morag herself. Ashira is then teleported away. So that's a pretty cool story beat. Morag, the Dread Queen, the Queen of the Old Ones, the Creator, is an inter-reality threat, because the Source Stone doesn't just have a doorway into our reality. Morag increased the chances of a power-hungry adventurer stumbling upon the Source Stone door by linking it to many places, so other heroes from other existences are all attempting to stop her. And you can actually find the doorways to those other realms on your path. Huge wooden magical doors which can't be opened. This one leading to a green tower in the center of a great sea. This one leading to tall trees in a magical forest. This one leading to a reality so strange you cannot even begin to comprehend it without going mad. Another saying you can see winged creatures falling from the mouths of giant monsters walking across the land. So we're not the only reality threatened by Morag or the only hero trying to stop her. We've just got the furthest. We take down the Lizard Man Chieftain, careful as he can hit 60 damage in 1 round, which means I'm only ever 2 rounds from being completely dead. Health potions really coming in clutch here. But with him taken down, we can take another portal even deeper in. Wonder where this goes to. Right, this goes to a fight, if you're not prepared or built properly, that you'll really struggle with. You now have to fight 2 dragons at the same time, a corrupted copper and a corrupted silver, doing acid damage and electrical damage. But remember the magic amulet that Assassin Ashira gave us? That resists 25% acid and electric. So this fight is tough, and while I can go toe-to-toe with them both for a round or two, doing a decent amount of damage, I still need to retreat constantly, heal myself up, buff up, and then run back in. Now you can use the Stone of Recall here, but I'm able through careful spell use to take one of them down, and then when it's one-on-one, I can rely on the power of belief, the blessing of St. Cavil, and the fact that I bought 30 cure critical wound potions before coming down here, and kill the second dragon. We take the 2 keys on their corpses and unlock the 2 doors the dragons were guarding. Deeper still, we see a projection of Morag rallying her troops, readying them for their imminent return to the surface world of Farron. We crash this party and just start swinging. Make sure to kill the cleric first or they'll keep resurrecting the others. And now, the final room, Morag's Sanctum. We speak to a projection of the Dread Queen. She's impressed, but also incredibly annoyed at the damage we've done to her crusade, and she sends her 2 personal guards, Morag's hands, at us. These guys are actually tougher than the 2 dragons, so run away and rest up. Okay, seems you can't rest here. Not a problem, just Stone of Recall away and... oh, right, you can't recall. Bugger. So I hope you didn't waste all your spells or items, and I hope you're on high health, because the only way to leave here is to win or die. Now remember that dying does just send you back to the Temple of Tyr, but you lose experience and gold. So let's do this. Try and separate the 2 bodyguards so you're taking them on one at a time. One of them attacks really quickly but has low to hit bonuses. One of them attacks slower but will always hit you. So stay healed and smash some sense into them. They drop their weapons when you kill them. A pair of powerful short swords and a powerful flame-imbued great axe. And with the guards dead, we can finally take on Morag. Just one problem. She's immune to everything. But we can solve this. See that altar behind her with all those praying lizards? Each of those is a single ward protecting her from something. They're named what they do. So if we kill the ward of crushing and the ward of fire, she'll now be weak to our hammer and flaming enhancement. Just be aware, while fighting, she will summon powerful minions, an AoE attack, and her super secret move, Morag knows Time Stop. Considered one of the most powerful spells in the canon of any Dungeons & Dragons setting, the ability to stop time is massively overpowered, and you'll know it's happened to you because your character portrait changes to a clockwork icon. Now, this could be devastating, but thankfully, she keeps trying to use the Time Stop to mind control me, but my helmet is preventing it. So it's all come down to this. Brother Hammerbane, the hero of Neverwinter, standing toe-to-toe with Morag, the creator, the Dread Queen, the enslaver of worlds, and with a final battle cry to St. Cavil, we bring the Warhammer down and crush her lizard skull. With Morag lying dead at our feet, the Source Stone demiplane begins to collapse in on itself, so we leap into one of the newly formed portals and arrive in the Astral Plane. It seems Hedreline used the last of her power to make sure we got home safely. Once you have left the Astral Plane, the original campaign, The Wailing Death, is complete. Now, there are a load more adventures in Neverwinter Nights, from the 2 official expansion packs to the multiple modules to an absolute plethora of player-made content, and most of this stuff is considered superior to the base game. There are even persistent online worlds still going after years. And I'll probably go and try a few of them, but for now there's one more thing to do in the original campaign. When you finish the game, your character data is automatically exported, so you could start a new game with that same character. But what if we start on Chapter 2 and speedrun the Charwood quest to get back to the summoning chamber of Belial? So now we can see how much we've grown. I re-summon the demon and oh my god, he is going down so fast I don't even need to heal. Belial just gets crushed under the righteous fury of Brother Hammerbane, servant of St. Cavil. And now we are done. So with the Wailing Death campaign done, we can finally answer the question, Neverwinter Nights, was it actually any good? Actually, after thinking about it, I can't answer that. Having played the Wailing Death campaign, all I can answer is, was the Wailing Death campaign any good? And the answer to that is, kind of. Overall, the plot was fine, but 3 chapters essentially being fetch quests with the Find 4 MacGuffins mechanic used for 80% of the game's runtime got real old, real fast.
But there were moments, like the Charwood time-locked mansion, or the Creator Dungeon time travel puzzle solution, or the Snow Globe reality, where the game seemed to come alive and focus on the strengths of Dungeons & Dragons. Fantastical, absurdist, fun adventures. And I think that's because Neverwinter Nights is an incredible toolkit for making fun Dungeons & Dragons adventures. It's versatile, it's powerful. But the Wailing Death campaign just isn't it. It's filled with so much padding, repetitive combat, identical quests, NPCs you'll talk to once and never care about or invest in their own story. I don't think The Wailing Death is a good example of what Neverwinter Nights is, and everyone seems to agree with that. And I think if I judged it off this experience, I'd be ranking it off the worst adventure. And I think BioWare knew that as well. Because the expansion pack, Shadow of Udrentide, isn't a sequel to the main quest. It's an entirely separate quest which runs concurrently with the Wailing Death storyline. You play as a different character. And then the next expansion, Hordes of the Underdark, is a continuation of that storyline. So I guess I can't fully answer the question until I've played those as well. So I guess we're off to the small village of Hilltop, in the Silver Marshes, where Sister Silverquill, a timid and kind-hearted wizard in training, studies under her mentor, Drogon Dragonson. But that is a tale for another time, one of many, and only when all the tales are told will I finally be able to fairly answer the question, Neverwinter Nights, is it actually any good? Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive and allow me to make long-form videos like this. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
The dangerous rise of anti-intellectualism.
To start, I had hoped to work in this quote from Isaac Asimov. There
Yeah.
is a cult of ignorance in the United States, and there has always been. The strain of anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread, winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge.
Well, it's technically true. He's right about that. Yeah, because if you vote and you're smart and somebody else votes and they're dumb and you vote the opposite, it's like y'all never voted at all.
This quote is from
Yep.
1980, and it's been echoed by other great
Mhm.
thinkers like Carl Sagan, who spoke about the public being
Yeah.
unable to grasp the technology we all use every day and having no ability to set their own agenda or ask the right questions, culminating in a celebration of ignorance.
Yep.
He said that in 1995.
Imagine how bad
Even
it is
these
now.
two could not have foreseen how
Yeah.
bad this has gotten in the
Yeah.
21st century, with people now questioning the shape of the earth and the validity of basic arithmetic. This anti-science fervor makes us easy to manipulate because any contrarian message is bought en masse, no matter who is
This what really did damage to this a lot was COVID. I'll tell you that. COVID fucked this up big because the COVID science was not final, right? But people wanted you to accept it as if it was. So any questioning of the science, any questioning of anything about COVID, like any degree of like authority that people thought science had, I think really got fucked up by COVID.
telling it or what their
It
motives
like really
are.
broke people's
We are
brains. It
witnessing
broke a lot of trust.
multimodal anti-science empire operating through mass media and legislation, moving towards state-sanctioned pseudoscience.
Oh, absolutely.
And we don't have to speculate as to how harmful this can be.
Mhm.
We have history to reflect upon. Persecution of
Oh, that guy.
scientists under Stalin was widespread. Lysenko was a non-scientist who was promoted to a high scientific position under Stalin's regime and who convinced Stalin that genetics and relativity were evil. He denied the existence of genes. To address agricultural problems, he promoted a pseudoscientific practice called vernalization, and millions died of starvation as a result of crop failures.
It's got what plants crave.
Scientists who refused to renounce genetics were left destitute or even executed.
Yep.
Are we at risk of repeating such events? Absolutely. Let's face reality. Trump is going to win the election. Could he bring a Lysenko-like figure into his cabinet and begin persecuting real scientists? Absolutely. Will he try to expand executive power and abuse his position to the point of authoritarianism?
Probably.
Probably.
Yep.
And there are plenty of wealthy people who will help him try to do that. I won't go into detail about Project 2025, but it's not a conspiracy. It's a real plan to move America into the first stages of Christian theocracy, and it's already underway. This is the evil upon our doorstep, and while it should receive far more attention than people like Terrence Howard, we should recognize that it's all different shades of the same phenomenon. Anti-science sentiment does not arise out of thin air. Science is becoming increasingly more complicated and therefore difficult for the public to understand, and some people lash
It's also that science is like much wider than it used to be. Like people understand, like there's so much stuff that's in the world now, right? You have to deal with like technology, it's like computers, like cars, all of this stuff. Like people had much deeper knowledge in a handful of subjects back when like obviously like those were the only subjects. Like a lot more people knew about the emperors in Rome in like 1920 than they're learning about now. Because there's just so much more going on. Sedition and Trump. No, the thing is, like, you talk about the Trump thing, like, that's just the side. It's not the point, right? It's not the point.
out due to the discomfort this produces. But more
Yeah.
importantly, there are vested interests in promoting this mentality stemming from Republican-funded think tanks. The deliberate sculpting of a populace that is not only science illiterate, but actively hostile towards science. Denial of climate change is in the interest of energy producers. Denial of basic evolutionary biology is in the interest of Christian theocrats.
It is.
These efforts go all the way up the ladder
These
to
guys.
figures like the Koch brothers.
Mhm.
I'm not saying Terry's funded by the Koch brothers, but he rides this prevalent attitude of reality denial and hostility toward any form of expertise to this.
I don't think that's true. I personally don't think that the reason why this happens is because of Republicans. I think it happens because how things have evolved really is that nowadays people are so overly invested in their own opinions on things that you just keep talking and you stay in the echo chamber of the people that agree with you, and you just get more and more extreme. I think that's what happens. Copium? Well, no, I'll give you an example, right? So, like, there are a lot of people that say that, like, I think that the transsexual women competing against, like, biological women is a good example of, like, anti-science stuff for, like, Democrats as well. I think that's a very good example of it. And I think what's happened is that there is a lot of anti-science rhetoric that's used by everybody on all different sides of the, of, like, politics and, like, social politics and everything. And the problem is that if you step outside of the box that you're supposed to be in, you have everybody instantly fucking hate you. So what happens is that people are afraid of stepping outside of that box because they don't want to deal with the harassment and the criticism and the hate from people for saying the wrong thing. So what happens is that it creates a feedback loop in society where there's a chilling effect of having any opinion that's outside of the dogma that you subscribe to. So, for example, like Kyle Rittenhouse was critical of Trump and, you know, like Trump being against the Second Amendment or something like that. And everybody immediately decided they fucking hated him, right? Because instead of even thinking about it or having a conversation, they think to themselves instantaneously, oh, this person is a little bit different than us. Now let's go ahead. Now they're our enemy. And so a lot of people don't want to have that happen to them. So what's happened is that and I think this has happened because of the decline in religion. I think that human beings have a primal and personal desire to outsource their critical thinking to another person and to another entity. Because I think people are uncomfortable with the ability that they can critically think, and they don't like it. So what they do is they look for somebody else to critically think for them. So this used to be religion, now instead it's political dogma or social dogma, or still in a lot of cases religion. So people can outsource their critical thought, and they don't have to worry about questions like what happens when you die, why do bad people get good things, these questions that seem to be unfair, and they like it like fucks your head because like why are bad things this way? Having something that solves all that problem for you is very appealing, especially for people that don't want to spend a lot of time thinking about it and getting invested into it. Yes, ignorance is bliss, but unironically. So what's happened is that people have gone from being focused on caring about facts to being focused around caring about what the opinions of everybody else around them are, because they're worried about being ostracized. So for example, like me saying that I'm very much pro climate change, right? Like not pro, I want the climate to change, but I very much believe in climate change. I think climate change is a legitimate, real problem that we should be considering. How much do humans affect it? I don't know, but I think it's something that's worth considering, especially with pollution and stuff like that. And so yes, I agree with that. But I also agree that, yeah, I mean, like you shouldn't have trans women competing against biological women in sports. And the problem is that there are two sides to this political dogma that have been created, and I've effectively just ostracized myself from both sides. And that's why you see people that try to give critical analysis oftentimes stop doing it. I don't know what if you guys have heard of the term audience capture before, but audience capture is when you create an audience of people that you then become afraid to challenge because those people are now what determines your content. So what happens for a lot of people is that they step outside their box once or twice, and then they get absolutely fucking shit on for it. And then after that, they stay inside their box and they never leave it, and they never question, and they never challenge their audience again. And I think this is true. It's true with high visibility with content creators, but it's also true with lower visibility for individuals. Because it's like, I'm just not going to talk politics anymore. I'm not going to express myself anymore towards, like, for example, like my mom. My mom used to be very, very, like, conspiracy theory minded. And my dad and her used to have conversations about politics. And my dad was like, okay, I don't want to deal with this, because she was just so vitriolic about it. She would get so mad about it. And I don't know if you guys have had a person like that in your life, that you can't have critical conversations with them because there's like, you're like walking on a minefield, right? Where it's like, if you say this thing, this person will have like this crazy reaction. Yeah, everybody has that. So what effect does that have? That goes back to the chilling effect that I was talking about, and about how that chilling effect causes people that have nuanced, reasoned, and like critical opinions to self-censor. Like, I will not speak. I don't want to deal with it, right? I don't want to have to deal with it. And I think that's what's happened, is that the anti-intellectualism, I think, is also a big, like, the rise in this is like one-to-one with religion. And then I think religion is one-to-one with extreme political dogma. I don't think that there's any real big difference there in terms of the way that people think about it. So I think that's the reason why. And that's why kids, by the way, are dumber now. It's because if you critically think, you get in trouble. If you critically ask questions and then you go outside of that box that they put you in, now you're the enemy. You see what I'm saying? So people are taught systematically not to critically think by our culture. It's making kids dumber, and it's making the smart people silent. That's untrue. What? No, I think that is true. I think it's absolutely true. Anti-intellectualism has happened many times in the past, when even when religion was dominant. Yes, I know that. That's the point. All I'm saying is that we've replaced religion with dogma that's different, but it's fundamentally the same.
It's bizarre prominence that now has people questioning second-grade math. To wield an agenda that is in opposition with science, one must popularize the notion that science is wrong and evil. Universities, the places where
Which COVID made it easier for people to think this. COVID like 5x or 10x this. Because people didn't trust the government, and the government said you have to trust us.
gain knowledge are evil. Don't go there and learn things so that you can figure out how to resist our brainwashing and also how to organize and topple our political structures.
I agree with him, by the way, that schools, this is a conspiracy Andy opinion, by the way, complete conspiracy Andy. I think that schools intentionally miseducate people. I think that people are intentionally miseducated, and I think the decision to teach Algebra 2 instead of Statistics 1 is intentional.
Universities are famously places that stand up against the powers that be, so they must be demonized.
Yep.
It is a successful campaign because many people are happy to have a reason to not learn anything.
Exactly.
And cling to primitive beliefs without basis or self-scrutiny. It goes without saying that religion is a primary driver of anti-science mentality.
It's not the only one, though.
Because scientific progress, particularly as of late, has challenged many religious narratives, such as...
This happened a lot. Obviously, Galileo is a really good example about this. And, you know, people do say, and the church, I mean, the Catholic Church apologized for Galileo, like, what, like a few years ago, really, like 10, 20 years ago, something like that. And so, yeah, Copernicus, well, I mean, Galileo is the one, as far as, sorry, this is a long time ago. I was in school quite a while ago. Galileo was the one that discovered that the Earth was, that, like, we are in a heliocentric, what do you call it? Like planet, right? That like the Earth revolves around the sun. Yes, right, he did. And so why is it that they tried to shut that down? Because what it did is it made the Earth no longer the prime focus of the world that we existed in. And because the Earth was no longer the prime focus, it damaged the credibility of an argument that God made the Earth and we are super special. You see what I'm saying?
Immaculate divine creation. This triggers fear of mortality as their narrative is eroded, and they lash out in precisely the same way as one would defend themselves against physical violence, with hostility and tribalism.
Another good example of this is what's called a creation museum. If you guys don't know what this is, they are museums that try to reconcile scientists and like dinosaurs with the Earth being 6,000 years old as in the Bible. I want to go to one of those, by the way. I will go to one of those. I would love to do it. It would be amazing.
At the same time, this is not purely a religious issue. It has at this point completely permeated secular politics. I myself am not a Democrat, and I no longer vote Democrat out of total disillusionment with the party, as it does not have the best interests of the American people in mind. But the Republican Party is cartoonishly apocalyptic in comparison. Know nothing, proudly stupid, in denial of truly all science, actively pushing us back into the dark ages in terms of both...
The Republican Party does a very bad job removing bad actors. And I think this is a problem that both of the parties have, but I think the Republican Party definitely has an issue, and the Democrats do too. But Republicans, like, for example, like all vaccines cause autism. This should have never been supported by anybody. This is ridiculous. But that's what happens.
Ignorance and authoritarian control by the church. In the wake of this, to pretend that idiots like Terry should be given a voice is preposterous. He is not the culprit.
I disagree with that. I think that it's very important for Terrence Howard to have a voice, because collectively we learned that he was wrong. I think that people's awareness and respect for science has gone up as a net positive because of Terrence Howard, even though he himself was not the reason for it.
But he exacerbates larger trends already in place. He does not deserve a platform. He is not part of any legitimate conversation, and most of the figures with any kind of expertise that shoehorn their way into the conversation have ulterior motives as well, and only serve to further confuse the public, like Eric. So let's get down to brass tacks. What is anti-intellectualism at its core? It boils down to three principles. 1. Religious anti-rationalism, essentially emotions over facts. 2. Populist,
aka Twitter,
anti-elitism, or the rejection of intellectual institutions. And 3. Instrumentalism, the belief that pursuit of knowledge only serves practical means, namely profit.
Which is, by the way, true for most people. And that's the issue, is that for a lot of people it is true. Like, nobody needs to know about, like, the periodic table if you're working and you're just, like, doing some random job, right? Definitely true, but it's problematic to, like, make this the norm.
This movement intends to halt the acquisition of new knowledge that would undermine groups with power and privilege. Misinformation that benefits those in power is perpetuated, and those who speak truth to that power are preemptively character assassinated. The educational...
And you see this happen now all the time. Anybody who questions, like, official narratives on things, I mean, before Twitter got bought by Elon Musk, they would get banned off of every platform. It was awful. And, like, this happens everywhere, by the way. This isn't something that happens, like, this isn't a Republicans are bad in doing this. Republicans did this a lot in, like, the mid-2000s with, like, you know, post-9/11 Helldivers 2 mentality. So it's like anybody who's against America or, like, America blowing up people in the Middle East is, like, a traitor. Like, yeah, it happened then for sure. But now it's happening, obviously, with left-wing people, or it was, like, for the last 5 years or so. It's kind of stopped. Elon's literally doing the same thing. Yeah, I saw he banned that white guys for Kamala Harris thing, or maybe he didn't ban it, but it was banned, which was a bad decision. Yeah, they shouldn't have been banned.
Here is not completely blameless, admittedly. Part of the disdain towards academia is fostered by the increasingly high cost of education. But this is not in itself a justification for abandoning the sanctity of centers of knowledge.
Yeah.
Corporations do not have their financial interests challenged when the public cannot even identify the issues that they are harmed by, thus perpetuating their own.
Exactly. Yeah, people don't even know what the problem is. That's why, for example, like social issues, like for example, like trans people, or like, let me think, like whether the earth is flat or not, or like, let me think of some more like really, really dumb issues that people care about, like being gay, or men and women. Like, you're looking for like extreme, like sexual stuff, abortion, right? There are things that are like, in the grand scheme of the government, these are like very minor issues. But because they're accessible to everybody, these issues become the entire driving force over whether somebody is agreed with or not. It's because there isn't a barrier to entry for them. Like, anybody can have an opinion on it and think they know what they're talking about. Whereas for balancing a budget, or putting money in a certain area, or investing into a certain type of like scientific research, or, you know, drilling for oil or fracking or something like that, people don't understand that. It's too complex, and so it's just completely ignored.
Subjugation. We can historically blame the fossil fuel industry, the tobacco industry, and so forth.
Yeah, like I would assume that most people cannot read a graph. Like, if you showed people 5 different graphs, they would probably get one of the interpretations wrong.
Can historically blame the fossil fuel industry, the tobacco industry, and so forth, but we do not extend this to scientific knowledge itself. Politicians, corporations, and religious institutions stand to benefit the most from promoting anti-intellectualism.
Yeah, he's
They
right.
enact the politicization of nonpartisan issues, polarizing things like climate change so severely that simply acknowledging basic science gets one ostracized.
Well, exactly. Right. He literally used the word that I used. Yeah, he's 100% right. And I don't think that, obviously, like, he's using a lot of like Republican examples, so I think that people might be getting defensive. But I think that the essence of what he's saying is definitely true. And it's also true in the case of every single issue has 2 sides to it in like our like American politics. And when you go off that side, you are immediately the enemy.
This spills over into the social realm just as easily. Anti-intellectualism breeds nationalism, or the same blind allegiance to a governing body that is actively sowing the seeds of division. This is the reason for equating Black Lives Matter or any other kind of social justice with fascism, and the justification for this, or any other kind of social justice.
I think this is a absolutely fucking terrible argument. Just because you call yourself Antifa doesn't mean that you're anti-fascist. Like, it doesn't mean also, like, just you can, you know, for example, like, every evil party in the world, right? Whether it's like the Chinese Communist Party, the Nazi Party, think about every bad party. None of them had a party of the evil guys with twirly mustaches that wear cool hats. It's always like the party of people trying to save the world and work under God. So using somebody's name as an argument is not very good. I've never agreed with this at all. I think it's a horrible argument that if you think about it for 3 seconds, you would realize, yeah, Democratic People's Republic. Yeah, I mean, you think about this. Doesn't this sound like a great name? I mean, wouldn't you want to support the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea? I mean, democracy is good. We have a republic. That sounds good. Democrat, yes, this is what we want. Finally, they're doing democracy. Finally, this is great. There would be a misleading. Yeah, exactly. Just because somebody has a certain name doesn't mean that they should be absolved from the bad things that they do. The guy makes some good points, but he's using examples that are really showing that he's the person he's talking about. I think in this circumstance, it's not a good argument, but overall, like, you know, to me, I'm the kind of person that I very rarely agree with everything a person says. So if it's something I don't really agree with, it doesn't really turn me off, because I just don't think like that, right? Nazis were like that, yeah. One of the Nazi slogans that they had was "God is with us." or God with us or something like that. It's not like they think that they're the evil guys.
With fascism, and the justification for this always involves inventing violent intent out of thin air. This in turn is used to justify a militarized police force under the guise of protection. And lastly, anti-intellectualism promotes being skeptical towards perceived authority while demanding that people blindly follow demagogues who are amplified by social media. People who...
I think it's very important to always question science, and I think that people worship the outcomes of science more than they should. And I think that what's really the thing that people should care about and respect is the scientific method. The outcomes of the scientific method are to be questioned, right? But the method itself is what the actual good discovery was.
Who fall into
Peer
this
review,
way
yeah.
of thinking will place an unreasonable level of skepticism on the body of knowledge produced by tens of thousands of scientists
Yeah.
operating all over the world under every type of government and in both the public and private sector.
Yeah, and this has been massively damaged by COVID. I really think that like the amount of like scientific what's the word for it? Like certainty that people had with COVID, like you have to stay 6 feet apart, and like the way that that was communicated to the public eroded so much trust. Like I think it will take over 10 years to recover from that, if not 20. It was awful.
Yet they place absolutely zero scrutiny on the figures who confidently feed them the narratives they enjoy, which are riddled with distortion and fabrication almost without exception. These people find comfort in the strength and confidence such figures convey in an appeal to shared beliefs.
Well, exactly. No, he's right about that. And that's what I was saying before, is that people are more than willing to give their critical thought away to somebody else. Because they don't want to have to think themselves. They don't want to have to make the decisions themselves. They just say, whatever this person thinks, I'm going to agree with them. I don't think, by the way, I mean, obviously this guy doesn't like Donald Trump, and there are good reasons for that and bad reasons, right? I'm not going to argue about like whether like Trump is good. That's not the point. The point is that there are a lot of people that are like this. It's not just Trump.
That's why Trump famously stated that he could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose any voters.
He was right, by the way. Convicted of 34 felonies, not a single change.
Because their idolization of him is emotional, not logical. In the end, and here...
It's because they don't respect the law. They don't care. It's actually like, it's really not that complex. It's that a lot of people, I think probably who are like pro-Trump, know that Trump is an asshole or like a bad dude in a lot of ways, but they just don't care because they still think Trump is going to do what they want. That's what it comes down to, right? It's not like they don't know this. They're like, yes, he's a bad guy, but he's more on my side than the other guy.
Here comes Dave the Broken Record. Anti-science mentality and reality denial is the single greatest threat facing mankind. Take a movie like Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
Though obviously satirical, the manner in which the general public in this modern era would react to any existential threat was depicted magnificently. There is no
my dad
issue
watched
that
this.
could be more nonpartisan than a comet coming to kill us all. And yet, the comet was hyper-politicized. People were brainwashed into believing the comet didn't exist, and a megalomaniacal tech oligarch fucked us all. In my estimation, that is roughly what would happen if there were another far deadlier pandemic or some other such situation. And
Well, they probably did that during the Black Plague. Like, I guarantee you there are people that were saying that all you have to do is you have to just keep praying and keep keep focusing on religion and it'll be okay. And then there are probably other people that said not to do that. I guarantee you that's what happened. Because that's the way people are. Like, that's just the way it is. Yeah, like, people are just wired that way. Like, it'll be like that in 150 years.
Culprit is not the scientific community. It's the pundits and demagogues who abuse the power of the internet to warp public perception of reality.
I agree with him, but not because of the internet. I think that it's very short-sighted to blame this on the internet. I think this is something that's been happening ever since the history of history. This has always been happening and it always will happen. Because this is a fundamental, quirk with humanity. This is a people problem. It's not a demagogue problem. Like, this happens naturally inside of any group of people.
People like Rogan are not the main culprits, but they also are not blameless and deserve their share of criticism for amplifying the chaos for monetary gain. And
I am very much an advocate. I don't like the argument of don't give people platforms. In general, I don't like that argument. The reason why I don't like that argument is because it is also another core human fundamental that things that get censored are seen to be true. This is like a very popular cultural preference that people have. So I think that the moment that you start censoring people and shutting down what people say, everybody will perceive it to be true, or they will perceive it to be in some way or another revealing. And I think that, again, you can use COVID as an example, or you can use criticism of like any sort of like race as an example. It's like, well, why can't we criticize them? There's a quote from Voltaire that a lot of people use to find out who rules over you, find out who you can't criticize. And I think this is something that's very commonly repeated and used a lot. Obviously, the quote is really, it's a logically inconsistent quote because criticizing kids with cancer probably isn't really well liked, but I don't think kids with cancer run the world. But so yeah, I mean, it's not always true, but you can see kind of where people are coming from, right? It's funny though. Yeah, exactly. And so what ends up happening is that people see this, and I mean, I'm going to be honest, like furries, yeah, no, just in general, I think this is what happens. And so as soon as somebody gets censored or they're not able to have a platform, a lot of people think to themselves, oh, I think I know why. I think it's much better to beat bad ideas directly rather than let them fester. It's like letting an infection happen is like the longer that you ignore it, the longer that it takes for it to get worse.
sadly, other than directly neutralizing sources of disinformation and promoting general science literacy, I don't have a meaningful solution to this doomsday recipe. I don't know how to fundamentally change human nature.
You can't. There's nothing that you can do about this at all. The only thing that you can do is that you can have a education system that makes it less frequent. And even that is like a drop in the bucket. I don't think you can stop this in any capacity. I disagree with the religious part. Oh, I don't. I think that's like a core fundamental.
Be either less corrupt and manipulative or less blindly credulous. I will admit my youthful optimism has been diminished as I enter middle age, but I'm not giving up just yet.
Well, you will soon. It's okay. Maybe I think he's gonna need, maybe he'll need 2 or 3 more political election seasons, and then he'll give up. Yeah, no, it's fine. It'll take some time. Hey, it'll take some time, but he'll get there. Wouldn't fixing the Supreme Court so crap like Citizens United doesn't happen again? I mean, you can't fix the Supreme Court because the justices are the ones that make the decisions and they're supposed to change. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I know a lot of you guys probably are gonna be critical of this video because it was kind of painting it as if this is a, Republicans bad video or Trump bad video. But I really think that a lot of the points that he brought up were really valid, and I agree with a lot of what he said. I do. And yeah, that's this smart people always give up. Yeah, exactly. It's too biased. No, I understand that people might say that, but I respect people to, I mean, like, you.
Okay, that's enough of asking gold. Anyway, I think this is basically done. Fingernails need to be a different color. Well, nails. But yeah, basically we can probably go ahead with the low poly very, very soon, if not now. The feet actually, the feet need some poly paint. Let's just quickly knock some in here. Doesn't have to be perfect. I will be going over this later in Substance Painter. Okay, we'll just get some detail in here. But yeah, that's basically all for today's stream. I'm gonna go over and see if everything's good off stream, and then next stream we'll probably decimate and make the low poly. Yeah. See you guys. Take care. Got a lot.